Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Mo Danxing was excited and couldn't wait to tell Yi Yang what he had seen and heard about Yindu. And by the way, he took out a lot of ancient alchemy books. But at this time, Yi Yang's cell phone rang. Is it Master Yang? I'm Zhang Jishir from the Lu Group. A familiar voice came from the phone. Yi Yang changed his voice. What's the matter? Mo Danxing's face is strange. Is there something wrong with his mind as a student? Why did you suddenly change your voice? Zhang Jishir said respectfully, a batch of spirit beasts have been shipped from Spirit Beast Mountain, so my Lu Group will hold a spirit beast auction. I hope you can show your face and bring spirit beasts to attend. Yi Yang frowned. What's the point of this kind of thing? He immediately refused. The Mountain Master of Spirit Beast Mountain also specially sent a strange spirit beast. I hope someone can design an evolutionary path for him. The person who designs the best can choose a secret book of Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He had a secret. He should have said it earlier. Okay, time and place. Zhang Jishir said quickly, Piyun Villa on the outskirts of the city. Where are you at 5 o'clock in the afternoon? I'll pick you up immediately. Yi Yang shook his head. No need. I'll go over by myself. Zhang Jishir is a celebrity in Shangjing. If he comes over, the students at the academy will not explode. Mo Danxing looked regretful, and he wanted to tell Yi Yang a lot of things in his stomach. Who is the person on the phone? Why is he so ignorant? Yi Yang said hello to Mo Danxing, then patted his butt and left. Piyun Villa is located on the outskirts of Shangjing. The environment is very quiet. Of course, it is also far away. Yi Yang took a taxi and arrived more than 2 hours later. The square outside the villa was already full of luxury cars. BMW and Audi are relatively few. Porsche and Lamborghini are the most popular models. You can even see a Rolls-Royce Wraith with license plates from 1 to 8. In order to hold this Spirit Beast auction, the Liu family invited almost all the upper-level people in Shangjing and even a lot of people from Hanjiang City next door. Yi Yang glanced at it casually. Almost every one of these rich and tycoons carried a spirit beast with them, including tigers and lions. At first glance, they thought they had come to the zoo. The security guard at the door had obviously seen the world and was not at all flustered in the face of such a beast. After reporting Zhang Jishir's name to the security guard at the door, Yi Yang was very respectfully invited into Piyun Villa. The interior decoration of the villa is very luxurious, and many places have master craftsmanship. Looking around, the hall was brightly lit, and all were well-dressed celebrities in suits and leather shoes. In addition, there are also some young people, all of whom have been brought by their parents with long-term knowledge and basically know each other. At this moment, they have also formed a small circle. But people like Yi Yang, who ran into the Spirit Beast auction wearing a set of casual clothes and a little black dog, were really rare and naturally attracted the attention of many people. Although no one said anything, they couldn't help but glance down at Yi Yang. Everyone is in suits and leather shoes, and you're the only one who is wearing casual clothes. Everyone is carrying tigers and lions that look awesome, but you are carrying a little black dog. Don't underestimate who you underestimate. Yi Yang was so happy that he didn't eat dinner, so he took a plate and started foraging. Just when he was about to start with a dish of Emma's caviar, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Is it Master Yang Yang? It seems that only Yin Ziqiang's little loli has such a soft and cute voice. Yi Yang looked at the surprised Yin Ziqiang and couldn't help but smile. Can you come? Can I? Little loli waved her hand quickly. How can there be? Xiao Qiong, come drink with me. A Shun Xiong male voice sounded, and then a tall, handsome young man walked over. Wang Pan, I don't drink, so stop following me. If you do this again, I'll call someone. Yin Ziqiang yelled angrily. The eyes around him suddenly converged here. Wang Pan's expression changed suddenly. Xiao Qiong, I really like you. You don't have a boyfriend? Can't you think about me? Yin Ziqiang rolled her eyes and immediately hugged Yi Yang's arm. Who said I don't have a boyfriend? Yang Yi is my boyfriend. Yi Yang touched his nose. Was he being used as a shield? Wang Pan looked at Yi Yang seriously. His expression changed from doubt to contempt. With all his clothes, it's not as expensive as my pair of leather shoes. Xiao Qiong, it's not worth it for you to be with someone like this. And the little black dog at his feet, TSK, TSK, this is a typical local dog, right? I'm afraid it doesn't even have a rank. The little black bark roared at Wang Pan twice, and seemed to be very disdainful of him. Wang Pan laughed. Look at my little eagle, which grew up in the Gobi Desert and has been flying all his life. This is a fifth-order spirit beast that my dad specially bought for me from Spirit Beast Mountain. Follow me. This little eagle will be given to you. How about it? Yi Yang glanced at the eagle on his shoulder. Although his eyes were sharp, they were exhausted. Spirit beasts are good spirit beasts, but they follow the wrong master. Growing in the desert? Is this sculpture called a sand sculpture? Yi Yang suddenly asked. Yin Ziqiang was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Sand sculpture? Ha ha! For now on you will be the sand sculpture Wang Pan. Little Lowly laughed without image. Wang Pan's face suddenly became very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, do you know who you have offended? My father is the section chief of Dinka of the Ministry of Political Affairs of the Han River. I'm an operator of Dinka, the Ministry of Government of the Han River. As long as I declare my name Wang Pan, there is no one in the Hanjiang circle who doesn't know me. You actually scold me. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of others. Who is that person? He actually annoyed Wang Pan, the little overlord of the Han River. TSK, TSK, I'm going to be unlucky. A girl giggled. The young president of the Hanjiang Ancient Martial Arts Association is going to succumb to Wang Pan's lewd power. This kid is a fart. He dares to offend Wang Pan like this. He is really courting death. Another young man laughed happily. Yin Ziqiang made a face. What kind of thing are you? You are from the Han River, and you came to Beijing to show off your power? I tell you, my boyfriend is Master Yang Yang, who went to Beijing. In front of Master Nei Jin, you are a chicken. Wang Pan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. What did you just say? Master Neijing? So young, Master Neijing? Xiao Qiong, even if you don't want to be with me, don't deceive me with such a lie. If he is a master of internal strength, then I am not a great master. Ha ha ha. Wang Pan's unbridled laughter suddenly sounded. Security, come here. I seriously doubt that this person has no invitation to the auction. How did such a person sneak in? Where's the manager of your Piyun villa? Call him here, Wang Pan suddenly shouted. Soon, the fat manager Pang ran over. When he saw Wang Pan, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. This one is notorious. He has already heard of it. This gentleman, please show the invitation card. Manager Pang had to face Yi Yang with a bitter face. Yi Yang frowned. I was invited by Zhang Jishur. There is no invitation. Invited by Zhang Jishur? Ha! Then I was invited by Mr. Liu Yinshan. Wang Pan listened to Yi Yang's words, full of disdain, and was even more sure that Yi Yang was playing tricks. Yin Ziqiang said coldly, My father is Yin Chengqing. I can guarantee that he is Master Yang Yang. Are you not afraid of losing your position? Manager Pang was even more disdainful when he heard it. Yin Chengqing was nothing compared to Wang Pan. To put a bit harsher, Yin Chengqing is a martial artist, and your Wing Chun Martial Art Hall is still affiliated with the Liu family. But Wang Pan's father is the head of the branch of the Ministry of Political Affairs of the Han River. This is a sky and an underground. Sir, if you don't have an invitation, please go out. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I want to see who is going to invite Master Yang out. At this time, Liu Yinshan walked down the stairs and said coldly. He was really angry this time. Yang Yi helped Wing Chun win a place in the sabbatical club, which is one of them. Liu Yinshan, through Yang Ye's fight, bet 2 mysterious iron mines and 100 acres of spiritual field from the Shun family and the Tang family. This is the second one. In the end, Yang Yi showed his identity as a new master. Any master of internal energy will be a precious wealth. This is the third. With these 3 points, Lu Yinshan is enough to treat Yi Yang as a guest of honor. And you blind people are going to drive Master Yang out. Master Yang is my honored guest. You're checking his invitations and slamming him. What are you trying to do? Lu Yinshan's old face seemed to be able to scrape frost. Manager Pang's plump body shivered, and his expression changed completely. This kid is actually a distinguished guest of Mr. Lu. How could it be possible? Which of the people that Mr. Lu usually sees is not a celebrity, and which is not a suit and leather shoes? How can he know such a poor student who is all about selling goods on the ground? Manager Pang tried to defend. I didn't know this gentleman was invited by you, and I don't dare anymore. Lu Yinshan was unmoved, but bowed directly to Yi Yang. Mr. Yang, it's the old man's fault. I'm late. I didn't expect these subordinates of Piyun Villa to be so ignorant to actually do this. Old Zhang, take off his badge and throw it out. Lu Yinshan said coldly to Zhang Jishir, who was beside him. Zhang Jishir nodded, and the waiter who was guarding the door rushed up immediately and was about to drag the manager away. Manager Pang's eyes widened. His position as a manager was 30,000 yuan a month. Now you're going to be kicked out for saying a few wrong words. Chairman Lu, I was wrong. Please listen to my explanation. Lu Yinshan said coldly. No need to explain. I will tell the second one about your affairs truthfully and suggest that he fire you directly. Lu Hongyuan, the second eldest of the Lu family, is the boss of Piyun Villa on the bright side. That is, the direct boss of Manager Pang. What Lu Yinshan said was an understatement, but Manager Pang's heart fell into the abyss. He knew that the words of the old man Lu would be followed unconditionally by his own boss. At this moment, he could only look at Wang Pan pleadingly, hoping that young Master Wang would pull him for the sake of his hard work just now. He didn't know that Wang Pan's heart was a little worried at the moment. After all, Lu Yinshan was the elder of Spirit Beast Mountain in the past, and he also had deep friendship with many people in the government department. Even if Wang Pan's father was here, he would have to smile. He, Wang Pan, in front of Mr. Lu, what kind of thing is he? But if he is so cowardly in the public, he may be looked down upon by others in the future. Look at that Wang Pan. He doesn't even dare to protect the people who help him. He's really a coward. Wang Pan could only bite the bullet and step forward. Grandpa Lu. Lu Yinshan turned to look at him and said coldly, Do you have anything to explain? I don't know what your temperament is. Hearing this, Wang Pan couldn't hold back his anger. My Hanjiang Wang family and your Shanjing Lu family also have a deep personal relationship. Why are you so biased against this Yang Yi? Wang Pan refused to accept, but it was this kid who grabbed Zi Qiong first. To shut up. Lu Yinshan's face was icy cold, and he scolded sharply. In his eyes, there's a bit of hatred that iron cannot become steel. I originally thought that when old Wang sent you to the Ministry of Political Affairs, you would get rid of this playful habit, but I didn't expect you to get even worse. Mr. Yang, such an easygoing person, has even been pushed to this level by you, which shows how stubborn you are on weekdays. I will tell Pharaoh about this in person. After Lu Yinshan finished speaking, he didn't care about the pale-faced Wang Pan, turned his head to Yi Yang, and said, Master Yang, the auction is about to start. Let me show you those spirit beasts first. All right, I'm very interested in that Mountain Master spirit beast. Yi Yang nodded. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Pan, smiled lightly, and turned away. Grandpa Lu, can I go take a look too? Yin Ziqiong looked longing. Of course, come with Master Yang. Lu Yinshan nodded with a chuckle. Oh, okay. Little Lowly grabbed Yi Yang's arm and didn't forget to turn around and make a triumphant face at Wang Pan. Manager Pang couldn't hold it any longer, so he slumped to the ground, his face pale, and let the two security guards drag him away. Wang Pan even lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fist to death. Yi Yang's last glance, like a sharp sword, severely pierced through his high self-esteem in the past. The gazes of the people around him seemed to be ridiculing. He couldn't stay any longer, so he could only leave in despair. On the other side, Yi Yang and Yin Ziqiong entered the garden of Piyun Villa together. Some naive little beasts were chasing and making trouble on the green turf, and Xiaohei immediately joined the slapstick, and the aura on his body was very strong, and the little beasts gathered around him. Yin Ziqiang exclaimed, and immediately began to pick up the stomachs of these little beasts. Master Yang, please wait here for a while. I will ask someone to bring the mountain master spirit beast. Lu Yinshan apologized. Yi Yang nodded, enjoying himself in the garden. Hey, who are you? How did you come to the garden? A questioning voice suddenly sounded. Yi Yang looked at the prestige, but it was a middle-aged man with a slightly prosperous figure. His facial contour was slightly similar to that of Lu Yinshan. Beside him is a tall and straight young man with a nimble little monkey on his shoulders. If he guessed correctly, this middle-aged man should be Lu Honyuan, the second eldest of the Lu family. Saying his name, he naturally knows who he is. Yang Yi? Who is Yang Yi? Lu Honyuan was stunned for a moment, and immediately said to the waiter next to him, Call Manager Pang over to check this person's invitation. Brother Honyuan, why is there so much going on? Can't wait for the idle people to get out? The young man glanced at Yi Yang and said disdainfully, I'm rushing to see that Mountain Master Spirit Beast, the secret skills of Spirit Beast Mountain. I, Chen Shuahong, are determined to win. Yi Yang sneered. This young man's eyes were higher than the top, and he looked down on people at all. Second, Lu, I suggest you call your father and ask who I am. He said coldly. When Lu Honyuan heard this, he was furious at first. Damn you, a flat-headed boy. Dare to call me the second son of Lu. Are you courting death? But when he heard the second half of the sentence, he was stunned again and hurriedly called Lu Yinshan. No need to call. Lu Yinshan's violent voice sounded not far away. Damn, you are an unfilial son. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have caused me trouble again. Lu Yinshan felt that he was really tired. In the hall, a Wang Pan, a Manager Pang, and two idiots almost kicked Master Yang out. Now my own son is actually going to drive out Master Yang again. How blind are you? I don't even think about it. Can an ordinary person cross the security network of Piyun Villa and stand here to enjoy the scenery? Although Lu Honyuan was not doing a proper job, he was not stupid. He immediately realized that this young man was only a guest of his own father. But instead of apologizing immediately, he pointed to the young man beside him and said, Dad, this is the genius master I met in the Han River. He came here specifically for that mountain master spirit beast. Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Chen Shuahong, a sixth-order animal breeder, and I'm a teacher of Guan Qinghan Guan of Hanjiang College. The young man beside Lu Honyuan smiled proudly and politely. Lu Yinshan restrained his urge to curse. His eyes widened. Is this guy Guan Qinghan's student? No wonder this guy is so arrogant. Guan Qinghan not only knows him, but to be honest, he admires him very much. When Lu Yinshan was still serving as an elder in Spirit Beast Mountain, the mountain owner had drawn this Guan Qinghan many times. It is conceivable how high his attainments in animal breeding are. But this person was very stubborn and just wanted to stay in the college to teach and educate people, but he had to give up later. Lu Honyuan patted his chest. Dad, you always say that I don't do my job properly, and you always say that I didn't learn well from Big Brother. But this time, I took great pains for this spirit beast auction held by our family. I specially invited this Master Chun, who is a child of Tianjiao who graduated from Hanjiang College. If I hadn't mentioned the Mountain Master Spirit Beast, I'm afraid Master Chen would not come. Chen Shuahong smiled heartily. Mr. Honyuan is joking. I'm just more interested in more advanced animal breeding knowledge. Where is that Mountain Master Spirit Beast? Can I go take a look? Lu Yinshan glanced at Yi Yang next to him and was in trouble. I'm really sorry, Master Chun. I've already promised Master Yang to let him see the Mountain Master Spirit Beast first. He apologized. Chen Shuahong frowned without a trace, especially when he saw Yi Yang's little black dog. He didn't speak, but Lu Honyuan understood his thoughts. Dad, this Master Yang. How come I've never heard of it? Lu Honyuan smiled. Is that little black dog a spirit beast? This rank doesn't seem too high. Lu Yinshan glared at him fiercely. You went to the Han River when you held the closing party before. Of course you didn't know it. I'll tell you about Master Yang's achievements later. You just need to know that this Master Yang is a distinguished guest of my Lu family. Chen Shuahong sneered at this time, clasped his fists, and pretended to be respectful. So, I don't know what rank Master Yang is. Yi Yang glanced at the dog who had reached the 8th rank of aura and said lightly, 8th rank. Impossible. Chun Shuahong couldn't help sneering and said, my Mitterguan Qing Han is only 8th order. It sounded a little harsh. What kind of thing are you? You are also worthy of an 8th order animal breeder. Do you have a breeder's certificate? Take out your certificate, or you'll be lying. Chun Shuahong sneered again. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I can cultivate an 8th order spirit beast, so I am an 8th order beast breeder. Do you still need a breeder certificate? Chun Shuahong was stunned for a moment, and then burst into a burst of laughter. Ha! After all, you're just ranting. People like you are really shameless. Yi Yang was expressionless. Not only beast breeding, he did not take the certificate for alchemy and alchemy. That thing is just a proof of its own strength. If it is really powerful, why do you need to prove it? If you don't agree, I'll convince you. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Lu Yunshan's mouth twitched. He only knew that this Yang Yi was a master of internal energy, and he didn't know anything else. Could it be that Yang Yi is really still an 8th order animal breeder? That is an 8th order animal breeder, a level that can only be achieved by old people who have been immersed in animal breeding for decades. Back then, Lu Yunshan himself was only a 7th order animal breeder and later retired from Spirit Beast Mountain. You said that you can cultivate an 8th order spirit beast, then tell me, where are the 8th order spirit beasts? Chun Shuahong said after laughing enough. Yi Yang pointed to the little black dogs that were chasing and playing among the little beasts. Well, that dog is my 8th order spirit beast. Chun Shuahong sneered. This is the 4th order spirit beast jewel dog. Do you think I can't see it? Master Yang, right? Remember to make a draft before deceiving people in the future. You're deceiving people like this, and you really have no respect for other people's IQ. I now have a spirit test bead on me. If it is detected, this is a genuine 4th order. I see what you do. Chun Shuahong directly took out the spirit test bead. I'm a fire monkey, but it's a real 6th order. Look, he brought the spirit test bead close to the little monkey, and 6 scarlet-like traces immediately flashed on the surface. Yi Yang nodded. The fire monkey was just born and is a 3rd order spirit beast. Chun Shuahong was able to cultivate it to the 6th order, which shows that his own animal breeding qualifications are quite good. If your jewel dog is not an 8th order, I hope you leave Piyun Villa directly. People like you exist by my side for one more second, which is a smear to me. Chun Shuahong said disdainfully. Yi Yang smiled lightly. What if it's the 8th order? Chun Shuahong took out a book and said casually, this is the Coiling Dragon and Tiger book handed to me by the tutor. It is a precious book of the ancient dragon, tiger, and beast king sect. If it's really the 8th rank, I'll lose this ancient book to you. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Ancient books? Good things. Seeing Yi Yang's expression, Chun Shuahong sneered. It seems that you are not bad, and you know the value of this thing. But don't be delusional. I just took this thing out because I couldn't make a good bet for a while, and it's impossible to lose to you. For people like you, it's better to get out early. Chun Shuahong didn't even want to get close to Xiao He, so he threw the spirit test bead over. Before the spirit test bead was close to Xiao He in midair, 4 red yang-like marks lit up. Haha, let me just say, this is undoubtedly a 4th order spirit beast. Chun Shuahong laughed. Then the spiritual bead fell to the ground and slowly rolled to the side of the little black dog. Boom! On the surface of the beads, 3 red suns suddenly lit up. Chun Shuahong's smile immediately froze on his face. Lu Honyuan next to him also swallowed a light bulb. No hurry, it's not the 8th order yet. The bet we made is the 8th order. Seeing that the 7 Qiang marks did not change, Chun Shuahong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his voice trembled slightly. The dog seemed to have noticed the strangeness of the beads and walked over with a curious expression. Then everyone saw that the 8th Qiang mark suddenly lighted up slowly. Don't. Chun Shuahong's heart suddenly mentioned his throat. The next moment, Guzi grabbed the spiritual bead in his mouth, ran to Yi Yang's side, and wagged his tail to please. As if to say, Master, look at me, how good is I? At the same time, the 8th Qiang mark suddenly lit up. Yi Yang squatted down, touched the dog's head, and chuckled. Well done, let's go play. With the owner's affirmation, the dog immediately ran out like a joyous one, playing with the little beasts. The three were silent. After a long time, Chun Shahong squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. You're actually an 8th order. What should be your reaction when you encounter a beast breeder with a higher rank than yourself? Has the instructor never taught you? Yang said, lightly with his hands on his back. A trace of humiliation flashed on Chun Shuahong's face, but he had to bend down slightly and grit his teeth. Hello, teacher. Respecting those who are stronger than you is the default rule. Ancient books, bring them here. Yang said lightly. Chun Shuahong's eyes were full of pain, but he could only serve it with both hands. Yang nodded lightly and was about to read. Chun Shuahong said with a smile, but not a smile, Master Yang, this coiling dragon and tiger is written in ancient Chinese. You may not see it. Yang glanced at him and immediately opened his mouth. In ancient times, Cangzhe looked at the world and created characters, and I, Zhang Longhu, looked at all animals and made a scripture. Zhang, dragon. Chun Shuahong's eyes were wide open and his tongue was lame. He actually read ancient texts without any obstacle. What kind of fairy character is this? Teachers can't do this. In fact, Chun Shuahong also carried the Chinese translation of Pan Long and Tiger with him. He deliberately handed over the original and actually had the idea of making Yi Yang embarrassed. You can't even read ancient Chinese, so it's useless to take this book. But now, he knew that he was wrong and went to his grandmother's house by mistake. This Master Yang is a real fairy. Yi Yang quickly finished reading the book of Coiling Dragon and Tiger. The host reads the Coiling Dragon and Tigers and upgrades the branch skill Dragon and Tiger Kai Hai Gong of Ancient Method of Breeding Beasts, and it will automatically reach full level. Dragon and Tiger Kai Hai Gong. The wind follows the tiger. The cloud follows the dragon. Collect the breath of the wind and cloud, and expand the sea of Dantian. Full level effect. As long as there is wind and clouds, you can automatically obtain the righteousness of dragons and tigers, and then open up the sea of Dantian. Yi Yang ran the dragon-tiger righteous qigong, and immediately felt a domineering aura seeping into the pores from between heaven and earth. He flowed all over the body, and finally came to Dantian, circled around the ocean of Dantian, and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Dantian Ocean suddenly shook, and it expanded in a circle at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang looked happy. The combination of the congenital One Qi Method and the Dragon-Tiger Righteous Qigong can form a huge amount of internal energy for him every day. Not only that, Longhu Zenkigong can also open up his Dantian capacity. In other words, under the same realm, Yi Yang's total internal energy will be several times, or even dozens of times, that of other people. Yi Yang was immersed in joy, but at this moment, Chun Hong Yuan's face was no longer embarrassed. Just now, it's okay to look down on people. My father said that this Master Yang is an honored guest. He actually ignored Master Yang and even laughed at the little black dog. Damn, that's an 8th order spirit beast. In his life, he had only seen a few Tier 8 spirit beasts on Spirit Beast Mountain when he was a child. Liu Yinshan glared at him fiercely, motioning him to apologize quickly. Liu Honyuan woke up like a dream and quickly said respectfully, Master Yang, I was wrong. After speaking, he lowered his head like a primary school student and clenched his trousers tightly with both hands, feeling uneasy in his heart. Yi Yang smiled and said lightly, in the future, you must be careful when you recognize people. After he finished speaking, he put his hands together. Elder Liu, let's go see the Mountain Master Spirit Beast. Okay, Master Yang, this way please. Liu Yinshan smiled all over his face. He has now completely regarded Yi Yang as a nobleman of the Liu family. In addition to the identity of the new master, he is still a hidden 8th order animal breeder. With such an identity, no matter where he goes, he will be treated as a guest of honor. Liu Yinshan even felt fortunate that it was Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy who knew Ying with a keen eye, and it was his Liu family who had a relationship with Yang Yi. What are you still doing? Keep up. He glanced back again and said sharply, Yes. Lu Honyuan hesitated for a moment, then pulled Chun Shuahong to follow him. Master Chun, don't be discouraged. Who would have thought that this person would be a hidden 8th-order animal breeder? Lu Honyuan immediately comforted Chun Shuahong when he saw Chun Shuahong's dark eyes. Chun Shuahong looked up at Yi Yang's back. He's younger than me. There's something wrong with this. Maybe that jewel dog was given to him after being cultivated by his master. In short, everything has to be tested in front of the mountain master spirit beast. Anyway, I never believed that this person can become an 8th-order animal breeder at such a young age. Chun Shuahong rekindled his confidence in his eyes. The 4 of them soon came to the depths of the garden. As for the little lowly, she was still playing cats in the small beast pile. Among the fences on both sides of the road, spirit beasts roamed leisurely. From the lowest level, the 1st level, to the 6th level, there's everything here. Along the way, the 4 of them could also see other people. These people are the main force of today's spirit beast auction. When they saw Lu Yinshan, they all smiled and greeted him. Finally, the 4 came to the end of the road. There is a huge metal cage here. The cage is forged with black iron and is very strong. Inside the cage was a centipede that was over 3 meters long. It lay dozing at the bottom of its cage, its carapace a glossy black, and its head a dark purple. It looked just a little scary, but not aggressive. An old man stood beside the cage. What he was wearing was the elder robe of Spirit Beast Mountain. At this time, a large number of people had gathered beside the cage, and the discussion was in full swing. The old man was only interested in drinking and dismissed the plan they proposed. Old Lu, you are finally here. The Spirit Beast auction that you held, these people invited are all turkeys. The old man raised his eyes for the first time when he saw Lu Yinshan, but he didn't mean to save face for these people at all. These beast breeders blushed, but they couldn't refute them. After all, the other party is the elder of Spirit Beast Mountain and a 7th-order animal breeder. Purple-headed and black-backed centipede. This is an 8th-order spirit beast. As soon as Chun Shuahong saw the languid giant centipede, he immediately jumped on it excitedly, as if the other party was not a terrifying 8th-order spirit beast, but a beautiful beauty with a jade body. The big centipede was immediately frightened, revealing a pair of sharp jaw teeth, not only not fierce, but also a little cute. Hey, what are you doing, young man? Don't scare Zidian. The old man who was drinking scolded suddenly. Zidian is naturally the name of this purple-headed black-backed centipede. Chun Shuahong immediately said, Elder, I can evolve Zidian to the 8th order. He said directly, lightning hits the wood fire and burns it to ashes, 3 kilograms. Engraved grass juice for leaders. The flesh and blood of a 7th-order spirit beast, 10 kilograms. The spirit beasts cultivated in this way will have the ability to control thunder and spray poisonous mist. The combat power is extremely strong. The elder was originally disdainful, but the more he listened, the more excited he became. He has been immersed in the way of animal breeding for many years, and he can naturally hear that the idea proposed by Chun Shuahong is very feasible. At the end, he jumped down and grabbed Chun Shuahong. Your plan is very good. Although it can only be improved by 1 rank, it is better than no improvement at all. The mountain master must be very happy. The animal breeders in the audience looked envious. With so many people on my side, after thinking about it for a long time, I can't even come up with a fart plan. Occasionally put forward one, and it will be rejected by the elder in an instant and will be severely sprayed. As soon as this guy appeared, he even proposed an evolutionary plan for the elders to nod. Sure enough, he is an awesome character. Being praised in person by the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain, Chun Shuahong's confidence returned immediately. Young man, you are very good. What's your name and where is your teacher? The elder asked with a smile. Chun Shuahong said humbly, Boy Chun Shuahong. The tutor is Guanqing Han of Hanjiang College. The elder of Spirit Beast Mountain widened his eyes. It's Guanqing Han's apprentice. No wonder. No wonder. The breeders were amazed. No wonder Guanqing Han students are so powerful. The corner of Chun Shuahong's mouth raised smugly, and he glanced at Yi Yang. who was frowning. Great plan. Everyone looked at the sound and suddenly opened their eyes. Are you not funny? How could such a young man be an eighth-order animal breeder? The elder also frowned. Old man, I am still seventh order. How could that young man be eighth order? According to the mountain master's words, you are the best of all the plans, and this cheat book will be handed over to you. Chen Shuahong's face became excited. He glanced at Yi Yang again and saw that he was still unresponsive, with even more contempt in his eyes. It seems that you are indeed using the spirit beasts cultivated by others to make up your head. Let me just say, how could there be such a young Tier 8 animal breeder? I, Chen Shuahong, are still the youngest animal breeding genius. If you use this plan, I can guarantee that within 3 days, this purple-headed black-backed centipede will die violently. At this moment, Yi Yang suddenly spoke coldly. Everyone fell silent immediately. The elder of the spirit beast mountain suddenly cast a cold gaze. Are you cursed by the death of the mountain lord's spirit beast? Do you think I won't kill people when I sell spirit beasts on the mountain of spirit beasts? His voice was full of chills. If Yi Yang can't come up with a statement, he will do it. Yi Yang sneered. Look at the tips of the 15th pair of feet of this giant centipede. Is there a yellow spot under the carapace? Why do you think this big centipede has become lazy? Why do you think this big centipede has become afraid of people? As long as those lightning strikes go down, this big centipede will die suddenly because of the conflicting attributes. If Spirit Beast Mountain is a person who is not worthy of your name, I'm afraid that in another 2 or 3 years, Spirit Beast Mountain will completely decline. Yang spoke rudely and did not take Spirit Beast Mountain in his eyes at all. The elder's face was blue and white for a while, and he was so angry that he smoked. Damn, it's not true to be pointed at the nose by a junior. He is a dignified 7th-order animal breeder, the 4th-ranked elder in Spirit Beast Mountain, and the 6th-order and 7th-order spirit beasts he cultivated with his own hands. Not to mention other people. Not even the mountain master dared to scold him lightly. What is this kid who dares to scold him in front of so many people? Seeing that the elder was about to have a seizure, Lu Yinshan quickly said, Old Chu, Master Yang is my honored guest. He can't be without a target. I suggest you to check the situation of the purple-headed and black-backed centipede. If the 15th pair of feet is indeed yellow, then it proves that what Master Yang said is correct. Elder Chu snorted coldly, boy. For the sake of Lao Lu's face, I won't care about you for now. But if you were just talking nonsense and I tried to tear your face, I would take you back to the Spirit Beast Mountain and let the mountain master go. With a flick of his sleeve, he angrily went to examine the purple-headed and black-backed centipede. The other young animal breeders talked a lot, and their eyes swept across Yi Yang's young face. This guy is really an 8th-order animal breeder? I felt very confident when I spoke just now. I don't know, I always feel like he's making a fool of himself. Just wait, I guess he's about to shoot himself in the foot. Although Spirit Beast Mountain mainly sells spirit beasts, its fierce reputation remains intact. Chen Shuahong also laughed out loud at this time. Yang Yi, if nothing else, your ability to bluff people is indeed a set of sets. After using the lightning strike wood, the purple-headed black-backed centipede died violently within 3 days? Ha ha ha. Don't you look at yourself? If I guessed right, someone else raised your little black dog for you, right? With an 8th-order spirit beast, you consider yourself an 8th-order beast breeder? You don't pee and take care of yourself. Hey, I'm also stupid. I was fooled by you when I was outside the garden just now. But you'll be finished soon. Although Spirit Beast Mountain is famous in China for breeding beasts, their punishment is also very cruel. Do you want to enter the poisonous snake pond or the crocodile pond? Or the 5-poison pond? Ha! Ha ha! Chen Shuahong sneered unceremoniously. If what I said was correct, what would you do? Yang said lightly. Chen Shuahong was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. If what you said is correct, no matter where I meet you in the future, Chen Shuahong, I will immediately do a great gift of throwing my body to the ground. And I will honor Master. If you're just babbling, I don't need you to make anything, because your little life, I'm afraid it will be at risk. Ha ha ha. He sneered a few times. How about Elder Chu? Can this person be taken back to Spirit Beast Mountain? Chen Shuahong saw that there was no response from Elder Chu. so he couldn't help speaking. Elder Chu walked back. Naturally, he heard Chen Shuahong's words and couldn't help but give him a deep look. Elder Chu took a deep breath and walked slowly to Yi Yang. Chen Shuahong's face even turned red. He knew that Elder Chu would definitely scold Yang Yi harshly and capture him instantly. Damn you, you bastard boy surnamed Yang. It's okay to use the 8th order spirit beasts cultivated by others to act as a coercion, and you actually deceived my coiling dragon and tiger classic. This is your retribution. Chen Shuahong didn't know how happy he was. Even when he stood out for more than 1,000 people and was publicly regarded as a student by Guanxing Han, he was not as happy as today. The next moment, he saw Elder Chu bow deeply towards Yi Yang. In a very respectful tone, he said, "Master Yang, I was wrong. Please reprimand." Hiss. Everyone present heard the sound of gasping for air. What's the situation? Why did the plot turn so quickly and so exaggeratedly? Yi Yang nodded lightly. It's good to know that it's wrong. Master Yang, I have a question to ask. Elder Chu didn't even raise his head, because that was not respectful enough. Just ask. You didn't come within 10 meters of the cage from beginning to end, and the macula on the 15 pair of feet were only as big as fingernails, and they were still covered by the carapace, so it was difficult to find out. How did you see it? The owner of the mountain and the elders of my spirit beast mountain can't even see it. The more Elder Chu said, the more puzzled he became. Yi Yang smiled faintly. He has a discerning eye. He can see thousands of miles from a distance, and can see the tiny hairs close by. He can see through the internal organs and limbs. A mere 20-meter distance, covered by a mere carapace. What is it? I have discerning eyes, he said directly. Smart eye? Elder Chu was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened. Could it be that it is the magical power of the eye recorded in ancient times? It is said that it was only slightly stronger than the naked eye at first, but when it reaches the advanced realm, it is as terrifying as the clairvoyant in myth. He is the elder of the spirit beast mountain, and naturally he has access to many secret histories recorded in ancient times. Yi Yang smiled without saying a word. The secret of cultivation is not enough for outsiders. The respectful look on Elder Chu's face became more intense. This is Master Yang's martial arts secret and cannot be asked. Lu Yinshan put his heart back when he mentioned his throat, and his face was even more joyous. Master Yang really is a veritable 8th order animal breeder. The power of his Lu family can go up a notch again. Impossible. Impossible. Chen Shuahong screamed at the moment, like an angry little daughter-in-law. I never believed that the 15th pair has yellow spots on its feet. He must be bluffing. With a look of humiliation on his face, he turned his head and was about to run towards the cage. Maybe he was too loud and scared the purple-headed black-backed centipede, which shrank into a ball in fright. Elder Chu's face suddenly became gloomy. After the purple-headed and black-backed centipede fell ill, it was the most frightening. At the beginning, this Chen Shuahong scared the giant centipede once, and now this is the second time. You deliberately frightened Zidian and proposed such a plan. Say, are you sent by my competitor of Spirit Beast Mountain? Chev_left. He shouted violently. Do you intend to kill this purple-headed black-backed centipede when you propose this plan? If you don't say it, the poisonous snake pool, the crocodile pond, and the 5 poisonous pools are yours to choose. Chen Shuahong wanted to cry without tears. You gave me everything I told Yang Yi just now. The elders of your spirit beast mountain, one by one, changed their faces faster than Sichuan opera. Yi Yang said lightly, being true to your words. Did everyone hear Chen Shuahong's words just now? A group of animal breeders nodded their heads like garlic. Chen Shuahong lowered his head. His nose and tears were tangled together, full of humiliation. The gift of throwing the 5 bodies on the ground. The mouth is honored as Master Yang. Elder Chu said coldly, I hear it clearly. You can't believe what you say. Make sure your mentor wears this hat too. Chen Shuahong slowly lowered his body, his forehead, hands, and feet all touching the ground, and clenched his teeth to squeeze out 2 words, Yang. Master Yang. Okay, let's go. Next time I'll be better at raising beasts and learn from others. Elder Chu snorted coldly and directly replaced Lu Yunshan with the order of expulsion. Lu Honyuan hesitated for a while, and in the stern eyes of his old man, he didn't dare to send it. All the animal breeders kept silent, and only a few dared to watch Chun Shuahong leave in humiliation. Master Yang, please come up with a new plan. Elder Chu respectfully said. Yang said lightly, my plan has a 100% chance of being promoted to the first rank and an 80% chance of being promoted to the second rank, and at the same time it can cure the yellowfoot disease. Yellowfoot syndrome, which naturally refers to the macula on the foot. Elder Chu's eyes widened. 80% chance of raising 2 orders. Zidian is now the 7th rank, plus 2 rank, but it is the 9th rank. The 9th order spirit beast has almost reached the peak of the spirit beast. You must know that the 9th order spirit beasts are comparable to the masters of the room, and almost no one can cultivate the yellow order spirit beasts. After all, it is a big threshold to step from the master of entering the room to the master of leaving the gods. From a 9th order spirit beast to the yellow order spirit beast is also a great change. He didn't know that Yi Yang had already had a way to cultivate a yellow level spirit beast, but the materials were not enough. I can't have lightning strike wood. Replace it with thunder whiskers with weaker lightning properties, half a kilo. For yellowfoot syndrome, a lot of tortoiseshell powder is needed, and it must be a turtle above the 3rd order. Besides that, grave grass, guling root, and corpse flower need 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms, and 4 kilograms respectively, and they're all ground into powder. It also needs a lot of flesh and blood of spirit beasts. Mix all the previous materials and feed it to it. Or in another way, the other things remain the same, and all the flesh and blood of the last spirit beasts are replaced with spirit rice, so that the temperament of Zidian cultivated in this way will be more docile, and of course, the desire to attack should also be reduced a little. Yi Yang finished the evolution plan in one breath. The more Elder Chu listened, the more excited he became. In the end, his legs trembled, and he almost knelt down for Yi Yang. Mom asked me why I was kneeling and listening to others. Because he is so arrogant. The evolution plan comes as soon as you open your mouth. After I finished speaking, it was not fun, so I said one more casually. The forecast results of each plan can also be stated. Isn't this what a beast breeding genius is? Isn't this what the beast breeder is? Elder Chu tremblingly took out the secret book and offered it with both hands very respectfully. Master Yang, this catalog of 10,000 beasts will be handed over to you. If there is a chance in the future, please come to the Spirit Beast Mountain for a talk, and I will give a great gift to welcome you. Elder Chu bowed deeply. He understands the value of an 8th order animal breeder better than anyone else. Yi Yang nodded lightly and turned to leave. He participated in this spirit beast auction because of the ancient books, and now that the ancient books have been obtained, there is no need to stay any longer. Master Yang, I will send you off. Lu Yinshan quickly chased after him. A group of young animal breeders are still dumbfounded. With their barren imaginations, it is simply unimaginable. Such a young man would actually be an 8th order animal breeder, and even Elder Chu of Spirit Beast Mountain bowed his head to him with a respectful attitude like a teacher. Yi Yang quickly left Piyun Villa, because on the other side, Yin Qingqing had sent a lot of qi-nourishing jade, a total of 50 pieces. Returning to his own nest, Yi Yang turned stone into gold on these qi-nourishing jades one by one. A qi-nourishing jade cost 50,000 Chinese coins, and all of them were upgraded once. Yi Yang spent a full 2.5 million Chinese coins. For this, he also asked Lao Mo to borrow some money. But the benefits are also great. Not to mention the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th order. This time Yi Yang directly upgraded to an 8th order qi-nourishing jade. The aura on its surface can even be described as a liquid state. If it is placed in one place for a long time, it will even produce dew. Such a piece of qi-nourishing jade, if it were auctioned, it would be worth 2 million at least. These 50 pieces of qi-nourishing jade, the direct profit exceeds 3 million. Yi Yang smiled lightly, and he had no money worries for the time being. However, if you guessed correctly, the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain will also come to trouble him. After all, he has taken the true teachings of the Spirit Beast Mountain. At the same time, the Shanghai International Airport. A rickety old man stepped off the private jet. On the pickup desk, everyone from the Tang family in Shangjing came, and at a glance, they could see Tang Shueishuhe and Tang Xiener. Just looking at the position, Tang Xiener was standing at the front as if she was the highest-ranking person in the Tang family. Tang Shueishuhe didn't have the slightest resentment about this, but stood behind her respectfully. When the Tang family saw the old man get off the plane, they immediately bowed in unison. "Hello, Wu Ge." The old man nodded lightly. Even if he walked past Tang Shueishuhe, who was the same age as him, his expression did not change at all, and he didn't show a smile until he walked in front of Tang Xiener. "Grandpa Fifth, you don't have to come here yourself," Tang Xiener said seriously. The old man in the blue and white jacket grinned. "I finally met a martial arts genius who was able to restore the Ling Yanbu of my Tang Ling Yan Pavilion. How could I not come in person? If someone under my command does something wrong and annoys that person, old man, I'm doomed to regret it for the rest of my life." "Tang Jing, is everything ready? Do you think you can impress that martial arts master?" In the plane, another tall, handsome young man came out. Hearing the old man's words, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, "Grandpa Fifth, do you really want to give this thing away?" According to Xiener, the so-called martial arts master is just a second-year student of Shangjing College. "That's it." Tang Xiener snorted coldly. "Tang Jing, are you questioning my decision?" Not to be outdone, Tang Jing said, "Anyway, I don't approve of using such a precious thing to restore a martial art that is so broken that it is almost impossible to restore." "Okay, shut up." Fifth grandfather Tang, Yang Hao, stomped his cane and said solemnly, "Since I've already arrived in Shangjing, then I must take a look at this Master Yi." He strode into the long-awaited Lincoln. "Ling Yanbu is the true secret of my Tang Ling Yan Pavilion, even if it's only a little bit. Hope for recovery. We must also do our best." At this moment, the Master Yi they were talking about was stepping into the first-grade class. Shuewei attaches great importance to Yi Yang's talent for animal breeding, so she always takes him by her side, hoping that Yi Yang can learn some skills that cannot be learned in books. Of course, Yi Yang couldn't learn anything, but instead of staying in the classroom and listening to boring animal breeding classes, it's better to follow Shuewei to class. "Hey, can we see young Master Shen again today? I haven't seen Mr. Shen for a day. I miss him. Today's animal breeding class is the only time to see him. I look forward to it. Gu Xiao Xiao, if Mr. Shen comes, you must show him the red-beaked pigeon you bred. This is a bet we made, and you can't go back." A girl suddenly laughed. The girl in the center of the classroom blushed, but she raised her small chest. "Of course I know, but I want you to say it." "Humph. Here comes the teacher," someone called out, and the classroom immediately fell silent. "Students, in this class, let's test the results of the cultivation of red-beaked pigeons." Shuewei smiled and introduced, "By the way, the one next to me is Yi Yang, a second-year student. Today he is my teaching assistant." The red-billed pigeon is a first-order spirit beast bred from Spirit Beast Mountain. This bird-like spirit beast is docile and almost non-aggressive, making it very suitable as a pet. But a large number of girls in the audience were not happy. "We want to see Shen Linfeng. Although this man looks a little handsome, he is completely covered up under the brilliance of young Master Shen." "Who is he? I don't know him." Gu Xiao Xiao immediately raised her hand. "Gu Xiao Xiao, what's the matter with you?" Shuewei nodded. Yi Yang frowned slightly. "Gu Xiao Xiao, isn't this the daughter of the driver master Guoping?" "Actually encountered." "Mr. Shui, why did you change the teaching assistant? This second-year senior is definitely not as powerful as senior Shen Linfeng. We want senior Shen Linfeng to be the teaching assistant." The girl's little face was tight. She is Shen Linfeng's #1 supporter, and she naturally supports Shen Linfeng. Gu Xiao Xiao said to himself, "Senior Shen is the most talented in animal breeding. He has already obtained the certificate of the 4th Order Animal Breeder a few days ago, and he will represent us in the Beijing Academy to participate in the competition for famous schools. Senior Shen is the one most qualified to serve as a teaching assistant. She looked directly at Yi Yang. Obviously, this first-year little girl regarded Yi Yang as a bad guy who grabbed the teaching assistant position. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. He is only a fourth-order animal breeder, but I am an eighth-order. After finishing speaking, Yi Yang also carried Xiao He to the podium, pointed at it, and said seriously, "It is the eighth-order spirit beast." The dog obviously hadn't been stared at by so many people, so he was so frightened that he drilled straight into Shui Wei's chest. Ha ha ha. What about an eighth-order spirit beast? It's so funny. If this little dog is an eighth-order spirit beast, isn't my red-billed pigeon a ninth-order spirit beast? A girl suddenly laughed. Senior, I hope you don't be so outspoken. Senior Shun has obtained the certificate of a fourth-order animal breeder, but he has a certificate. You say you are an eighth order. Do you have a certificate? Gu Xiaoxiao scolded unceremoniously. If you don't have a certificate, then you are just talking. A person like you is not worthy of being teacher Shui's assistant. Mr. Shui, don't be fooled by this big liar. Shui Wei is really angry and funny. Gu Xiaoxiao is Shun Linfeng's #1 supporter. She knows it. But I didn't expect it to be so crazy. Shun Linfeng went to the Ministry of Government a few days ago and obtained the 4 certificates of the Third-Order Alchemist, the Third-Order Alchemist, the Fourth-Order Animal Breeder, and the Inner Strength Martial Artist in one go. She also knows this. But Yi Yang is much more enchanting than Shun Linfeng. Can't say enough yet. Shui Wei smiled helplessly. But this smile fell in Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes, which confirmed Yi Yang's idea of deceiving the teacher. Senior Shen also obtained the magic formula of Spirit Beast Mountain from other channels in order to become a fourth-order animal breeder. How can you be able to call yourself an eighth order? This senior, I'm afraid you haven't even seen the magic formula of Spirit Beast Mountain? Humph. Gu Xiaoxiao crossed her hands on her chest and snorted coldly. Yi Yang touched his nose and was about to speak. Outside the classroom, the pressure of Master Neijing came over like a dark cloud. There was a flash of clarity in his eyes, and it really came. The master of the room, entry state, can even hear the roar of the beasts in his breath. There is no doubt that it is the mountain owner of Spirit Beast Mountain. In the classroom, the strong coercion caused the students to become a mess. Shui Wei also changed color suddenly. She didn't know the breath of the mountain master. At the same time, in the administration building of the academy, the auras of 2 Neijing masters rose into the sky. The owner of Xiaoling Beast Mountain, Zheng Tianxiu. I came to Beijing Academy to ask for my Spirit Beast Mountain's true teachings. A heavy voice rang out from outside the classroom. Its sound is like a lion and tiger roaring, shaking the mountains and forests. Zheng Tianxiu, the master of the Spirit Beast Mountain, the master of entering the room. The entire teaching building was boiling at this moment. Hold the grass. That is the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain. You must know that since the recovery of the spiritual energy, Ling Beast Mountain has achieved business in almost every household in Hanzhou, and the name of the owner of Ling Beast Mountain, Zheng Tianxiu, has spread throughout Hanzhou. Maybe some people don't know who the governor of Hanzhou is, but they must know who is the mountain owner of Spirit Beast Mountain. Why did the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain come to our school to ask for the true teaching method? What's the situation? A girl asked curiously. Could it be that someone from our academy robbed the Spirit Beast Mountain's true teachings? A boy pushed his glasses, but he didn't believe what he said. How much energy does Spirit Beast Mountain have? If you really want to compare it, Spirit Beast Mountain is like the goose factory and pig factory that dominated the Chinese game industry decades ago, or the foreign group such as Blizzard. Shangjing College is just a public college of the Ministry of Government, and the two are not on the same order of magnitude at all. Shui Wei gave Yang a worried look. In the entire academy, there were very few people who knew who the master of Spirit Beast Mountain came for, and she was one of them. Yi Yang won the true art of controlling beasts from Zheng Yue. To put it bluntly, Yi Yang maliciously grabbed the true teachings of the Spirit Beast Mountain. According to the rules of the Spirit Beast Mountain, he was going to take it back and be punished. But when it is said to be small, It is only a contest between the juniors, and it is too numerous to do. The right to choose is entirely in the hands of the mountain owner, Zheng Tianxiong. He came for me, Yi Yang said lightly, and then strode towards the three masters of internal strength. The eyes of the first-year students were wide open. Grip the grass. That senior doesn't want to live anymore? He dares to approach the confrontation between Master and Aging. He came for him. Who's this guy? Why did the spirit beast Shan Shan mainly come for him? It's funny. Among the students, there are some who are sarcastic, some who are sympathetic, and some who want to bring him back. Gu Xiao sneered. Do you really take yourself as a character and come here for you? Oh, I see. I said just now that you haven't even touched the magic formula of Spirit Beast Mountain, and then you deliberately put on a big head and said that the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain is here for you? It's so funny. Gu Xiao couldn't help but sneered. Yi Yang ignored anyone and walked away indifferently. Not far away, Yang Yin and Wu Jingyu both came, their faces gloomy. Zheng Shanzhu unscrupulously unleashed the master's coercion in Shanjing Academy. Isn't he afraid of being blamed by the government? Yang Yin said coldly. Zheng Tianxiong sneered. What if someone from the Ministry of Government sends someone here? I can't lose the true teachings of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Today I must go back with the true teaching method. I hope you hand over that student, otherwise there are many things that my Spirit Beast Mountain can do. For example, cutting off the supply of Spirit Beast cubs from Shanjing College. When Zheng Tianxiong said this, Yang Yin and Yang Yan's expressions suddenly changed. Wu Jingyu immediately said, Who is that student? Yang Yin was silent. Zheng Tianxiong waved his hand. Behind him, Zheng Yue stepped forward and said loudly, second grader, Yi Yang. Yi Yang? Wu Jingyu raised his brows with a hint of joy on his face, then handed him over and sacrificed some unruly students for the peace of the academy. Yang Yin said in disbelief, Wu Jingyu? Among the students' onlookers, Shen Linfeng immediately smiled, gloating when he heard the name. It's not good for that guy, Yi Yang, to provoke anyone. He even provokes Spirit Beast Mountain and even robs the true teachings of their sect. It's really killing him. It seemed that he no longer needed to trip him up. He is about to be taken to Spirit Beast Mountain for punishment, right? TSK, the poisonous snake pond, the crocodile pond, and the 5 poisonous ponds must be very refreshing, right? In the first grade classroom, when Gu Xiao heard the name, she was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at the young man. If I remember correctly, isn't his name Yi Yang? Among the second-year students, Su Qingyin saw Yi Yang at a glance. An anxious look appeared on her delicate face, and she jumped down from the second floor and ran towards Yi Yang quickly. The pressure of the 3 masters of internal strength was all released, and the wind formed by the interweaving conflict was very strong. She came to Yi Yang's side against the frantic wind and grabbed him. Yi Yang, don't go. Spirit Beast Mountain Master is not looking for you. Yi Yang turned his head and broke free from her arm. Qingyin, a trivial matter, not worth worrying about. After finishing speaking, he continued to stride towards the core of the coercion and interweaving of the 3 masters of internal strength. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yang is very strange. He was clearly in an area where coercion was intertwined, but his robes and even his hair were not messy at all. However, they didn't know that Yi Yang's internal energy was growing at an exaggerated rate under this pressure. Innate Qi Method, plus Dragon Tiger Kai Hai Gong, plus thousands of grinds and 10,000 strikes. The time of 1 breath is the formation of 3 inner strengths. These 3 masters of internal strength are like 3 million power engines, emitting energy nonstop. There are not many such opportunities. Yi Yang chuckled lightly and deliberately slowed down. But in the eyes of everyone, it seems that he has encountered huge resistance and cannot move forward. For some reason, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. How can a second-year student of yours resist the coercion of the 3 masters of internal strength? At the end, you can't even move an inch. You can only shiver in the more and more frantic storm. The expression on Shen Linfeng's face turned cold again. It seems that your physical body is indeed tempered very well, But this is the end, and the mountain master of the spirit beast mountain comes in person, so there is no reason to leave empty-handed. In front of everyone's eyes, Yi Yang's speed was as expected. It became slower and slower, and at the end, it almost stopped. Wait, he can't hold it anymore. Shun Linfeng laughed. The dog-legged Lu Quan next to him also showed sincere joy on his face. Is there anything more heartening in this world than to see the enemy suffer so much? Yi Yang. Su Qingyan clenched her fists. For the first time, she felt that Yi Yang occupied such an important weight in her heart. I don't know since when this young man has completely entered her heart. I want to save you. Su Qingyan was about to rush in with all her strength. Yi Yang seemed to feel something, turned back and blinked at her. His lips moved a few times. Don't come. Tears from the corners of Su Qingyan's eyes suddenly flowed back, because she clearly found that this guy had a smile on his face. Everyone was a little confused. This kid is in the middle of the pressure of the three masters of internal strength. Not only does it not hurt, but also smiles. Zheng Tianxiong, the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain who originally planned to give Yi Yang a dismount, also felt that something was wrong. There's not even the slightest bit of pain on this kid's face, and he still has a feeling that if he continues like this, even if his internal energy is exhausted, this kid can still be like a normal person. The three looked at each other and tacitly put away their inner strength at the same time. The coercion that ravaged the academy and pressed on everyone's chest suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, their realm is too different from that of Master Naging. This feeling is like a giant hammer is pressing on their chests all the time, making people unable to breathe. But Yi Yang smacked his lips. Why did you get it? It's so boring, you people. Wu Jingyu felt a little crazy. What's the matter with your inexperienced expression? Does it feel good to be pressed against the chest with a giant hammer? What kind of monster is this student Mo Danqing? You are Yi Yang? Zheng Tianxiong took a deep breath, returned to his former serious look, and said sternly, You deliberately tricked Yue into gambling with you, and grabbed the true teaching of my spirit beast mountain. Now this mountain is mainly brought back. Zheng Tianxiong's two sword brows were twisted together, and the suffocating aura was overwhelming. Yi Yang sneered. Ling Beast Mountain really didn't want to lose any face. It was obviously your daughter who insisted on gambling with me, and she also insisted on gambling with the true teachings of Ling Beast Mountain. Now, come to the magic trick, everything is pushed to my head. Zheng Yue said even more at this time. Dad, he knows ancient prose and has already read the real art of controlling beasts. Zheng Tianxiong's face became even more gloomy. Ling Beast Mountain guidance. Any disciple who is not Ling Beast Mountain is not allowed to learn Ling Beast Mountain's true teachings. Anyone who violates this rule hunts down the sky, the sea, and the north, and will be bound back to the Spirit Beast Mountain to wait for the fall. For a sect, the loss or stealing of the true teaching method is definitely a shameful thing. The next thing is very simple. Either kill that person or let him become a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. Zheng Tianxiong is essentially a person who loves talents. So he came here this time, and he did not have the idea of tying Yang back to the Spirit Beast Mountain and becoming a disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain. But others don't understand. Lu Quan laughed until his mouth was grinning to the bottom of his ears. This kid is dead. Ha ha ha. It's so cool. Don't do anything. You have to steal the true teachings of other Spirit Beast Mountain. This is the highest state of death. Gu Xiao, who was in the first grade crowd, was silent. She looked at problems from a different angle than others. More than 10 minutes ago, she was still laughing at Yi Yang's lack of knowledge and skills. Maybe she hadn't even read the tricks of Ling Beast Mountain's Rotten Street. As a result, not only did they have a copy of the true inheritance of the Spirit Beast Mountain, but they also read all the true inheritance in the ancient style. Shun Linfeng's book is only the art of controlling beasts learned by the outer disciples. But Yi Yang's book is even higher than the inner sect disciple, and the true art of controlling beasts can only be learned by true disciples. Cheeks are flushed, shameless. Gu Xiao covered her face with her hands, hoping to find a seam to drill down. Everyone else's reactions were mere interludes. In the entire Shanjing Academy, at the center of Qi are 3 masters of internal energy and a second-year student. Yi Yang's next answer will completely change Zheng Tianxiong's attitude. Under the domineering atmosphere of the master of the Spirit Beast Mountain and the master of the room, Yi Yang raised his head and sneered, "If I don't go to the Spirit Beast Mountain, what can I do?" With the words out, the whole place was dead silent. Crazy. I really don't know how to live or die. Do you know who is standing in front of you? That is the Mountain Master of Spirit Beast Mountain. Entry Master. No matter what identity he is, Zheng Tianxiong has the capital to become the top boss in Hangzhou. You are a mere second-year student. Dare to drag in front of such a big guy? Do you know how to write dead words? Shen Linfeng opened his mouth wide and immediately sneered. He is dead. Lu Quan laughed gleefully. It's really hard for such a person to die. Yang Yan's expression changed immediately. Yi Yang, you can't speak to Master Zheng like this. He values Yi Yang as a student very much. In the future, Yi Yang hopes to keep the name of the famous school for Shanjing College. Wu Jingyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Yi Yang, you have no respect, yet you are so rude to Master Zheng. Students like you are not worthy of staying at Shanjing College. If it goes on for a long time, won't my style of respecting teachers and respecting Taoism in Beijing Academy be completely degenerate? I think it's a good thing that you were taken to Spirit Beast Mountain by Master Zheng Shan. I beg you, Master Zheng Shan, to go to Beijing Academy for me and retrain this child's character. I, Wu Jingyu, are grateful for Yi Yang. Wu Jingyu's face was worried and angry for Yi Yang. If he didn't have a deep understanding of this person's character, Yang Yin felt that he would be deceived by him. Zheng Tianxiong's face was almost full of anger. Yi Yang, you are so arrogant. How could you say such a thing to me? In the whole of Hangzhou, there are only a handful of people who dare to say such things to me. You too. Do you think that I, Zheng Tianxiong, have been in a high position for a long time, and the cruelty of those years has been wiped out? Zheng Tianxiong said sharply. He was really angry. For a big sect like him, face is very important. That's why I came to your Beijing Academy, to ask for the true teaching method. That's why I came here in a dignified manner. It was not Zheng Yue who exported it, but Yi Yang who maliciously grabbed it. So I will take you to the Spirit Beast Mountain to accept the punishment, even if but you not only refused, but also kicked your nose. If a little hairy child like you can step on my head to pee, what will my face of the Spirit Beast Mountain be in the future? When Zheng Tianxiong entered the house, the pressure erupted violently, pressing down on Yi Yang. Then I don't know if the old man's words can make Shanju stop. An old, but very tenacious voice suddenly sounded. At the same time as this voice appeared, a gentle and majestic breath blew like a spring breeze, wiping away the pressure in the entire academy. The students didn't feel anything, but the 3 masters of internal energy all changed at the same time. Only the strong will understand how terrifying this breath is. This is an aura that goes beyond entering the room. Yi Yang also looked in the direction of the sound. Amidst Lang's laughter, a hunched figure slowly appeared. It was still very far away at first, but in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Yi Yang. Behind him were Tang Xiener, Tang Jing, and the Tang family in Shanjing. Little friend Yi Yang, old man Tang Yanghao, stay safe, ha? The old man laughed heartily and was in high spirits. Tang Xiener behind him suddenly looked over and winked playfully. Tang Jing was even more unhappy when he saw this scene, but Tang Yanghao was in front of him, and he didn't have a good time for a while. Grass the grass, it's the goddess of fairy Tang. She basically doesn't come to school. Why is she here today? And she brought so many people with her. Isn't that Tang Shueishue, the head of the Tang family in Shanjing? Why is he here too? Who is this old man? Why do I feel he is the most powerful one? After the students were stunned for a moment, they shouted. Shen Linfeng's breathing suddenly changed. Lu Quan said with difficulty, Master Shun, who is that old man? As soon as he opened his mouth, even the mountain owner of Spirit Beast Mountain stopped. Seeing him like that, he was even a little hesitant. Shen Linfeng clenched his fists tightly. He followed his father to Yindu on business trips many times, and basically all the big families in Yindu came into contact with him. This old man holds almost half of the financial power of Tang Lingyan Pavilion. How could he not know it? Yindu Datong Lingyan Pavilion, Wuga, Old Tang Yonghao. Lu Quan suddenly took a breath of cold air. Turned out to be the patriarch of Yindu, Tang Lingyan Pavilion. Yindu is the capital of China. Although Shangjing is prosperous and ranks high in Hangzhou, in front of the capital of a country, it is not even worthy to carry shoes. Those families in Yindu that have been inherited for hundreds of years are even more terrifying, and the energy they contain is even enough to subvert some small countries in the western regions. The Tang Lingyan Pavilion is the leader among these aristocratic families. No wonder that Zheng Shanzhu looked very hesitant. He didn't dare to offend this five-pavilion old man at all. Elder Wuga, why did you come here? Wu Jingyu asked cautiously, with a hint of flattery on his face at the right time. The patriarch of Datong Lingyan Pavilion. Such a super boss. If he is flattered, it will be an avenue to the sky. Tang Yonghao smiled and said, Sinner once fought with Yi Xiaoyu. She found that Yi Xiaoyu has a strong comprehension ability in martial arts, and may be able to restore the Linjianbu of my Lingyan Pavilion. I will take a look. Zheng Shanzhu, I call the shots. This matter is over. How? After speaking, he turned to Zheng Tianxiong again. In his voice, it was not a discussion, but an order, a condescending tone. Zheng Tianxiong lowered his head. His forehead was covered in sweat. Damn, it's really bad. I haven't been out of the mountain for several years, and this time I came out in order to recover the true teaching method. I thought I could accept a disciple with outstanding talent, but I still have to lose face in front of so many people. He raised his head and was about to go down the steps of Tang Yonghao. Tang Jing suddenly stepped forward and said solemnly, Hold on. I don't think there is anything wrong with Master Zheng's behavior. Maybe this Yang really did something disgraceful. The corners of his mouth were lightly raised, and he said lightly. Zheng Tianxiong was a smart man and immediately understood what Tang Jing meant. This one seems to be on his side. Tang Xian'er frowned and said coldly, Tang Jing, pay attention to your words. Yi Yang can restore Linjianbu for my Lingyan Pavilion, and he is a distinguished guest of my Lingyan Pavilion. Tang Yonghao also frowned. Tang Jing suddenly smiled. I just received the news that the second grandfather has already invited the one from the Han River. We no longer need to use such a precious treasure in exchange for an ethereal restoration that may not be successful. Besides, I absolutely don't think that a second-year student from Shangjing College can restore me to Lingyanbu. The eldest grandfather and the second grandfather, aren't they all masters in the realm of trance? They can't recover. What can a student do? Sister Xian'er, I doubt that you were fascinated by him. Maybe you were blinded at the beginning. Tang Jing sneered. As soon as he said these words, the expressions of many people changed. Those who had grievances with Yi Yang, and those who deliberately wanted to overthrow Yi Yang, immediately smiled. But those who have a good relationship with Yi Yang have their hearts sinking to the bottom. Originally, the appearance of this Yindu old man had completely reversed the situation, and even the mountain master of the Spirit Beast Mountain had to bow his head. But Tang Jing's words completely changed the situation. Since someone can restore Ling Yanbu 100%, Yi Yang has become a tasteless chicken rib. What's more, it has to spend a heavy treasure for this tasteless rib. Any action of Tang Yonghao is considered for Lingyan Pavilion. If it didn't have any value, he would never do it. When Tang Jing received the news, he also received the news. For the first time, he gave up the idea of continuing to help Yi Yang out of the siege. No matter how weak the Spirit Beast Mountain is, it is also a giant in Hangzhou. No matter how strong Lingyan Pavilion is, it needs such power to maintain its strength. In other words, Yi Yang is better off selling Spirit Beast Mountain for a good fate, but he can still gain Zheng Tianxiong's favor. As for Yi Yang, there is no value anymore. Tang Xian'er was in a hurry. She tried her body skills with Yi Yang at the beginning. What I saw was not only the complete Ling Yanbu, but a higher-level movement technique than Ling Yanbu. That body technique, rebirth, and Ling Yan step is far superior to it. Yang has obviously mastered it. And if Ling Yan Pavilion misses this opportunity, in the future, he will no longer be able to obtain such a superb body technique. Yang, please show your body skills. I, Ling Yan Pavilion, would like to reward you with great treasures. Tang Xian'er made a decisive decision and bowed directly to Yi Yang, revealing a perfect waist and hip curve. Everyone was startled. Tang Xian'er is so cold and arrogant. She actually bowed to Yi Yang. The boys beat their chests and feet, wishing to put themselves into Yi Yang's perspective. Tang Jing's pupils shrank. He is very angry. He has always regarded Tang Xian'er as his ban. How can you bow to such a lowly man? Yes, Yi Yang is a lowly person in his eyes. His great Tang Lingyan Pavilion, inherited for 100 years, has a noble bloodline and has produced many talents. Therefore, they are born to be higher than these ordinary people. Why do you want to bow to such a person? Tang Yanghao's face also turned slightly cold. Since the second brother has invited the martial arts master from Hanjiang, there is no need to waste treasures for such a student. Chongbao, I don't think you can come up with the heavy treasure I need. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. To be honest, he doesn't put any heavy treasures in his eyes. As long as he is in need, Chongbao can produce energy. Knowledge is the most important thing in this world. Obtaining more profound ancient books and upgrading stronger skills is what Yi Yang needs. Tang Xian'er was stunned and suddenly remembered some information from the previous investigation. This Yi Yang seems to like ancient books very much. This treasure is the fist intent left by a master of Baji 70 years ago. Tang Xian'er said immediately. Yi Yang raised his brows. Really? Tang Xian'er nodded. Okay, then I'll show you Ling Yan Pavilion's body technique. Yi Yang said lightly. Tang Jing couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, what kind of thing are you? Are you worthy of performing the body technique for us? Everyone standing in front of you is a strong person above the master of inner strength. What is your cultivation? I'm afraid you haven't even cultivated inner strength, right? Yi Yang said lightly, Miss Tang, I don't think this person deserves to learn my body technique, so let him close his eyes, okay? You. Tang Jing shouted angrily. Tang Jing, close your eyes. If Yi Yang's movement is not a complete Ling Yanbu or a higher level movement than Ling Yanbu, my place will be yours. Tang Xian'er said without hesitation. Hearing the quota, Tang Jing was obviously silent for a while, and then he snorted coldly. Okay, then I'll close my eyes. I want to see, how long are you going to make a fool of yourself? Tang Yanghao said with heartache. Xian'er, you don't have to sacrifice so much for this person. Tang Xian'er said seriously, Grandpa Fifth, you will soon know that everything I do is for Lingyan Pavilion. Zheng Tianxiong watched from the sidelines, silent. Then, everyone saw that Yi Yang moved. Between the steps, the flat ground smokes. In a blink of an eye, he was already dozens of steps away. The figure is like a ghost and shadowless, and the steps are like smoke and invisible. Smoke from both feet, this is Huangjia. Huangjia. Tang Yanghao originally just took a casual look, but when he saw the smoke, he was instantly shocked. No one knows the value of a high-grade martial arts better than him. Ling Yanbu was originally a ninth-order martial art. It has been inherited for 100 years. After wars, natural disasters, and man-made disasters, there are only half a volume left, but even so, it can still be ranked at the 7th-order martial arts level. With this incomplete Lin Jianbu, the Tong Lingyan Pavilion can even become an aristocratic family. It is conceivable that if this yellow-level movement technique can be obtained, the overall strength of the Tang Lingyan Pavilion will definitely soar by a few slashes. This sun, where is the holy place? Even if you master Ling Yanbu, you can actually restore it. It's not even a matter of restoring Ling Yanbu, but on the basis of a 9th rank, he can take a step that no martial arts master of all dynasties could do. 9 is the number of extremes, from the 9th to the yellow level. A supermaster who is not capable of atmospheric transport cannot achieve it. But Yi Yang, such a second-year student, did it. What kind of monster is he? Of course, Tang Yanghao didn't know that Yi Yang had a system that automatically maxed out his learning skills. Secretly learn Tang, Xian'er's Ling Yanbu face-to-face, while automatically reaching full level. It also perfects the mistakes and omissions of the exercises, and this is the birth of the ethereal Lin Yanbu. Not only Tang Yanghao was shocked, but everyone who knew the power of martial arts was shocked. Yang Yin, Wu Jingyu, and Zheng Tianxiong were full of surprise. Since modern times, the spiritual energy has collapsed, and the inheritance has almost been cut off. Although the aura has begun to recover again, many super martial arts and treasures have disappeared. The ninth order martial arts is already the treasure of the big sect and the big family. Didn't you see that the great Tang Lingyan Pavilion, relying on the incomplete Lin Jianbu and other martial arts, can stand on the top of the family? As a result, Yi Yang, you can restore Ling Yanbu face-to-face. He actually performed a movement that was even more powerful than the original Ling Yanbu. This is Huangjia martial arts. Compared with the Huang level martial artist, the ninth level is not in the stream. Is it scum? There is a trace of greed in Wu Jingyu and Zheng Tianxiong's eyes immediately. Yang Yin was very happy for Yi Yang's ability to comprehend martial arts. And in addition to his joy, he also stood in front of Yi Yang for the first time. At the same time, he quietly sent out a signal on his mobile phone. All the Neijing teachers received the signal and rushed over from various locations in the academy. The masters of inner strength began to plan in their hearts. This Yang, is it to win over, suppress, or kill? The audience was silent, and no one dared to speak to break the deadlock. Tang Jing, who had been closing his eyes the whole time, said impatiently, "What's the matter? Did Yi Yang interpret the birth method? I think he's just been playing tricks and tricks. If he can really restore Ling Yanbu, Tang Jing, will broadcast women's clothing." The smile on Yi Yang's face was a little weird. This Tang Jing's hobby is a bit special. Swish, swish. More than a dozen Neijing teachers gathered here from all over the Shangjing Academy, with sharp eyes. The atmosphere became anxious. Tang Jing finally couldn't help putting down the blindfold. Tang Yanghao sighed. "Sinner, tell the second brother there is no need to invite the martial arts master from Hanjiang to come out. My Lin Jianbu in Lingyan Pavilion of Great Tang has recovered. Not only restored, but stronger than the original. Yi Shao, you know, Master Yi, please forgive my previous attitude." After Tang Yanghao finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Yi Yang in front of everyone's eyes. Tang Jing's eyes widened, shocked and angry. "Grandpa Fifth, what are you doing? Why do you worship such a person?" Tang Yanghao looked back at him deeply, raised his hand, and slapped him fiercely. Snapped, crisp and loud. A crimson five-fingerprint immediately appeared on Tang Jing's fair face. He covered his face, shocked and angry. Tang Yanghao was expressionless. "This slap is a punishment for your disrespect to Master Yi. Master Yi, in addition to the boxing accident of the martial arts master, I will send another great gift from Lingyan Pavilion to apologize. Besides that, in the whole Shangjing, the Tang family will treat you as a guest and enjoy the best treatment. Brother Chui Xue, seeing Master Yi in the future will be like seeing Elder Go, understand?" Tang Yanghao turned to face Tang Chui Xue, who was also white-haired. The latter's mouth twitched, but he could only bow his head respectfully. "Yes, Master Yi will be the guest of my Tang family in the future." Tang Yanghao took a deep breath. At any time, he must put the interests of Lingyan Pavilion first. "I gave up Yi Yang before, but now I treat Yi Yang as a guest of honor." Tang Jing knew Tang Yanghao's thoughts deeply and stopped talking. It's just that eyes, showing madness. The stone that contained the Grandmaster's fist was originally the capital for him to attack the Master of Internal Strength. Now, it has been handed over to a little-known second-year student, a lowly person. "Master Zheng Shan, the matter of Master Yi," Tang Yanghao said to Zheng Tianxiong again. Zheng Tianxiong let out a wry smile. The attitude of Yu Lingyan Pavilion changed quickly. He could only say, "My spirit Beast Mountain would like to honor Master Yi as an honorary elder." "Okay, Master Yi, if you have anything to do in the future, even if you look for Xian'er, I, Lingyan Pavilion, will do my best to do it for you. Tang Yanghao said seriously to Yi Yang again. After speaking, he took Tang Jing and others away. Yi Yang nodded and disappeared too quickly. He couldn't wait to comprehend the Grandmaster's fist in the stone. All the students were still in deep shock and could not extricate themselves. Shun Linfeng was silent for a long time. In the past, he only regarded Yi Yang as an ant that could be killed easily. Even if this ant was a student of Mo Danxing, it was just a bigger ant. But now, this ant actually clings to a force like Yindu, Detong, Lingyan Pavilion. What is Yi Yang's ability to cling to others? In this world, the most important thing is always his own martial arts realm. Shun Linfeng suddenly let out a breath and sneered. Lu Quan immediately agreed. Young Master Shun is right. Clinging to others is always dependent on others, and your own strength is the eternal truth. Young Master Shun, aren't you going to represent Shangjing College to participate in the prestigious competition? When that time comes, you must show off the limelight and humiliate this kid. Shun Linfeng nodded clearly. His confidence and pride came back. Yes, he Shun Linfeng can do for almighty things. At that time, in the prestigious school competition, he will definitely come out on top and become the god of heaven in the hearts of all the students of Shangjing College. This is the real all-powerful. On the other hand, Yi Yang returned to Medanju, refining the aura-friendly medicinal pills, and at the same time, comprehending the Grandmaster's fist in the stone. Domineering, tough, ruthless. One punch, breaking the lungs and breaking the heart. The host understands the Master's fist, and the basic fist palm is upgraded to destruction of internal organs, which will automatically reach full level. Destroying the internal organs and breaking the internal organs. Comprehend the Master's fist meaning and improve the martial arts of fist and palm. Full level effect. All fist and palm martial arts automatically gain the bonus of destroying the internal organs and breaking the internal organs. While causing trauma to the enemy, it will also cause great damage to the internal organs of the enemy. Yi Yang looked happy. All of his fist and palm martial arts can possess this fist intent, and he will be extremely capable of fighting the enemy in the future. At the same time, the 5 Elements Royal Pills were also refined, and Yi Yang then upgraded them with his talent of turning stone into gold and swallowed them casually. The host takes the Yushui pill, and the Water Element Affinity is upgraded to Water Element Spiritual Root, which will automatically reach the full level. The host takes Yu Jinden. 4 voices sounded in a row, and all the 5 element attributes were upgraded from the affinity level to the spiritual root level. As for the fire element spiritual root, when I was cooking in Typhoon restaurant before, it was achieved inexplicably. Perhaps it was because the level was too high and swallowing the Imperial Fire Pill had no effect. After the 5 elements have spiritual roots, Yi Yang immediately closed his eyes. The world around is full of all kinds of auras, which he couldn't see before, but now he can see clearly. At the same time, the speed at which the Innate One Qi Method gains internal energy has also doubled. With one breath, you can gain 2 inner strength. This is the unique advantage of people with spiritual roots. I'm also looking forward to the inner strength of the primordial attribute. Yi Yang smiled slightly, and according to Hun Yuan Yi Jin's method, he directed the spiritual energy of the 5 attributes to the 5 internal organs. The liver is wood, the heart is fire, the spleen is earth, the lung is metal, and the kidney is water. Countless spiritual energy from the outside world rushed into Yi Yang's 5 internal organs. And finally, in the Dantian, a milky white internal energy was born. 5 shares of inner strength can give birth to a portion of Hun Yuan inner strength. Although the quantity is small, it is extremely pure. At the same time, an invisible air wave suddenly erupted. Ascension Master. Yi Yang suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. The internal energy of Hun Yuan circulates in the meridians around the sky. At first, it is only the thickness of a hair, but in the end, it has roared and boiled like a rushing river. The practice that breathing is getting stronger is such a critique. Yi Yangling laughed. Next is the in-house meeting. If I remember correctly, the #1 martial arts hall in Shanghai will receive a one-day reward for entering the Ministry of Political Affairs to read books in the collection. He is very interested. The museum will come as scheduled. The city of Shangjing became restless again. Today, Shangjing College even had a special day off, and all the students came to the Wuguan Street Square. In addition to these students who yearn for martial arts, martial artists from cities around Shangjing also rushed over. After all, the #1 martial arts gym in Shanghai will compete with martial arts gyms in other cities in Hangzhou for the title of #1 in Hangzhou in the future. Ziheo, what's so good about going to hall? The standard in Beijing is only average in Hangzhou. Among the crowd, a young and beautiful girl hugged the boy's arm and said coquettishly, "With this kung fu, it's better to stay at home and chase a few movies." I heard that the young pig-head boy looks great. Wei Ziheo said helplessly, "I heard that there's a very young new master from Shangjing College. He seems to be called Yang Yi. Of course, we have to come and see his strength and know ourselves and our enemies, baby." "Hey, isn't that your cousin?" Wei Ziheo suddenly pointed in one direction. The girl was stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed, "It's really Qingyan. Let's go. Let's go over and say hello to her." Wei Ziheo smiled. They were talking about Yi Yang and Su Qingyan. "Qingyan, is this your boyfriend?" The girl approached, glanced at Yi Yang's cheap clothes, frowned, and said lightly. Su Qingyan was slightly startled. Her face flushed when she heard this. "Cousin Su Jing? Why did you come to Shangjing?" "Haha, I heard that there is a museum meeting in Shangjing, so I stopped by to have a look. I didn't expect to match you." Su Jing said helplessly, "You haven't answered me yet. Is this your boyfriend?" Su Qingyan's cheeks suddenly flushed. "How can there be?" Su Jing's face suddenly turned cold. "Qingyan, it's not that I look down on your little boyfriend, but why don't you find a good family? It's not that you don't know your own family." Yi Yang immediately frowned. He actually knew Su Qingyan's family background. When she was a child, her mother remarried, and her father became alcoholic and violent, and beat her from time to time. Later, Su Qingyan was sent to a welfare home by a neighbor. This is a childhood memory that Su Qingyan can't look back on. But isn't this woman her cousin? Why bring it up back then? Su Qingyan's face also turned cold. "Cousin, Yi Yang and I don't need your intervention." Su Jing's pair of willow eyebrows were twisted together. "Qingyan, you and I had the same experience as children, but I found my true love, Ziheo. Ziheo is very kind to me, and Ziheo is also an honor student at Hanjiang College. So I hope you can also find someone who truly loves you and won't let you suffer in the future." Wei Ziheo looked Yang up and down and said with some disdain, "Su Qingyan, I remember your cousin said before. Didn't you like Shen Linfeng before? That one in Shangjing is definitely a young, handsome man. I have a relationship with him. Also good. If you want, I can help you hook up. If you're like this around you, don't mix it up. You can play, but don't touch your true feelings. Poor people can't give you the life you want." Wei Ziheo did not hide his contempt for Yi Yang at all. Yi Yang smiled coldly. "Shen Linfeng is not worthy of my Qingyan." Su Qingyan's heart trembled when she heard this. Wei Ziheo was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "Boy, your hatred for the rich is too heavy. The Shun family is one of the 3 major families in Shangjing, and it is also a food giant in Shangjing. Shen Linfeng is talented and intelligent. It is said that he has already achieved great internal strength. How can he not be worthy of Su Qingyan?" Wei Ziheo smiled. "It's you, what are you? Dare to say that about Shen Linfeng? Do you know that Shen Linfeng is my brother?" His eyes became dangerous. Yi Yang's face was indifferent. "If you really want to do it, there are not many people in Shangjing who can beat him. Are you afraid that you are a student of Hanjiang College?" Su Qingyan and Su Jing hurriedly tried to persuade them to fight. "Okay, as my cousin, there's only so much I can say. I still hope you think about it for the future. Don't you want to be an alchemist? As far as I know, alchemists are very expensive. Your little boyfriend really can't give you the life you want." Su Jing sighed, tightened Wei Ziheo's arm, and said softly, "Ziheo, let's go to the auditorium." "Okay, let's go." Wei Zihao took a few steps, turned his head again, and said coldly, "Boy, don't let me see you next to Qingyan next time, or I'll hit you once." The two slowly left, and the backs looked like a concubine. "Yang, don't be angry. My cousin has this temper. I know that Wei Zihao. He is the younger brother of the Wei family in the Hanjiang River. It's better that we don't mess with him." After a long silence, Su Qingyan comforted Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled lightly. If Su Qingyan hadn't been there, the two would have been thrown into the Shangjing River by him. "Let's go. Many martial arts halls in Shangjing have already arrived. Today is the real fight," Yi Yang said with a smile. "Well, but you can't disappear like last time today. I will definitely pull you from the beginning to the end to prevent you from running away." Su Qingyan lit up her little fist like a demonstration. Yi Yang laughed. "Okay, there's still those big guys in the stands, but this time a few more chairs have been added. Except for Wu Jingyu, who is also a NEI Gene Master, and NEI Gene Masters from other cities. The chair that was vacated was for the new Master Yang Yi. It stands to reason that the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall in Shernan District has a new master who has beaten two martial arts halls one-on-one and is an absolute favorite to win the championship. But this time, Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall has encountered a strong opponent. In the Xingyi Martial Arts Hall in Yutian District, Tian Yue, the owner of the hall, has been quiet for many years at the peak of his inner strength. Once it broke out, he also stepped into the realm of new masters. And as soon as he stepped into the master realm, he met two other martial arts gyms in Yutian District, 6 martial artists with peak internal strength. No one knew the outcome of that battle, but the next day at the next hall meeting in Yutian District, the two martial arts halls abstained at the same time, and the Xingyi Martial Art Hall directly won the title of number 1 in Yutian District. This alone cannot make Xingyi Wuguan a super dark horse. The most important thing is Xingyi Wushu. This is an ancient martial art, and it is more widely spread and more prestigious than Wing Chun martial arts. Experts of the same realm compete with each other, and those with advanced martial arts will naturally win. Therefore, the Xingyi Martial Arts Hall has also become the favorite to win this time, and its momentum is still higher than that of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall. Therefore, many people are generally bad at Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall. In the betting market, the odds of Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall are even 3-1. Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall, rest area. Su Qingyan felt the anxious atmosphere of everyone and couldn't help but said, "Has Master Yang arrived yet?" Yin Qingqing sighed, "Yeah, Master Yang, I'm late again." Yin Ziqiang puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, "Every time I come to this important occasion, that bad brother must be late." Sister Hong also sighed. "Master Yang is really worrying." Yang touched his nose. "When it should appear, it will always appear." Yin Qingqing said helplessly, "I hope so. But even if Master Yang is here, I'm not optimistic about this meeting. Even Mr. Liu thinks that we can accept it when we see it. There is no need to fight for the title of the number 1 martial arts hall in Beijing. Actually, I can get the first place in Shernan District. I already feel satisfied." Yi Yang frowned. "You don't want to take the first place in Beijing, I think. You can't be the number 1 military academy in Shangjing. There's a library of the Ministry of Government, and you can't even enter it." Yi Yang interrupted him immediately. "No, Master Yin, what do you think?" Yin Chengqing. Li Xuanjin, the lord of the Shangjing city from the Ministry of Government, came out and said a few scenes, and the meeting began soon. "I don't know if Wing Chun and Xingyi's prestige are too strong, and these ordinary martial arts halls are bleak. In short, it is very boring to see. The next game, Xingyi, confrontation, hurricane." The referee used his inner strength and said loudly. The audience, who seemed to be asleep, instantly boiled. Finally, it was the turn of the battle. In the stands, Liu Yinshan also adjusted his sitting posture. The Hurricane Martial Arts Hall is also a shareholding martial arts hall of the Liu family, but its strength is not comparable to the current Wing Chun, and Liu Yinshan just regards it as a free chess move. The Hurricane is ready to go, and the 3 of them are the strongest when they go up. The 3 of them are gearing up to adjust to the best level. Xingyi Martial Arts Hall, but only 1 person came up. The owner, Tian Yue. "What do you mean by Xingyi? You also want to learn from Master Yang to fight 3 times?" In the stands, Lu Yinshan glanced at Shun Guanqing and snorted coldly. Of course, he knew that the Shun family had invested in the Xingyi Martial Arts Academy, and the fact that the owner of the Tian Pavilion was able to step into the realm of a master was also closely related to the fact that the Shun family had always provided cultivation resources. Shun Guanqing chuckled lightly. "Old Lu, don't let Master Tian hear such words. That person's character is even more irritable than yours. As for that Master Yang, his undefeated myth is about to end today." Yinshan snorted coldly and did not speak. Above the ring, the faces of the three people in the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall were ashen. "What do you mean? Look down on us." Tian Yue smiled cruelly. "You three have all signed a martial artist contract? The so-called martial artist contract is a contract that does not count for casualties. Fighting warriors will inevitably lead to disability and death. Therefore, the Ministry of Government expressly stipulates that any injury or death caused by a battle on the surface has nothing to do with the attacking party and does not need to bear any compensation." The expressions of the three people in the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall changed. It was humiliation before, now it is fear. The meaning of Tian You's words is very simple. Did you all sign the contract? Well, if I accidentally kill you, that's none of my business. As soon as the words fell, Tian Yue shot with a bang. He was extremely fat, a fat man weighing 200 kilograms. At this moment, when you make a move, the ground is even more shaken, like a meat mountain rampaging. Boom! With a punch, the person at the front of the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall had no way to dodge, and could only cross his arms to resist. Kacha dash! Everyone close to the ring heard the crisp sound. The next moment, the man was smashed and flew out. His arms were even smashed into the chest cavity. His eyes bulged, and he soon lost his breath. "I remember that you're the owner of the Hurricane Martial Arts Museum?" Tian Yue punched again. The second person in the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall turned pale, pushed his movement to the extreme, and tried his best to move and dodge. Tian You's face showed a cruel smile of cats catching mice. His huge size quickly forced the owner of the Hurricane Pavilion to the corner of the ring. The next moment, he took the Hurricane Pavilion owner bear in his arms, and his arms violently exerted force. Kacha dash! By the time he threw the owner of the Hurricane Pavilion out of the ring, the latter had become a piece of noodles, and Tian Yue even broke his bones. "Don't kill me. I admit defeat." Tian Yue turned his attention to the third person again. The third person is the nephew of the owner of the Hurricane Martial Arts Museum. He was originally smug, but he saw such a terrifying situation twice, and he dared to fight again. He was frightened and immediately conceded defeat. Tian Yue squeezed out 2 hot breaths from his nostrils and withdrew his fan-like palm. Count on you shouting fast." Tian Yue snorted coldly, as if he was still angry that he didn't kill the third person. He glanced at the rest area of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall and suddenly laughed cruelly. "Wing Chun, do you dare to fight? Wing Chun, do you dare to fight? Wing Chun, do you dare to fight?" A loud roar suddenly erupted in the rest area of the Xingyi Martial Arts Hall with a powerful voice. The whole place was silent. One person singled out a martial arts hall. In the time of lightning and flint, 1 death and 1 injury. The last one was scared to pee. This is a bit outrageous, isn't it? In the stands, Li Xuanjin, the city owner of Shangjing, looked a little ugly. Although the warriors have signed contracts with no calculation of death or injury, but if you kill people in person, it is too disrespectful to the Ministry of Government, right? Seeing his face, Shun Guanqing said with a chuckle, "City Master Li, Master Tianguan has such a personality. Plus, he has practiced a martial art such as the bloodthirsty troll body. He has become more bellicose and bloodthirsty. Don't blame. The 6th order martial arts troll bloodthirsty body? Your Shun family is really willing." Lu Yinshan suddenly changed color. If placed in the ancient times when the spiritual energy was prosperous, this troll bloodthirsty body was an evil martial art, and it was to be captured and executed by the righteous people. But now, there are very few martial arts like this, and it is usually only used by dead soldiers raised by big families. Chevron_left. Shun Guanqing's face was full of self-satisfaction. For the sake of victory, this kind of effort is certainly worth it. I don't know about your Wing Chun. Do you still dare to fight? In the Wing Chun martial arts hall, each one's face was ashen. Anyone who is so provoked will not have good face. However, Tian Yue came here with the power to destroy the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall, and the cruel and violent gaze made many people lower their eyes and dare not look at him. Terrible. So scary. Everyone used to compete against Wudu and gentlemen. But you, Tian Yue, played a heavy hand, but you were still stronger than a thief. Under the stage, Yin Chengqing clenched his fist tightly. He is the owner of a hall. How could he be provoked so much? No need to look. He knew that the gazes of those around him had gradually turned into contempt. Even though everyone knows that the Xingyi Martial Arts Hall is terrible, since your Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall is afraid to fight, don't blame us for looking down on you. Yin Xingqing took a deep breath. Master Yang hasn't arrived yet, and my Wing Chun Martial Arts Center will suspend the fight. Tian Yue laughed wickedly. It didn't arrive? Did you get scared after hearing my name? Tian Yue? Or he was in the crowd just now, and he didn't even dare to show his face when he saw the fate of the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall? Tian Yue's tone became more and more disdainful. He really looked down on Yang Yi very much. Tian Yue has accumulated 40 years of accumulation, and through the support of the Shun family, he has desperately increased his background for today's outbreak. He, Tian Yue, is the ace of the Shun family. When the trump card is taken out, it is to destroy everything. With a troll, bloodthirsty body, he is not afraid of anyone. Even if he is just a new master, he can fight against the master of the hall, and this is where his confidence lies. I don't care who you are, Yang Yi. As long as you dare to come up, I will blow you up. Yang Yi, coward, fight me. Tian Yue roared violently. In the rest area of the Xingyi Martial Arts Hall, all the martial arts disciples immediately roared. Yang Yi, coward, fight me. Slowly, as if influenced by this atmosphere, under the leadership of a few people with ulterior motives, the audience also roared. Yang Yi, coward, fight me. Above the stand, Lu Yunshan clenched the carved handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white. There were bursts of noise under the stage, and it was Yang Yi who was mocking, but why didn't it hit him on the chest? Yang Yi, after all, is the guest of Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy. After all, he is the guest of his Lu group. Where is Master Yang? Little Lolita Michelle Yo bit her lip, her face gloomy. It really doesn't work? Then I'll go up. Sister Hong said with a sigh. Yin Chengqing grabbed her hand, but could only be silent. Without Yang Yi, the strength of Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy will have shrunk by more than 80%. When Sister Hong goes up, it is no different from sending her to death. Then Yang Yi, what's going on? You don't even dare to show your face. What a coward. Su Qingyin also bit her lip. Yang Yi had the grace of teaching her, and she was half a teacher. She didn't believe that her teacher would run away. She would cower to such a degree of fear. But all the facts prove that. Yang Yi is a coward who dares not show his face. She suddenly caught sight of Yang walking towards the ring step by step. Yang, what are you doing? Su Qingyin exclaimed. Under the ring, Wei Ziheo sneered. It really doesn't live up to the name. If I knew I wouldn't be here today, it's more comfortable to stay at home. Su Jing also frowned, deliberately rubbing his arms with her chest, and said, Wei Ziheo was angered by Su Jing and was about to climb Yufeng when he suddenly noticed a figure walking towards the ring out of the corner of his eyes. What does that kid want to do? Wei Ziheo said in disbelief. Is he going to go on stage to find death? Su Jing also frowned. Although this boy is a poor and sour guy, he is after all his cousin's current little boyfriend. If he just died like this, it might be a big blow to Su Qingyin. She hesitated for a moment, and then called quickly, Don't go any further. The one on the stage will kill you. People around also saw Yi Yang's strange behavior, and some well-meaning people quickly persuaded, Child, the host of Tianguan is calling that coward Yang Yi. Not you. Yi Yang ignored everything, but stopped step by step and stepped onto the ring. Tian Yue obviously also noticed this young man. He frowned at Yi Yang. From this young man, he could not detect the slightest breath of inner strength. In the stands, Lu Yinshan stood up abruptly, his eyes cracking. Yi Yang saved his granddaughter twice, which is a great favor to the Lu family, and he, Lu Yinshan, is not the one who has been ungrateful. Secondly, Yi Yang has deep attainments in alchemy, and he also intends to establish in-depth cooperation with Yi Yang on vital alchemy. With these 2 points, he must not watch this child die. Yi Yang, hurry up. Master Tian will not care about you. Lu Yinshan shouted in a low voice. His voice was full of irritability. Damn you, a little fart child. What are you running here to mix? Shen Guanqing narrowed his eyes when he heard the name. It seems that Lin Feng mentioned this name in front of him. This student, named Yi Yang, has gradually grown into a stumbling block on Shen Linfeng's road. Maybe we should take this opportunity to remove him, or smash it. It was Tang Chueshue who came from the Tang family. He stared at Yi Yang and was stunned. How dare this kid enter the ring? The voice of the 5 pavilion elders from Yindu's house was still in his ears, and he did not dare to forget it. Separating the family to the main family is an obedience carved into the bones. He Tang Chueshue will definitely obey Tang Yanghao's intentions and treat Yi Yang as the guest of honor. But you just asked me to treat him as a guest, but you didn't ask me to protect him. Yi Yang wants to kill himself. Can you blame me? Thinking of this, Tang Chueshue narrowed his eyes, as if he was asleep and saw nothing. Then you die. You deserve it. The master has already stepped on my head. The old man has not lived for a few years, but I don't want such a young man to step on my head again. In the face of everyone's doubts, ridicule, and dissuasion, Yi Yang just smiled lightly. Aren't you looking for Yang Yi? I am. His voice was calm, as if he was saying something trivial. Tian Yue was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Boy, do you really think I dare not kill you? The tone of the second half of the sentence was instantly filled with cruelty and violence. Wei Zihao, who was in the audience, also slapped his thigh and scolded. Does this kid have a brain? He's Yang Yi. He's a fart, a mere second-year student. If he is a master of internal strength, I, Wei Zihao, promise not to touch women for a month. Su Jing gave him a sad look. Forget it. This has nothing to do with us. Since he wants to die, let him die. The rest area of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall exploded in an instant. Tears welled up in Su Qingyan's eyes immediately. Yi Yang, come back soon. She found that she really fell in love with the teenager who came out of the orphanage together. She can't just watch the person she likes die in front of her. Master Yang, where are you? Come out. Su Qingyan squatted down and cried silently. Yi Yang chuckled and said lightly, I'm Yi Yang. Then he stretched out his hand and wiped it on his face, instantly changing his face, and said in another heavy voice, It's also Yang Yi. The audience slowly quieted down. Everyone did not expect that a student who seemed to be dying was actually Yang Yi, Master Yang, who had destroyed 2 martial arts halls not long ago. Yi Yang. Yang Yi, yes. I should have thought of that. Lu Yinshan slammed his thigh and screamed, his face filled with joy again. Shen Guanqing's face darkened instantly. Tang Chueshue, the old man pretending to be sleeping, changed his face instead. This kid, Yi Yang, in addition to being a martial arts genius, actually has the identity of Yang Yi. He is actually a master of internal strength. Yin Chengqing, Pei Hu, Yin Ziqiang, Sister Hong, and Su Qingyan were first shocked and then wept with joy. Under the stage, Wei Zihao and Su Jing opened their mouths as if they had swallowed a whole light bulb. This plot has become, who can stand it? Yi Yang, a second-year student at Shanjing College. Yang Yi, the new master, the guest of the Lu family. These 2 identities are very different, but things are so unbelievable. Yi Yang is Yang Yi. In the ring, Tian Yue was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, it's interesting you got this disguise ability from an ancient book, right? He showed a look of interest on his face. It's really interesting that one person plays 2 roles. However, you're still going to die. Tian Yue's face suddenly showed a cruel grin again. It doesn't matter if you are Yi Yang or Yang Yi. Yi Yang smiled lightly and stretched out a finger. One, do you think you can hold on for a minute? Tian Yue was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Yang shook his head gently. One move, you die. Tian Yue immediately burst into laughter. I, Tian Yue, have lived to this age, and no one has dared to say such a thing to me. You're fine. Let me want to kill you even more. No, I'm going to crush all the bones in your body, pull out your teeth one by one, and I'll crush your descendants. A series of vulgar words popped out of Tian Yue's mouth. Just when everyone thought he would continue to abuse, Tian Yue slammed a punch. The sound of fists roared, and the sound of tiger roaring faintly broke out in the air. This is exactly what Xingyi Quan means. Tiger boxing. This Tian Yue is too despicable. Everyone thought he would continue to scold him. But who would have known that he would have done so brazenly? There was a commotion offstage. Can Yang hold this punch? Xingyi Yiquan's tiger-shaped fist has always been known for being fierce and domineering. Su Qinyin couldn't help grasping Sister Hong's arm and said worriedly. Sister Hong was speechless and could only pat her shoulder to comfort her. Yin Chengqing was calm on the surface, but secretly clenched his fists. Tiger boxing is Tian Yue's famous move. It is said that it can penetrate 10 centimeters thick steel plate. If Yang can block it, it is not without the strength of a battle. The next moment, everyone saw the fist, as huge as Yang's head, smashed hard on the latter's chest. However, what came out was not a dull sound. It was a sound like gold and iron colliding. On the surface of Yi Yang's skin, a dark golden color flashed across. King Kong, who ignored the attack of the master of internal strength, was not bad and played its role. This punch is enough to penetrate the steel plate, and it is shocked back. The host observes the tiger-shaped fist, comprehends the 12-shaped fist, and automatically reaches the full level. 12-shaped fist. One of the 3 parts of Sini Lahiquan. You will automatically comprehend Sini Lahiquan full-level effect. After comprehending 3 body, stance 5 elements, boxing inflicts great damage. When this scene fell in the eyes of everyone, Tian Yue threw a punch, but he took a few steps back, and Yi Yang couldn't stand up. Everyone's eyes changed immediately. In the ring, Tian Yue also had a ghostly expression. What? Is this guy's body made of steel? Why can't even his fist of almost 20,000 kilograms penetrate his body? Even the shock-reversing power made the blood in his body surging agitatedly. You're done. Then it's time. It's my turn. A gleam of light flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. He took a step forward, and his momentum suddenly rose. Milky white inner strength put 10 meters away. The amount of internal energy is almost comparable to that of a grandmaster. He is a new master. How did he do it? Liu Yinshan stood up first and exclaimed, it's only 10 meters. Not to be outdone, Tian Yue also released his inner strength. What he cultivates is the thick and vast earth energy, and at this moment, it is directly 30 meters away. This is the benefit of the accumulation of thin hair. Then, his face became ugly, because as soon as his earth energy came into contact with Yi Yang's inner energy, he flinched like a mouse seeing a cat and melted like a snowman facing the scorching sun. 30 meters of internal energy actually lost to 10 meters of internal energy in terms of momentum. Who would believe it if you say it out loud? But everything is in sight. All the inner strength warriors in the audience took a deep breath. What kind of horror is this? Why can 10 meters suppress 30 meters? Terrible, isn't it? Next, you can die. Yi Yang spoke lightly, but it was as if Hongzhong Dalu had sentenced Tian Yue to death. He punched. The fist is very slow, so slow that it seems that you can dodge it by turning on one side. The fist is also very ordinary, a very ordinary straight punch. Tian Yue's pupils suddenly shrank. He is in the middle, so he can see something different. In his eyes, this fist seemed to be a dangling golden-eyed tiger that devoured him in the face, and its bloody mouth opened wide, as if it was going to swallow him whole. The fist rubbed against the air, and the roar of the king of beasts sounded faintly. This sound, this light and shadow, are familiar to the extreme. Isn't this the tiger-shaped boxing that he has practiced for more than 40 years? Why was this kid stealing the lesson with just one glance? And why is his tiger-shaped fist more exquisite and profound than the tiger-shaped fist that he has practiced for more than 40 years? Tian Yue was well aware of the power of tiger-shaped boxing, and without thinking too much, he roared violently, arousing the energy of the whole body. On the surface of his body, a layer of yellow shimmer immediately appeared. But he didn't think it was enough. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes immediately turned red. Troll bloodthirsty body. Tian Yue's skin was immediately covered with a layer of blood. After doing this, Tian Yue let out a sigh of relief, staring at Yi Yang with frantic eyes. "I'd like to see how you break my defenses." Under the stage, those who saw Tian Yue's actions were all fried. Holding the grass? This is the first time Tian Yue has stacked defenses for himself in decades. Yeah, Tian Guanju has won the title of a reckless demon because he never cared about his body, and his favorite attack method is to exchange injuries for injuries. Opponents are often deterred by his fear of death, and thus fall behind. But now everyone was in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that Tian Yue, who was like a reckless King Kong, chose a complete defense in front of a young junior. Tian Yue didn't care about the outside world. He just stared at Yi Yang. But Yi Yang just said lightly, "Too weak." The next moment, the tiger-shaped fist tore apart the yellow light and the blood light in an instant and smashed hard on Tian Yue's chest. Kacha dash. All heard the sound of broken ribs and collapsed rib cages. At the same time, Tian Yue's plump body flew out directly, and his chest with two strong chest muscles was directly pierced. Not only that, Yi Yang's punch, with the fist intent of the Grandmaster and the strong to destroy the internal organs. The internal organs of the latter have completely turned into a puddle of mud. Therefore, in midair, Tian Yue was already dead. The only thing he can do is to stare at Yi Yang with wide copper bell-like eyes, as if to carve this person into his mind. The owner of the Xingyi Martial Arts Hall, a new master who has accumulated 40 years of accumulation, Tian Yue, who destroyed the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall by himself. One move, death. He became a master and died completely after only one day. And the initiator of all this is Master Yang Yi Yang, a second-year student at Shangjing College. The audience below the stage was speechless. Nyobi, it's so arrogant. Tian Yue was fierce and powerful, cruel and violent. He fought in the Hurricane Martial Arts Academy before, killing one, hurting one, and scaring the urine. But Yi Yang took a tiger-shaped fist casually and then used a more powerful and violent tiger-shaped fist to directly blow Tian Yue. This is rolling. Absolute crushing. The whole place was silent. After a long time, Lu Yinshan stood up first and applauded fiercely. His voice seemed to be a signal, completely detonating the atmosphere of the audience. Master Yi is invincible. The Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall is the first in Beijing. The audience is blood-boiled. Isn't that what they want to see? Full of bloody violent aesthetics. No matter how human beings change, the aggressive and ruthless nature of human ancestors will not change. Isn't such a crazy fight exactly what the audience likes to see? And Yi Yang, the young master who blasted Chongping, Songlong, and Xingyi martial arts in succession, stepped on almost the entire martial arts circle in Shangjing with the power of one person. They worshipped the strong. So they cheered for Yi Yang. Wei Zihao and Su Jing were also in the crowd, but they could not wait to get into the cracks in the ground. Especially Wei Zihao. He was still saying that Yi Yang wasn't even a fart, but now Yi Yang slapped him in the face. They're all new masters, and they have already stepped into the top circle of power in the entire upper capital with 1 foot. Such a character, you say that he is not even a fart? You say he can't compare to Shen Linfeng? You say he is not worthy of Su Qingyan? Wei Zihao's mouth became more bitter. Zihao, let's go. Su Jing smiled bitterly. All right, tell the teachers of Yi Yang about Yi Yang. This time, Shangjing Academy has really produced a great character. Wei Zihao's face suddenly showed a hint of lust. However, no matter how strong he is, it's useless. In the discussion of martial arts in the near future, Hanjiang Academy will still win. Su Jing said in surprise. Could it be that there are stronger people in Hanjiang College? You haven't seen Senior Jiang Li take action. Senior Jiang Li is only in the 4th grade, and he is already a grandmaster. Wei Zihao grinned. This Yang is also showing his prestige in Shangjing, and when he arrives at the Han River, that's average. The two did not stay any longer and left quickly. In the rest area of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall, everyone was stunned. Su Qingyan is still immersed in the fact that Yi Yang is Yang Yi. Yang Yi is Yi Yang, and Yang Yi is half of her teacher. She has learned a lot of moves from Yang Yi, but she always wants to challenge Yi Yang. By challenging Yi Yang, she is challenging Yang Yi. In a mess. However, Yin Chengqing slammed his fist with uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Yin Ziqiang's little lowly raised her chest, raised her head, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Master Yi is awesome." Then she was slapped on the forehead by Sister Hong. Let's announce the results. In the arena, Yi Yang turned his gaze to the referee, who seemed to be completely frightened, and said lightly. The referee took a deep breath and nodded. Wing Chun versus Xing Yi. Wing Chun wins. At this point, the Shangguan and Shangjing will come to an end. Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy has an absolute advantage over all martial arts academy, becoming the well-deserved #1 martial arts academy in Beijing. And all of this is due to that young man who is outrageously young. Yi Yang. Master Yi, as the city lord of Shangjing, I will present you a prize. Li Xuanjin smiled kindly. He took out a piece of lingyu the size of a baby's head and handed it to Yi Yang. This is a 4th-order treasure, a solid spiritual jade. Yi Yang nodded absent-mindedly and handed it to Yin Ziqiang, who had an excited face. To him, this thing is like trash. Li Xuanjin is a little puzzled. The market price of this solid spiritual jade is 2 million. Does Master Yi have such a high vision? He thought for a while, and then took out the 2nd prize. This is the 5th-order token of Spirit Beast Mountain. With this token, Master Yi can exchange for a 5th-order cub at Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Yang took it perfunctorily and handed it to Yin Ziqiang. He thought, another piece of garbage. Li Xuanjin casually handed Yi Yang the key to the library of the Ministry of Government in Shangjing, and the latter snatched it away before he could speak. Li Xuanjin smiled awkwardly. Master Yi is really... Hobbies are different from others. Yi Yang pouted. For him, only profound knowledge is priceless. Everything else is garbage. I have one day, right? Yi Yang said casually. Yes. Okay, then I'll go to the library now. Please ask City Lordly to take me there. Yi Yang said seriously. Li Xuanjin. To be honest, among the 3 prizes, the one-day reward for reading the library is the smallest. Because ordinary people simply cannot read a profound ancient book in one day. Therefore, many people go to Gubin Lingyu and 5th-order cubs. Who knows that this Master Yi is different from others? What he is doing is the ancient books in this library. Soon, under the leadership of a young girl, Yi Yang came to the largest ancient book storage place in Shangjing, the Ministry of Government Library. Before stepping into the library, Yi Yang heard a panicked voice. Tang Liuxiang fainted. Take her to the hospital. Immediately afterwards, the two hurried out carrying a familiar figure one after the other. Yi Yang was taken aback. Isn't this Tang Liuxiang his alchemy teacher? He has always wondered why Mr. Tang hasn't been splashed for a long time, and he didn't expect to meet him here. Besides, Teacher Tang actually fainted? Yi Yang frowned and rushed forward, but the crowd was too turbulent, so he had no choice but to open his eyes and see through it. The complexion still looks very ruddy, but the toxins in the body have been stagnant to this extent: rotten poison, stagnant poison, strong poison, kudu, cold poison, phantom poison. Why does Teacher Tang have so many poisons? With a serious look on his face, he immediately went up to save people. Being invaded by so many toxins at the same time, even a master of inner strength could not last for an hour. Wait, I'm a doctor. I can help Teacher Tang heal. Isn't there an infirmary over there in the library? Let's go over there. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out, slightly familiar. Ah, it's Dr. Zhou Zhihao from the People's Hospital. Hurry up, Tang Liuxiang is saved. Everyone immediately carried Tang Liuxiang to the infirmary. There's no way. Tang Liuxiang is too heavy, and she has to move with all her hands and feet. Zhou Zhihao was not idle. He took out the stethoscope to diagnose the condition immediately. Next, he checked his pulse, snoring, and pupils. He let out a long breath and said, "It should be due to overwork that caused shock. Everyone, don't worry. Fortunately, I also brought medicine with me." After he finished speaking, he was about to give it to Tang Liuxiang. Yi Yang looked at the ingredients of the medicine with his eyes and immediately said loudly, "Stop! Don't give her medicine." The expressions of the people around him suddenly changed. "Young man, what do you mean? When it was imminent, you actually asked the doctor not to give her medicine? It's murder, you know that?" Everyone looked at the reputation, wanting to see what kind of vicious person this was. Then they all fell silent. Although he didn't know who this young man was, the chill in his eyes couldn't be turned away. In fact, since Yi Yang had a discerning eye, few people dared to look at him. No matter who looked at him, there would be a feeling of being seen through everything. "It's you again?" Zhou Zhihao glanced at Yi Yang, froze for a moment, and frowned. This young man is still fresh in his memory. Back then, when I was interviewing with a TV station in the People's Hospital, I happened to meet a patient with corresponding symptoms. I was thinking of experimenting with my mentor's new medicine. Who would have thought that the cause of the patient's illness was actually parasites? That incident once made Zhou Zhihao confused about his medical skills. But soon, the new panacea invented by his mentor made him regain his confidence. Zhou Zhihao has also personally tested it. Except for various toxins, it has miraculous effects on almost all diseases. Since then, Zhou Zhihao's medical skills have not increased but decreased, and he has become a hot new star in Shangjing People's Hospital. This time he came to the library, originally at the request of the teacher, to get an ancient book for him. Who would have thought that this kind of thing would happen to him again? And he also met the young man who made him grit his teeth. Zhou Zhihao has already checked. This young man named Yi Yang is just an ordinary second-year student. At the beginning, it was estimated that the blind cat met the dead mouse, and then he discovered that the cause of the disease was actually parasites. Mr. Tang is infected with a mixed toxin. Your drug has no effect on the toxin, but will aggravate the toxin reaction. Yi Yang shouted unceremoniously. Zhou Zhihao sneered, "Poisoned? Then tell me, which symptom of this patient indicates that she is poisoned?" "There is no change in the pupils, lips, and tongue coating." How could it be a mix of shit and toxins? And to tell you the truth, this medicine of mine was sent all the way from Millikan's mentor, who has already won the Nobel Prize in Medicine in Millikan. It's a magic medicine that has been recognized by all scientific researchers. It can cure almost any disease. You don't want to make accusations here and endanger other people's lives. Zhou Zhihao also slapped back unceremoniously. He has always been in his own circle and has never been in contact with a martial artist circle. What's more, the fact that Yi Yang helped wing Chun Wu-Wan to win the first place in Beijing just happened not long ago. In Zhou Zhihao's subconscious, Yi Yang was just an ordinary second-year student at Shangjing College. And he, Zhou Zhihao, is different. He is a graduate of Millikan Medical College and a student of the Nobel Prize winner. To put it uglier, it is one heaven and one underground. At this time, the girl Li Xuanjin sent to guide Yi Yang barely squeezed in, her face flushed, and she said, "Dr. Zhou, Master Yi is a distinguished guest of City Lord Li." Zhou Zhihao was stunned for a moment. "Master Yi? Are you talking about the Yi Yang in front of you?" He knew this girl, Li Xuanjin's distant niece, called Li Lingyu. And Li Xuanjin is the city lord sent by the Ministry of Government to guard the upper capital, and the master of Jinjing is only one step away from the realm of ecstasy. First go to the hall, then enter the room, and then become ecstatic. This is the realm of the master. Even if Zhou Zhihao didn't touch the martial artist circle, he still knew this common sense. How could he be Li Xuanjin's distinguished guest? Ridiculous. Zhou Zhihao sneered, still not planning to let Yi Yang go. Yi Yang frowned, and he could clearly see that the mixed toxins in Tang Liuxiang's body had begun to build up to attack the heart, and in 20 minutes at most, she would attack the heart with poison. Go away. Yi Yang's eyes were full of coldness, and he looked into Zhou Jihao's eyes. The latter suddenly froze in place, with goosebumps all over his body, and there was a brief blank in his consciousness. It wasn't until Yi Yang walked past him that he came back to his senses. Zhou Jihao stared at Yi Yang's back, embarrassed and even a little scared. What kind of monster is this young man? Why is the suffocation so heavy? Why did you just look at each other and tremble all over? Zhou Jihao could even feel the heat oozing between his legs. Yi Yangwei glanced at Tang Liuxiang's body again. Toxins flow faster. However, he saw something more different. Tang Liuxiang's body is naturally strange. In the past, he thought Tang Liuxiang was very strange. He was obviously an alchemist, so why couldn't he refine his elixir to remove impurities and improve his body? Now he knew that Tang Liuxiang became obese precisely because her body would automatically absorb the free toxins in the air. Those toxins cannot be excreted for a while and can only be stored in the body through accumulation. And now, the toxins accumulated over the years have reached a level that the body cannot resist. If placed in ancient times when the spiritual energy was prosperous, Tang Liuxiang's physical aptitude would make those sects who were good at refining poison and famous for their poison attack ecstatic. Once such a natural poisonous body appears, it will be directly regarded as a true disciple. But now, it has become a life-threatening burden. Yi Yang frowned. He could only suspend the toxins in Tang Liuxiang's body, but he could not eradicate it either. If it must be eradicated, her body must be fully mobilized. A naturally poisonous body is naturally not afraid of toxins. In ancient times, those super poisonous gods and 5 poisonous great sages all ate the strange poisons in the world as food. Seeing him frown, Zhou Jihao thought he was helpless and sneered, "I thought you could continue to meet dead mice just like last time. Now it seems that you are indeed pretending. Since there's no other way, get out of the way for me. Don't delay the patient's treatment." At this time, the crowd suddenly rioted. A vigorous voice suddenly sounded. "Xiao Tang, I just want to drink a cup of tea. Why did you pass out?" An old man with crane hair and a childlike face suddenly ran in with a sad voice. "Elder Qi, you are finally here." Zhou Jihao showed joy on his face. He immediately pointed at Yi Yang and said, "I have a new drug developed by my mentor on me, which will definitely make Miss Tang wake up immediately. But this kid won't let me heal Miss Tang." An angry look appeared on the old man's face. "What is your motive? Why do you delay Xiao Tang's treatment?" Yi Yang said lightly, "You should be Qi Shangyun, another teacher of Teacher Tang, right? And you still have the guardian of the ministry's library. You shouldn't have noticed that Teacher Tang is born with a poisonous body." After Yi Yang said 3 words, Qi Shangyun was immediately stunned. The anger suddenly disappeared, replaced by shock. "You, how can you tell at a glance that Xiao Tang is born with a poisonous body?" Qi Shangyun's eyes suddenly widened. "Who are you? Can you save her?" Qi Shangyun's tone even contained a hint of pleading. Zhou Jihao, who was next to him, was taken aback for a moment. Why is it reversing so fast? This Yi Yang has delayed Tang Liuxiang's treatment. You Qi Lao are not angry? What is a natural poisonous body? Never heard of it. Yi Yang said lightly, "I am a student of Teacher Tang. I can temporarily remove the toxins in Teacher Tang's body, but in the end, it will cure the symptoms and not the root cause." Qi Shangyun sighed and lowered his head. Sure enough, there is still no miracle. It's useless to get rid of it temporarily. Since the toxin entered Xiao Tang's body when she was 1 year old, her life was destined to die at the age of 27. Before, Xiao Tang said that Lao Mo found a good boy to be his successor, so she went through the resignation formalities from Shangjing College with peace of mind and came to the library to find a way to heal herself. It's a pity. How could it be so easy to find a cure for this natural poison? Life will eventually die. Qi Shangyun seemed to be 10 years older all of a sudden, and his figure became even more rickety. Yi Yang frowned. "Bring the ancient books of 5 poisons and wonderful doors and buy you wonderful handcraft. I still have 10 minutes to heal Teacher Tang. Don't waste any more time." His tone was a little cold. It's okay to wait for someone to rescue you, with the sensational remarks. Qi Shangyun was stunned for a moment. Then, without saying a word of doubt, he went straight into the library, and a minute later, he brought two yellowish ancient books. He didn't even know why he suddenly had such huge confidence in this young man he had never met. Yian took the ancient book and quickly flipped through it. Zhou Zhihao next to him frowned. Is this the medical version of the slashing gun? Well, to watch. After you finish reading, the patient will faint. He snapped. The onlookers were ignorant and scolded. Yiyang ignored everything. The host reads the 5 poisons Qimen Dian. The basic Qimen is upgraded to the 5 poisons Qimen technique, and the level is automatically full. 5 poisons and Qimen techniques. No poison is not a husband, a real gentleman with a small amount. Full level effect. All attacks automatically add poison. The host reads by you Wonderful Hand Technique, and the Beautiful Hand Rejuvenation Technique is upgraded to the Holy Hand Rejuvenation Technique, which will automatically reach the full level. Sacred Hand Rejuvenation Technique. The Holy Hand is born in heaven, and it saves the world and saves people. Full level effect. Calling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can remove most diseases and toxins. After reading 2 books, it took another 2 minutes. Yiyang took a deep breath and began to heal Tang Liuxiang in an orderly manner. A knife went down, punctured a blood vessel, and released poisonous blood. 1 needle down, dredging the internal energy of the meridians. Flowing clouds and water. Naturally, even the movements are incredibly beautiful, as if the most perfect truth in the world, that is. Yiyang finally opened Tang Liuxiang's mouth and stuffed an all-purpose antidote. Okay, then Mr. Tang will start detoxification. This room will be very smelly. Everyone, let's go out. After he finished speaking, he was the first to go out. Qi Shangyan hesitated for a while, then went out. Che, who believes I'm going to stand here? Zhou Zhihao sneered. There were also some unbelievers standing there with him. Next, they smelled an incomparably smelly smell that emanated from Tang Liuxiang. That smell is simply concentrated and extracted from the collection of all the odors in the world. It just stinks people to death. So the people who were shouting, I'm going to watch here, couldn't stay for even a minute and ran out. Zhou Zhihao is no exception. After a while, Yiyang and Qi Shangyun went in again. The stench had almost escaped through the windows. At this time, everyone saw that there was actually colorful dirt on Tang Liuxiang's body. When he got close to smelling it, he immediately became dizzy. These aren't really toxins, are they? Damn it, it's actually poison just by smelling it? Master, save me. The man immediately panicked. Yiyang frowned and flicked an all-purpose detoxification pill. A trace amount of toxin is not fatal. You could take it back and hydrate it, drink it 3 times, and it will be fine. Thank you, Master. The man ran away with joy. Zhou Zhihao was like swallowing a light bulb at this moment. Is it really a toxin? What's even more incredible is that everyone can see that Tang Liuxiang's body is obviously much slender and slender. Although it can't reach the waist of the water snake, it is far from the waist of the previous bucket. It's all right. Yiyang checked the toxins in Tang Liuxiang's body again and nodded. Please ask old Qi to send someone to clean up Teacher Tang. Her vitality is too much, and she can't wake up for a while. Qi Shangyun also let out a sigh of relief at this moment. He is not old-fashioned, of course. He can see that Tang Liuxiang's breathing has become even and long. You saved Xiao Tang. Please allow the old man to honor you as Mr. Yi. At this time, he looked at Yiyang seriously again, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply. Hiss! The onlookers were stunned. Hold the grass. What is your identity, Mr. Qi? You actually call a little brat Mr. Yi? Zhou Zhihao was the first to disapprove. He immediately said, Old Qi, I think this person has been posing all the time. Mr. Tang Liuxiang has never woken up. I suspect that he can't heal Tang Liuxiang at all. Modern medicine can save her. What the sun said about poison attacking the heart, is complete nonsense. I have performed hundreds of clinical practices in Millikan, and I have also been nominated for the Lasker Medical Research Award. I am even a student of the Nobel Prize winner. I am more capable of treating Tang Liuxiang than him. He has the ability to question in front of Qi Shangyun. Because his mentor and Qi Shangyun were brothers at the time, otherwise he would not have come to the library to ask for books so easily. Shut up. Qi Shangyun gave him a cold look and said sternly, Are you still obsessed with modern medicine? You're a top student at Millikan Medical College. So what? You're studying the medical writings before the aura recovery. It's out of date. You have hundreds of clinical practice cases in Millikan. So what? Those people in your clinical practice are all ordinary people, and Xiao Tang is a body refiner. You can't heal. You have a nomination for the Lasker Award for Medical Research. So what? That award has gradually fallen out of favor in recent years because modern medicine has been unable to meet the needs of society after the revival of Reiki. Your mentor has told you many times that he has developed new drugs that can cure most diseases. Haven't you responded yet? How can modern drugs be so versatile? You have been using your mentor's new Reiki medicine to improve your reputation, yet you keep talking about modern medicine. I originally thought that if he sent you to China, you could change your stubborn attitude. It now appears that I was wrong. I will tell him about this. Qi Shangyun's face couldn't help showing a look of hating iron. He highly recognized the talent of his apprentice and brother as a student. He even knew that his younger brother even planned to train Zhou Zhihao as his successor. But Zhou Zhihao, unable to keep pace with the times, has been recovering spiritual energy for decades, and you are still stubborn and insist on using modern medicine to solve the problem. Alchemy and medicinal pills are the way to the heavens for Chinese doctors to save their lives. Zhou Zhihao's face paled after hearing these words. Qi Shangyun's words seemed to have taken away all his former prestige and confidence. The gazes of those around him seemed to be full of mockery and contempt. In the end, Zhou Zhihao could only run away with his tail between his tails. As Qi Shangyun said, if he can't stay in Huaguo anymore, he should return to Millikan and study with his mentor for a few more years. Mr. Yi, thank you very much today. Qi Shangyun bowed deeply again. Yi Yang waved his hand. I came to the library to read ancient books. Li Lingyu hurried over and handed a certificate written by Li Xuanjun himself. Old Qi, this is a certificate written by my uncle. Qi Shangyun looked at Yi Yang even more differently after reading it. Before, he was just grateful to Yi Yang. Now, he is more shocked and admired for Yi Yang. It seems that the old dog looks down on people. Qi Shangyun laughed at himself. Master Yi, I really can't imagine why you can climb to the master realm at such an age. Please come with me. Qi Shangyun pushed open the heavy door of the library, and a rotten breath came over him. The girl smelled the smell. Her face flushed red, and she coughed violently. Yi Yang frowned. His inner strength was slightly outward, and all the dust around Li Lingyu was separated. Thank you, Master Yi, the girl said gratefully. Qi Shangyun was shocked when he saw Yi Yang using his inner strength so skillfully. Is he really a new master? Why is this child's inner strength so skillful as that of a room entry master? There are countless ancient sects, and the big sects need the support of spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy collapses, it will fall faster. Basically, the small sects that can be passed down are not in the mainstream. The Shanjing Library stores all the books of the sect in the ancient Shanjing area. Master Yi can read and flip through at will. As soon as Qi Shangyun finished speaking, Yi Yang took a fancy to a book. This book is not in any bookshelf, but on Qi Shangyun's desk. In the eyes of the eye, that book is really outstanding. In other ancient books, there's only a faint treasure light, but this book exudes a strong treasure light, almost like a small sun. And in the blazing, sun-like light, there are countless twisted words flying out. Just a glance at it makes people feel irritated. Yi Yang directly picked up the book. Qi Shangyun's face changed immediately. Don't open this book. This book is very strange, and it will bring ominous and calamity to the warriors. And this book is written in ancient script. You can't understand it at all. Even if you just look at it superficially, you will feel that there are all strange noises and murmurs in your ears. If you look at it for a while, you will lose your mind. Some masters of NEI gene who are lucky enough to understand the fur have become idiots directly because they practiced this martial art. He rushed over quickly and was about to take the book. Yeong didn't pay any attention and opened it directly. Those words are obviously normal, but if you look carefully, there seems to be a burst of murmurs in your ears. I'm so tired, it's better to die. Being oppressed every day. What's the point of living like this? Why can't I be born into a rich family? Why I don't have spiritual roots? Why? Countless troubles, countless desires got into my mind. The host reads ancient texts. Ancient literature scholar is upgraded to ancient literature master, and the level is automatically full. Full level effect. You can read ancient texts without hindrance. The host reads the 3000 Anxiety Sutra, comprehends the 3000 Anxiety Method, and automatically reaches the full level. 3000 defilements. People in the world have thousands of desires and afflictions, and I swallow them all in one bite. Full level effect. When people around have negative emotions, the host gains internal energy faster. At the moment of comprehension of the 3000 Anxiety Dharma, all the murmurs disappeared immediately. Yeong looked at his dantian and immediately felt that the formation speed of inner strength was speeding up again. With the blessing of the Innate One Qi Method, the Dragon and Tiger Kai Hai Gong, the 5-element spiritual roots, and these 3000 affliction methods, Yi Yang's inner strength cultivation speed has almost reached more than 20 times that of ordinary inner strength masters. If it wasn't for the dantian being enlarged by the Dragon Tiger Kai Hai Gong, this multiple would be even more terrifying. At this speed, it only takes 2 or 3 days for him to go a step further and step into the realm of the master of the room. But Qi Shangyun, who was about to come over and pull Yi Yang away, was stunned. He saw the confusion in Yi Yang's eyes just now, and immediately knew that he was confused by the monstrous troubles in the 3000 Trouble Sutra. This state is very dangerous, and a careless person may become an idiot. But the next moment, Yi Yang's eyes recovered, and he was even brighter than before, even more radiant. The 3000 Anxiety Sutra is indeed the true martial art of the ancient Tongtian Temple. Yeong chuckled lightly. Qi Shangyun opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "How do you know this is the martial arts of Tongtian Temple?" Yeong said lightly, "I have some attainments in ancient writing." Qi Shangyun took a deep breath. "Master Yi, did you know that 10 years ago, an ancient sect ruin was discovered at the junction of Shangjing and the Han River?" His tone became more and more respectful. Seeing that Yeong was silent, he continued, "The Ministry of Government has sent many teams to explore and obtained a large number of Buddhist books and exercises. Preliminary speculation, it should be the remains of Tongtian Temple. But when I explored the depths, they were all blocked by extremely complicated formations. According to City Lordly, those formations were all written in ancient characters. Now, there are still formations, and everyone is cracking the formation of Tongtian Temple ruins. But there is still no clue. Perhaps Master Yi can provide some help to the Ministry of Political Affairs." Qi Shangyun said seriously. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Ancient ruins represent ancient books. He naturally had to go to the ruins of Tongtian Temple. "I will tell City Lordly about this. Master Yi can rest assured that the ruins of Tongtian Temple are affected by the tide of spiritual energy and will not be open for the time being." Qi Shangyun saw his heartbeat and said with a long smile. Yeong nodded. Li Lingyu ran over happily. "Old Qi, Master Yi, Teacher Tang is awake." Before the two walked to the infirmary, a slender figure appeared in their sight. Her body clearly showed the aura of the peak of inner strength. Yi Yang's eyes showed a clear look. Sure enough, he was right. He removed all the low-level toxins in Tang Liuxiang's body through dissolution, bloodletting, and other methods, and retained some of the most pure toxins. Tang Liuxiang's natural poisonous body, after devouring those toxins, all returned to the inner strength in her dantian. Let her go from a body-refining martial artist across the entry of internal energy, small success, and great success to the peak. Tang Liuxiang had hot tears in her eyes. She hugged Yi Yang and whispered in his ear, "Yi Yang, thank you, really, thank you." The growth of strength is the second thing to her, and the body becomes slender and slender, which is the greatest gift to her. After all, what woman doesn't love beauty? Yi Yang chuckled lightly. Small things are nothing to worry about. After a little greeting, Yi Yang left the library. However, before he took a few steps, Su Qingyan called. "Yi Yang, my dad came to see me from the Han River, and he was accompanied by a person with a strong aura. He said that such a high-quality spiritual vein is still an ownerless thing, and then they wanted to take the welfare home. The workers and children were blasted away. They also said that the orphanage belonged to them, and the spiritual veins under the orphanage also belonged to them. It's a big deal to make up a document with the Ministry of Government afterwards." Grandpa Li was so angry that he quarreled with them and was knocked down and vomited blood. Come and have a look. The call was from Su Qingyan, and there was a vibrato in her voice, and Yi Yang could still hear the arrogant words on the phone. "I want to see what kind of awesome people you can call. Here in Beijing, Li Xuanjin is my uncle, and the government is covering me. Who else dares to oppose the government?" Yi Yang frowned. Dare to think about the spiritual veins under the orphanage and still want to keep it for yourself? Soon, he rushed to the Sherman Welfare Institute. There were 5 luxury cars parked in front of the orphanage. The first one was a very luxurious Rolls-Royce Hyun Shadow, which was even rarer and more expensive than the Phantom. No matter who this young man is, the money energy he can control must be huge. On both sides of the orphanage, there were also 6 big men in black clothes and sunglasses, all standing quietly at the same moment. There is no internal energy fluctuation in their bodies, but looking at the bulging suits, one can guess that the bodies of these people must have been tempered to a very strong bottom, and they can definitely smash all martial artists in the realm of body refining. Seeing Yi Yang appearing, the 6 big men all cast their gazes over and looked into Yi Yang's eyes. The evil spirit in their eyes is very heavy, and at first glance, they have killed people on the battlefield. So ordinary people don't dare to look at them at all. They will be scared to pee. But this time they kicked the iron plate. No, it should be said to be a barbed steel plate. Because the evil spirit in Yi Yang's eyes is heavier and colder than them. Just like the ancient beasts at the top of the food chain, they choose people and eat them. The 6 black-clothed men were so frightened that they didn't dare to move at all. They almost watched Yi Yang walk into the orphanage, but they didn't even dare to make a sound. "Lao Su, I really didn't expect that. I just stopped by to see Uncle Li Xuanjin, and I can still bump into such a big bargain. This is a first-class spiritual meridian. Look at this spiritual energy index, the 7th order. This spiritual meridian can be sold for at least 20 million. Haha, if I can earn such a large sum of money after I go back to Yindu, those guys will not dare to laugh at me as a prodigal. I have earned 20 million for no money." A young and arrogant voice sounded in the orphanage. "Hey, of course, this is because Mr. Li has a great fortune. Mr. Li is such a natural nobleman. He can meet good things wherever he goes, and poor people like us can't compare." The middle-aged man next to him, Su He, Su Qingyan's father, bent down and agreed. "But obviously it's flattering. Who are you? How'd you get in?" Su He saw Yi Yang and scolded sharply. "Yi Yang, you are finally here." Su Qingyan turned sadness into joy. Yi Yang didn't say a word, went straight to Old Man Li, checked his injury, and then fed a vitality pill. His face eased. This old man can't die. I specially saved my strength." "Oh, I see, you're the big guy in this chick's mouth, right?" The young man looked at Yi Yang condescendingly and sneered. "Oh, you're about the same age as me, but you don't look like you belong to any family. But no matter which Shanjing family you are from, you don't dare to provoke me, because my uncle is Li Xuanjin, the city lord of Shanjing." The young man's face was full of lust. Yi Yang said lightly, "What's your name?" The young man laughed. "Good question. I, Li Tianzi, came from the Li family in Yindu. My father is Li Xuanli, the head of the first department of the Yindu government, and my mother is Ji Yun, the general manager of Yindu's Ji family. My uncle is the city owner of the Shanjing government." Li Tianzi put his hands on his hips, his face full of lust. Yi Yang said coldly, "You really will embarrass these people. Li Tianzi was stunned when he heard the words, and his eyes became dangerous. Beside him, Suhi immediately fulfilled his duty as a jerk and yelled loudly, "What did you say? How dare you speak to young Masterly like that? It seems that the Li family's tutoring is not good, and they raised such a scoundrel like you." Yang put his hands on his back and said coldly, "The Li family's tutoring has nothing to do with you, but I don't like listening to what you say." Li Tianzi sneered, "Beat him up for me." According to the previous situation, as long as his voice fell, the 6 bodyguards had already rushed out and rubbed the young man on the ground. But this time, the 6 men in black and sunglasses were all timid and afraid to step forward. "Boss, this person is very strong. He should be a master with internal strength and above. We can't beat him," the leading bodyguard whispered. Li Tianzi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "No wonder this chick regards you as a savior. So you are an internal force warrior. However, I have seen not 1,000 internal strength warriors, but 800. A mere amount of internal energy is a piece of shit. My uncle, Li Xuanjin, is a master of internal energy. He is only one step away from entering the divine realm. At that time, he will be transferred back to Yindu and take the soul power. Besides, you are an internal force warrior. Shouldn't you obediently abide by the rules of the Ministry of Government in Shangjing? Are you not afraid that if I call, the Ministry of Government will send someone to arrest you? I repeat, my uncle, but Li Xuanjin." Li Tianzi sneered. He is not afraid of warriors at all. No martial artist dared to provoke the Li family of Yin capital, not even a master of inner strength. Yang smiled lightly. "You can call and ask Li Xuanjin who I am." If he guessed correctly, Qi Shangyun should have already told Li Xuanjin about the 3,000 Sutra of Anxiety. Yu Zhengbu is very enthusiastic about exploring ancient ruins. The ruins of Tongtian Temple were delayed for 10 years. At this time, a master of ancient literature appeared. How could Li Xuanjin not be ecstatic? In this era when the inheritance of ancient sects has been cut off and in the ascendant, the value of the ancient writers is far higher than many people imagine. Li Tianzi sneered. "He, were you? Standing all over the place. Do you think I will believe what you say? To be mysterious and pretend. How can my uncle know a lowly person like you? The people who enter and exit the City Lord's mansion are all celebrities, sect leaders, and wealthy families. Who are you? Why do I see you looking more and more like a college student? Let me guess. Are you still a student of Shangjing College?" Li Tianzi laughed when he saw Su Qingyin's face change. Sui nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Li, I heard the name Yang mentioned by Qingyin before, and it seems that she is her classmate. This kid is at best a senior at Shangjing College. To dare to pretend to be a tiger in front of Li Gongzi, it's really courting death." Li Tianzi took out his mobile phone and called Li Xuanjin directly. "Although I can't deal with you, I can get through my uncle's mobile phone with just one call. In 10 minutes at most, my uncle will send someone over. When the time comes, don't blame me. I'm still saying the same thing. Now you get out of here. This orphanage is given to me, and I can still give you hundreds of thousands of Chinese coins to be happy. But if you don't know how to praise again, don't blame me." Li Tianzi sneered and dialed the phone, and he even turned on the speakerphone. The beeping sound is especially harsh in silent situations. The staff and children of the orphanage opened their eyes wide, and their hearts came to their throats. However, there was a busy voice over the phone. Li Tianzi frowned. At this moment, Yi Yang's cell phone rang. When he saw it, he smiled. It happened to be Li Xuanjin. "Hey, City Lord Li, what about the ruins of Tongtian Temple? Do you want to talk to me?" "Okay, I'm right here at the Shernin Welfare Institute." "Oh, would you like to introduce your nephew to me?" Yi Yang sneered. "You have a good nephew." After saying that, he hung up the phone. The opposite Li Tianzi was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly. "In order to bluff me, you have come up with such a thing as connecting a fake phone? It looks very skilled. Boy, it seems that in addition to being a student of Shangjing College, you must also be a liar. Ha 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 ha." The orphanage was full of Li Tianzi's arrogant laughter. On the other side, Li Xuanjin, who put down the phone, was very anxious. If he can achieve the position of the Lord of a city, it proves that he is absolutely extraordinary. Just thinking about it a little according to Master Ye's tone, He knows that his playful nephew has done something bad. It's not good for you to provoke anyone. You have to provoke Master Yi. Before Yi Yang, in his opinion, belonged to the kind of person who must befriend. Even if he can't befriend, he must never be evil. There is no reason. This man is so evil. It wasn't until after the two identities were combined that Li Xuanjin went to check Yi Yang's information and found out that this person was terrible. His identity, too many, although he is only a fourth-order alchemist. But he has improved the formula of animal blood pills and created his own vitality pills. Li Xuanjin suspects that he can refine pills of 7th order or higher. In addition, he was also a 6th order artifact refiner, and he refined the 6th order mustard seed treasure in front of everyone's eyes. In addition, the jeweled dog beside him is an 8th order spirit beast, which means that he is also an 8th order beast breeder. Most importantly, he is also a master of inner strength. The Naging master who is less than 20 years old. His future is absolutely limitless. In addition, a large number of forces have been quietly surrounded by him. He is a distinguished guest of Datong Lingyan Pavilion. He is the honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. She is the savior of the Liu family's granddaughter. It's the guest of the Tang family. Still a genius student of Shangjing College. And just a few minutes ago, the old man in the library, following the old senior Qi Shangyan, who had been working hard in the world at the time, also came to tell him that Yi Yang may still be a master of ancient literature. Yes, not ancient, but ancient. Hearing this news, Li Xuanjin almost slipped off his office chair. Yi Yang's position in his heart has suddenly risen countless times. With such a character, there is no reason not to make friends, not to make a good relationship earlier. Even in the future, Li Xuanjin's position in the Ministry of Government may be closely related to Yi Yang. As a result, his playful nephew, who came from Yindu, actually provoked him. No need to guess, Li Xuanjin has already thought of it. Shernan Welfare Institute, underground spiritual veins. This is where the conflict comes from. With the fastest speed, he wrote a document on the ownership of the spiritual veins of the Shernan Welfare Institute, and then brought people to start the car and went straight to the orphanage. Tianzi, you must not do anything stupid, otherwise, even Uncle and I can't save you. He even sent Yi Yang a text message quickly. Master Yi, just give a small punishment, don't hurt his life. I will personally come to make amends. At the same time, in the welfare home, Yi Yang chuckled when he saw the text message. Your uncle also begged me not to hurt your life. Li Tianzi screamed with disdain. Take you down, my uncle is the city lord of Shangjing. How could he be so rude to you? You are acting again. Let me tell you, I still have to use this spiritual vein. You'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Stop pretending here. Li Tianzi sneered. Also, is this Su Qingyan your little girlfriend? Lao Su has already made the decision. Marry Su Qingyan to me. This chick looks pretty smart and has good aptitude, so she can barely be the daughter-in-law of my Li family. As soon as these words came out, Yi Yang frowned, and there was coldness in his eyes. Su Qingyan said in disbelief, Su He, are you still my father? You want to marry me to such a scumbag? Don't even think about it. I'm not your accessory. Who am I going to follow, no matter what your business is? Su Qingyan is now full of disgust for Su He. I originally thought that this alcoholic father came back this time because he repented and wanted to live a good life. As a result, for the sake of money and status, he decided to marry her to such a scumbag. So he was in a hurry. Qingyan, how can you say that? Dad's painstaking efforts. Can't you see it? Li Gongzi is young and rich, and he is still a member of the Li family, a wealthy family in Yindu. You follow him. What do you want? What's wrong with eating delicious and spicy food? Is it possible that you can live a good life with this poor boy? Sui looked as if he was really thinking about his daughter's future. Didn't you always say, when you were young, that you want to be an alchemist in the future? Alchemy masters are very expensive. If you follow that kid, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy the materials for alchemy in the future. But you only need to follow Li Gongzi. There's a whole group of alchemy rooms for you to choose from. More than a dozen alchemy apprentices will help you. I've seen it all. Young Master Li specially took a piece of land in Yindu just to build the alchemy room you want. Are you not interested in such a man? Hearing this, Li Tianzi touched his nose and smiled slightly embarrassedly. Yes, yes. As long as you like it, I can also buy a small alchemy sect to help you. As long as you like it, the entirely family's material warehouse is open to you unconditionally. Take whatever you want. To be honest, Li Tianzi, have never really liked any woman since I was a child. Those women are just fun and playful. But when I saw Lao Su take out your photo, I was fascinated by you. Su Qingyin, you are destined to be mine. Not only you, this spiritual vein is also destined to be mine. Li Tianzi laughed loudly, as if he had reached the peak of his life. Su Qingyin's eyes were even more disgusting. What do other women mean by just having fun? You are playing with your feelings, you scumbag. The next moment, Yi Yang slapped him fiercely and slapped him straight away. After Li Tianzi landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his two front teeth didn't know where to go. His face was swollen like a pig's head, so he was so shocked that his eyes fell out. Who is this person? So crazy? Even people from the Li family in Yindu dare to fight? Yi Yang continued to walk towards Li Tianzi, neither hurried nor slow, but every footstep seemed to be stepping on his heart. Don't come here. Don't come here. Li Tianzi was as frightened as a chicken. This internal strength warrior actually dared to beat him, but by his side, there is not even a person to protect. Old Su, you, stop him. He hesitated for a while, and before he could block Li Tianzi with his body, Yi Yang picked him up with one hand and threw him out. The next moment, the middle-aged man who was selling women for glory stuck his head down in the lotus pond of the orphanage. Li Tianzi was shocked. This man is too scary. With one hand, you can insert a man into a pool like a javelin. Don't plug in me. At this moment, a loud whistle sounded suddenly. This is the voice of the Ministry of Government. There is a convoy of the Ministry of Justice arrived. A number of competent and serious officers got out of the car and stood on both sides of the road. Pedestrians retreated. But looking at the sight of the officials of the Ministry of Government is full of reverence and admiration. Some children even pointed to the officers and proudly said, "I will become such a person in the future." Because the Ministry of Government is the representative of maintaining peace and guarding order, they are loved by the people. In the orphanage, Li Tianzi opened his eyes wide and cried out in surprise. His expression also became arrogant. It's really a terrific performance. Someone from the Ministry of Government is here. You're done. Whoever you are finished. Let me tell you, it's still too late to kneel down and beg my forgiveness. Otherwise, when the Ministry of Government takes you back to prison, you will feel better. And in prison, I must concoct you well. Li Tianzi laughed. A scowl flashed in his eyes. How dare you embarrass me like that? If I, Li Tianzi, can't make you feel hopeless, how can I call myself the number one dude in Yindu? How will you be able to gain a foothold in the dandy circle in the future? It's not to be laughed at by other dudes to die. The old dean was also anxious and immediately said, "Mr. Li, I made a mistake in the orphanage. 100,000 yuan. The orphanage belongs to you. I beg you not to put Yang in jail. He is the most talented person in the orphanage. A promising child. If he is caught in prison, the rest of the welfare institution will be finished." Li Tianzi laughed. It's too late. I didn't know how to agree when I made an offer before. Why did I go earlier? Su Qingyin, I want the Ling Mai too. You poor boy. I wanted to go to jail for 10 years. 20 years. I will keep you from getting out for the rest of your life. Li Tianzi's face was full of arrogance that couldn't be concealed when he thought that the Ministry of Government was going to support him soon. When the first person walked in, he was even more ecstatic. This person is none other than his uncle Li Xuanjin. Unexpectedly, my uncle not only sent people, but also himself. Sure enough, he is still very important in the eyes of his uncle. Li Tianzi rushed over immediately, not forgetting to sell miserably at this moment. Uncle, this man is so hateful. He not only beat me badly, but also my subordinates. He even despised our Yindu Li family and our government. Uncle, you must bring this person to justice. Li Tianzi looked at Li Xuanjin's face, full of sadness, as if he was really bullied by Yi Yang to this extent. But when he turned around, his face was filled with a grin. The Lord of Shangjing is here. Are you afraid? Are your legs trembling? You'll be scared to pee your pants. Snapped. What was waiting for him was a slap in the face from Li Xuanjin, who hated iron. The Shangjing city lord rounded his arms, so his voice was particularly harsh and loud. In the welfare home, except for Su Qingyan, everyone else was stunned. What's the situation? Why did Li Cheng mainly beat his nephew? Aren't they family? Could it be that Yi Yang is really a terrific character? Li Tianzi was also stunned by a slap. Yes, uncle, I am your nephew. Why are you helping outsiders, but not me? If you don't help me, that's all, hit me? Li Xuanjin ignored him, but walked straight to Yi Yang, clasped his fists, and bowed slightly. Master Yi, I apologize to you for Tianzi. In addition, this is the document that the orphanage's spiritual vein belongs to. From now on, this spiritual vein will be completely owned by Master Yi Yang. In Li Xuanjin's voice, there was not the slightest hint of negligence. Yi Yang nodded and accepted the document. Li Tianzi looked in disbelief. Why? How could that poor and sour boy win this spiritual vein? He immediately roared, Uncle, do you know the value of this spiritual vein? It's 20 million if you sell it. Snapped. Li Xuanjin turned around and slapped him in the face again. There were red palm prints on both cheeks. Quickly apologized to Master Yi. Master Yi is not someone you can mess with. Datong Lingyan Pavilion treats him as an honored guest. Compare with Datong Lingyan Pavilion. What kind of thing are you? Li Xuanjin shouted fiercely. Li Tianzi was struck by lightning. Isn't it? Can this person be treated as a guest by Tang Lingyan Pavilion? Just because of this poor boy? The rage and humiliation made Li Tianzi selectively filter his uncle's address to Yi Yang. I don't believe it. He sneered wildly. Yi Yang smiled lightly. City Lord Li, if the child is disobedient, it's fine to beat him. One leg. Speaking of the second half of the sentence, Yi Yang's eyes overflowed with evil spirits. Li Xuanjin looked into his eyes, and his heart froze for no reason. What's the situation? Why am I shocked by the eyes of a young junior? But the evil spirit in his eyes, really too heavy. It was as if the person standing beside me was not a person, but a fierce tiger whistling in the mountains. Li Xuanjin gritted his teeth, and the Jin his hand sword, and then he slammed it hard. What? Li Tianzi's pupils shrank suddenly, and the severe pain made his forehead sweat profusely. After a while, he covered his right leg and howled like a pig. Apologized to Master Yi. Li Xuanjin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He was really angry. In the past, although my nephew was playful, he was still obedient. Today, he actually embarrassed himself in front of outsiders. Fear was reflected in Li Tianzi's eyes. He finally found out. Uncle Li Xuanjin was not on his side. He was always alone. Li Tianzi stood up tremblingly and bowed deeply towards Yi Yang. Yi, Master Yi, I was wrong. Tears dripped from his eyes, and he couldn't tell whether it was humiliation or regret. Take him back. Li Sun was heartbroken. Although he is a dummy who is ignorant of skills and makes trouble, he is his own nephew after all. The City Lord's mansion is equipped with a large number of medicinal pills. If the leg is broken, it can still be connected. On the other hand, the staff of the Welfare Institute and the children all opened their eyes wide and looked curious. This is the City Lord of the entire Shangjing City, a big man they never see before. Today, I actually came to the orphanage in person, and I respectfully called Yi Yang Master Yi. Yi Yang, that is the most promising child in the orphanage. For the children, Yi Yang is an all-around big brother. Master Yi, let's find a quiet place to talk in detail. What Li Xuanjin said was actually very concise. The opening time of the ruins of Tongtian Temple should probably be around the time of the battle between famous schools. Because the ruins are located at the junction of Shangjing and the Han River, the warriors of the Han River will also come. Because Tongtian Temple is very strange, Li Xuanjin suggested that Yi Yang could go to Xiangshan Temple in Xiangshan District to have a look. After the annihilation of Tongtian Temple, Xiangshan Temple is the sect that has inherited the most inheritance of Tongtian Temple. Before leaving, Li Xuanjin kindly told him that the people from Tianyahage were already on their way. Maybe it's time to come to the door looking for trouble. Yang nodded and watched the convoy with the government department leave. Xiangshan Temple inherited many inheritances of Tongtian Temple. Then this temple should also store a lot of ancient Buddhist books, right? But before that, Yang still intends to give the people in the orphanage some means of self-protection. Otherwise, the temptation of such a superior spiritual vein will always lead to dark thoughts. Yang selected several children with high aptitude and even accidentally discovered 1 or 2 children with spiritual roots. It seems that the nourishment of spiritual veins is really extraordinary. Then, according to their roots and preferences, they each taught martial arts such as fists, swords, legs, and feet. As for the old dean and old Lido, he decided to go back and build some protective treasures for them. Yang, I have something to tell you. Su Qingyan couldn't help but said, beside Chun Guanping's tomb, there seems to be a change, and many spirit grasses have grown. Yang was stunned for a moment and hurried to the small hill behind the orphanage, where Chun Guanping's grave was buried. As for how Chun Guanping died, the elderly people in the orphanage may have guessed a little, but everyone knows that a scum like Chun Guanping deserves to die. It actually grows the grave grass? Yang just glanced at it and was slightly surprised. He continued to walk forward, and the closer he got to the small hill, the more lush the grave grass. And at the end, it was almost like a small skull swaying in the wind. This spiritual energy is too rich. Yang couldn't help but said. It seems that he was mistaken at the beginning. This spiritual vein under the Shernan Welfare Institute is probably not only high class, but the best. Here, it is very suitable as a medicine field. Yes, the medicine field is not the kind of Lingtian that grows Lingmi Lingkai in Xinjiayutian district. Because of the elixir, the requirements for spiritual energy are extremely high. Old Dean, you have us around this area. I will use it as a medicine field to cultivate in the future. In a few days, I will protect it with a formation. Yi Yang's expression was slightly solemn. The old dean nodded heavily. After the aura recovered, many people realized the importance of elixir, and so did he. Moreover, he knew that Yi Yang was a powerful alchemist, and an elixir in his hands would definitely be able to exert 300% effect. At that time, these children in the orphanage will definitely have a bright future, especially these children with excellent qualifications. Next, I'm going to prepare for the famous school battle. Qingyan, you have to protect the people in the orphanage. Yang said. Su Qingyan nodded. I will. I'm also a member of the welfare home. Yang left quickly. I don't know if the battle between the famous schools is approaching, and the atmosphere of Shangjing College has become dignified. In comparison, Yang is Yang Yi, and the fact that he helped wing Chun Martial Arts Hall to win the first place in Beijing has even been quietly downplayed. Yang has no idea about the virtual title, but he knew that once Shangjing College defeated Hanjiang College as a contestant, he could choose an ancient book in the opponent's library. However, before that, Shangjing College organized a regular autumn outing. The destination is Xiangshan Temple, which is not only a routine autumn tour, but also a prayer for the next battle between famous schools. After all, except for a few people who knew the inside story, other teachers were not optimistic about the battle of the famous schools. After all, the Han River College next door is too strong. It is no exaggeration to describe the Hanjiang College of this generation as being full of talents. On martial arts, there is Jiang Li, not to mention the Jiang family who was born in the capital of Yan. He has already set foot on a master of Deng Tangjing in the 4th grade. In the library of the academy, it is no exaggeration to say that he is a genius who comes out once in 100 years. Alchemy, someone as Tang Danxin, that is the grandson of Tang Xiushan, a master of alchemy in the Han River. At the age of 15, he is already a 3rd-order alchemist. Now, after more than a month of brave and diligent progress on the alchemy path, he has come to the 4th-order alchemy level. There is Wei Ziheo in the artifact refining family. This is the eldest son of the Wei family in the Hanjiang River. His talent in martial arts is not weak. He is already at the peak of his internal strength. There is Chun Shuhong, a talented young animal breeder who studied under Guanqing Han, a well-known animal breeder. After graduation, he did not leave the academy, but stayed in the first grade or the fourth grade because of insufficient credits. Therefore, he can still represent Hanjiang College in the war. Some people say that Hanjiang College deliberately kept this hand. After all, Chun Shohong is a sixth-order animal breeder, not to mention the students of Shangjing Academy. Even if it is placed in the teacher, it can sweep a large area. Moreover, these are just 4 areas, the most outstanding talents. According to the rules, 3 people must play in each field, and there are many people in the Hanjiang Academy in the second echelon. On the other hand, look at Shangjing College. Except for Shun Linfeng, Su Qingyin, Yi Yang, and Lu Xiaowan, there are almost no students who can do it. Tang Xiener was an exception. She was a transfer student from Yindu College and could not participate in the battle of famous schools. Not to mention 2 more people in each field. Although it is possible to participate in the competition in 4 fields by 1 person, it is very tiring, and almost no one can do it. Therefore, everyone came to Shangshan Temple to worship Buddha and pray. In essence, they still intend to find psychological comfort. But Yang is not. He originally planned to visit Shangshan Temple, but it inherited a large number of ancient Buddhist books from Tongtian Temple. Soon, the students of Shangjing College, under the leadership of the teacher, came to the foot of Shangshan Mountain. Looking up from here, you can see a long staircase leading directly to the top of the mountain. On the staircase, there are a continuous stream of pedestrians and pilgrims. But the strange thing is that there are only pedestrians on both sides of the stairs, but no one dares to walk in the middle. The Shangshan Temple was built on the hillside. As for the stupa on the top of the mountain, it is the place where the abbots of the Shangshan Temple passed away and where the Buddhist scriptures are located. Generally, at the foot of the mountain, a young novice from Shangshan Temple has come to receive him. You big benefactors and small benefactors, this is the 1,000 steps of our Shangshan Temple. No more, no less, just 1,000 steps. The little novice, who looked about 15 years old, smiled kindly. 1,000-step steps are normal steps on both sides, but in the middle are the treasure steps specially made by the Abbot Kaishan. The higher you go, the greater the resistance. It is usually where our monks from Shangshan Temple temper their bodies. You may wish to give it a try. Shui Wei is the leading teacher of class 2 and 3. She glanced at Yi Yang next to her and said with a smile, "Yi Yang, why don't you try it?" Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Yang. Even if they didn't see the scene of the Shangwan meeting, they knew from other rumors that Yi Yang was already a master of internal strength. But the hearsay is unreal after all. They want to see Yi Yang let go. Yi Yang glanced at it with interest, then shook his head. This is a simple gravity formation, but it's a little bigger. I have to say that the abbot who opened the mountain was quite creative and came up with this method to temper his disciples' flesh. But this kind of tempering method is useless to Yi Yang. He eats qi and blood pills like beans every day and has long pushed his physical strength to 50,000 kilograms. This is also the limit of his current physical body. If he can't harden his bones and nourish his veins, his physical body will not continue to grow. The little novice thought he was afraid and laughed. "Don't be afraid. You don't need to be afraid. You see that there are senior brothers guarding you on both sides. You won't be thrown off by the rebound." Yi Yang said lightly, "This kind of tempering method is useless to me." The little novice's face stiffened, and his expression became unnatural. He doesn't know Yi Yang's details. He just thinks this person is talking big. And you say that this thing is useless. Are you looking down on me, Shangshan Temple, or the Abbot of Kaishan? The students also frowned. They didn't see Yi Yang exposing his inner strength with their own eyes. At this moment, they only saw that he didn't dare to take 1,000 steps, and they couldn't help but feel contempt and disdain in their hearts. What kind of inner strength master are you? Don't even dare to go up the 1,000 steps? The little novice laughed lightly. Then no one dares to try it? Shui Wei's face was stunned for a moment. The little novice was a little too much. If you don't go up, you can't go up. You have to have something to do with dare. I come. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind the crowd. Everyone looked at the prestige and it turned out to be a third-year team. It was none other than someone else who spoke just now. It was Shen Linfeng. Isn't this Shen Linfeng? I heard that he went to Tianya Hage to study before, but I didn't expect to come back. Isn't it? I also heard that Shen Linfeng had an adventure in Tianya Hage. He was directly accepted as an inner disciple by an elder. Not only that, do you know what was the first thing Shen Linfeng did after he came back? He went to the Ministry of Government and took the Fifth Order Alchemy, Fifth Order Weapon Refining, Fifth Order Beast Breeding, and Inner Strength Peak in one breath. The results were all passed. What? A girl almost let out a little star in her eyes. Young Master Shen is amazing. Yang was slightly surprised. No wonder Shen Linfeng was not seen in such a big scene before. It turns out that this guy went to Tianya Hage to study. And it seems that there is still a great adventure. Otherwise, it is impossible to become so confident. Yang, after I came back from Tianya Hage, I heard from my father that you are the master of inner strength. Shen Linfeng didn't walk 1,000 steps directly, but came to Yi Yang and sneered. I seriously question the authenticity of you, a master of internal strength. You don't even dare to climb the 1,000 steps? It seems that even if you become a new master, you are the weakest one. Ha ha. But I'm different. During my time at Tianya Hage, I'm no longer the Shen Linfeng I used to be. It only takes a month at most, and I can also step into the realm of Naging Master. And, I have been accepted as an inner disciple by Tianya Hage, so I practice Jian Jin, and Tianya Hage Sword Jin in the same realm is almost invincible. I want to see how you can fight me in a month. In the next battle of famous schools, I will also represent Shangjin College and walk in front of everyone. Shen Linfeng sneered, and then never looked at Yang again, but strode up and walked up 1,000 steps. His gait is very steady, and it is not an exaggeration to describe his gait as fast as flying. In the blink of an eye, it flew over 200 steps. The expressions of the standing monks of the 100th Order did not change, but they nodded their heads in praise. The pedestrians on both sides were amazed. Climbing the 1,000 steps is so easy. This physical realm has been tempered to a very high level, right? And it said enviously, if only my children could do this. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes patted his son's shoulder. Look, this big brother is a role model for you to learn from. Judging from the way he walks like a fly, he must be very solidly polished. The child nodded earnestly and pointed to the foot of the mountain. Dad, where's the big brother? The man followed his fingers and looked, but it was another young man who slowly walked up the 1,000 steps. This speed is too slow. I guess he can walk 300 steps at most. You still have to learn from the big brother, who is at the forefront. The man shook his head and said, this person is naturally Yi Yang, because he carefully observed the formation and found something wrong. The abbot of Xiangshan Temple seems to be very accomplished in the formation technique. At first glance, he thought it was just a low-level formation technique, but now he discovered that this formation technique is actually self-enhancing. That is to say, a 100th order becomes a first-order array, and a 200 order is a two-order array. At the 1,000th order, that is, the yellow order formation above the 9th order. Yi Yang was overjoyed. I didn't expect that such a superb formation was actually placed under my eyelids. If I neglected it just now, I would have missed it. Yi Yang walked up, and while walking, he watched the interpretation of the formation, and he was amazed. The abbot who opened the mountain is really a genius formation. Yi Yang, wait for me. Lu Xiaowan let out a soft cry. Her face flushed red, and she chased after her. She has been recovering from her injuries since the last time she was injured by a dangling Jinjinghu. The bigger one is, of course, the psychological trauma, and she has not recovered until now. Yi Yang stopped. Yi Yang, thank you. Lu Xiaowan approached Yi Yang and gathered up the courage to peck him on the cheek. Rao is like this, and her face is flushed. She had already known everything from Lu Yinshan. The golden-eyed tiger that harmed Nanping Mountain has been killed by Yi Yang, and its skeleton was sent to the Lu family by Shangjin College, and Lu Yinshan built it into a statue, which relieved Lu Xiaowan's psychological shadow a lot. The host gained Lu Xiaowan's favor and the Thousand Gong was upgraded to Thousand Wan Xiang. Thousands of faces in all phases. Thousands of faces in 10,000 forms, all of which are invariable. Full level effect. The host can change into someone else's voice and appearance at will, and the host's words and eyes will be very attractive to the opposite sex. Small thing. Yang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Would you like to climb this 1,000 steps with me? Lu Xiaowan's heart was pounding, and she nodded obediently. Okay. The students under the 1,000 steps looked unbalanced for a while. Hold the grass. You have to throw dog food on such occasions. No, I want to surpass you, and I also want to kiss the goddess Feng Zhe. Immediately, a large group of students rushed up. The crowd was turbulent, and they walked as fast as Shen Linfeng, and they overtook Yi Yang and Lu Xiaowan in an instant. Some students who admired Lu Xiaowan even looked back at Yi Yang contemptuously. Master of inner strength? You are a fart master of inner strength. Which internal strength master will be left behind by the body refiner? It seems that what Shen Linfeng said is right. You, a new master, has a false appearance, but the name does not live up to the truth. Lu Xiaowan covered her mouth and chuckled. They actually disdain you. Yi Yang chuckled lightly, shook his head without saying a word, and continued to walk up slowly while observing the formation. Soon, the most aggressive group of students stopped. The monks rushed up and took them to the sides. However, Yang was still going up step by step. It wasn't until he reached the 400th order that the sound of the system sounded in his mind. The host observes the 4th order formation, and the basic formation is upgraded to the advanced formation, which will automatically reach the full level. As for the basic skill of basic formation, Yang had already learned it when he was looking at Mo Danqing's books in Mo Danju before. Hearing this voice, Yi Yang's face rose with a hint of joy. He was about to go up, but Lu Xiaowan couldn't hold it anymore. Her face flushed red, her hands on her hips, and she couldn't breathe. Yi Yang frowned, grabbed her slender hand, and saved a little bit of internal energy. Come on, I'll take you to the 1,000th order. Yi Yang smiled lightly and moved forward slowly. Lu Xiaowan's cheeks were blushing, and she bowed her head and replied unlike a mosquito. Yi Yang's speed was very slow, but he quickly surpassed the others. The other students were very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do because they were already powerless. Soon, Yi Yang came to the 700th order. The host observes the 7th order array, and the advanced array is upgraded to a high order array, which will automatically reach full level. Yi Yang smiled lightly and continued forward. 952 steps, Shen Linfeng stopped. He let out a long breath, wiped the sweat on his forehead and neck, and suddenly chuckled. There is no one around, and the gate of Shangshan Temple is just in front. Shen Linfeng could even see the genial and admiring smiles of the resident monks. Presumably, even the monks of Shangshan Temple admired themselves very much. However, he has reached his limit, and if he goes up a few steps at most, he will not be able to support himself, and he will show his embarrassment and ugliness. Shen Linfeng didn't want to do this. How can someone like me be so embarrassed? I want to be graceful, elegant, and gentleman from start to finish. However, the scenery behind you must be beautiful, right? He turned around and saw the rivers and mountains in full view. Another Panjin mountain in the distance is naturally Nanping Mountain. Shen Linfeng suddenly saw that Yi Yang pulled Lu Xiaowan and passed him. Take it easy. Easy to do. Not even blushing or panting. As if, like walking on the ground, on the stairs on the right. The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes was stunned. His mouth opened as if he could swallow a light bulb. Dad, which big brother should I learn from? It seems that the big brother who goes up later is more powerful. The little boy tugged at the corner of his shirt. The man held his forehead. Son, it seems that Dad still looks down on people. The man leaned down and said helplessly, Why can you surpass me? Shen Linfeng roared in disbelief. Yi Yangli ignored him and pulled Lu Xiaowan towards the 1,000th order. Shen Lin was so angry that he almost smoked. He took a deep breath and continued to take a step up. However, the violent rebound force under his feet caused him to lose his balance immediately, and he was about to fall. The monk next to him immediately shot and pulled him back. Shen Linfeng's posture was completely gone, and the joy of reaching the 900th order was also gone. All this is because of Yi Yang. Why can he surpass himself? Moreover, he actually pulled Lu Xiaowan's hand. Shen Linfeng lowered his face and gritted his teeth in hatred. After knowing the huge gap between him and Tang Xiener, he no longer put his mind on the former and regarded Lu Xiaowan, who was also not inferior to Tang Xiener, as his goal. Even in his eyes, the Lu family's destruction soon is doomed. Lu Xiaowan is also in his pocket. Now, Yi Yang has actually been defiled, but after he took a deep breath, his expression gradually recovered. Grab a woman from me, right? Don't worry, count the time, the master should be here too. The matter of you robbing the famous sword of Tianya Hage. This account should also be counted. Faced with the gigantic Tianya High Pavilion, you, Yi Yang, can't support the lonely tree, Shen Linfeng sneered. On the other side, Yi Yang and Lu Xiaowan, holding hands, came to the 1000th order under the shocked eyes of the resident monk. The host observes the yellow rank formation, and the high rank formation is upgraded to the Xianhuang Ancient Formation, which will automatically reach full level. Xianhuang Ancient Formation, Huang Xian Di Tian, the way of formation, the beginning. Full level effect, proficient in all yellow and mysterious formations, and has the ability to describe the mysterious yellow formation. Yi Yang's expression shook, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the 1000 steps did not go in vain. Formation and weapon refining are complementary abilities. The reason why Shangjin College does not offer a formation course is because this course is only offered by universities. At a high level, refining and formation are inseparable. However, Yi Yang now has the ability to describe the ancient formation of Xianhuang, and his accomplishments in refining will also advance by leaps and bounds. Donor strong. The simple and honest resident monk held back for a long time without saying anything, and finally only said a strong one. The little novice who mocked Yi Yang at the foot of the mountain also ran up at the moment, and when he saw him, he immediately bowed his head and apologized. Donor, forgive my unintentional remarks just now. Yi Yang waved his hand to reveal the matter. But Donor, you are really amazing. No one has walked down the 1000-step steps of our Xiangshan temple for decades. The little novice said excitedly. I wonder if I can enter the Buddhist scriptures pavilion in your temple? Yi Yang suddenly laughed. The little novice was stunned for a moment and remained silent. The monk who lived in the temple said, the donor has walked 1000 steps, and it is reasonable to enter the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion for a look, but something strange happened to the stupa a while ago, and the donor should not go in. Well, Ju Exen, you take the 2 donors to the main hall to find the abbot, said the resident monk. This matter is still up to the abbot to decide. At the same time, other students also came to the gate of Xiangshan Temple through the 2 sides of the 1000 steps. They also heard the conversation between Yi Yang and the resident monk. The strange thing about the stupa, is it true? The boy with glasses exclaimed. What's the weird thing, brother? Tell us about it. Some curious students couldn't help asking. The boy with glasses pushed his glasses and said in a low voice, this is what my mother told me. Last time, she and a few colleagues came to pray to the Buddha. After that, she walked and chatted on the steps, but an Annie walked. It disappeared. Everyone went to her and found that she was actually walking to the top of the mountain, and she was very fast. My mother immediately chased after the monks in the temple, and finally found that ant sitting in front of the stupa. What else are you talking about? Why is life so hard? Why is my husband making so little money? Why is my son not smart at all? Why is everything so unsatisfactory? After she went back, her symptoms eased a lot, but she still left a psychological shadow. Everyone said that there might be a monster living in that stupa in Xiangshan. The glasses man said more and more scary. In the end, almost scared some girls to cry. Yi Yang's expression changed. Isn't the murmur of the woman in this mouth the same as the murmur he heard in the library that day when he was flipping through the 3000 Anxiety Sutras? These are all troubles. It seems that the stupa at Xiangshan Temple does have many inheritances from the ancient Tongtian Temple. Soon, a group of people came to the main hall. But today, the main hall of Xiangshan Temple is different. All pilgrims and tourists did not enter the hall, but stretched their necks outside the hall to watch. In the main hall, the smell of the incense burner is so strong that even if it is so far away, the sound of chanting sutras like a bell can be heard. If I hear this for a while, the Buddha gave a lonely garden at the only tree in the country of Shiwei. The host listens to the Diamond Sutra recitation. Basic tasting upgrades the branch skill Buddhist master and automatically reaches the full level. Yang frowned immediately. This sutra has the effect of subduing demons, so it is not easy to use it. But why do you recite the sutra in the main hall? He immediately opened his eyes to look. In the main hall, 3 old monks sat on 3 futons, reciting Buddhist scriptures and knocking wooden fish in their hands. In the center, there was an old monk with white hair and beard. He was wearing an abbot's robe. He should be the abbot of Xiangshan Temple. However, now his hands and feet are restrained by restraint belts. His face is in terrible pain. His ears are even more bloody, and there are scratches on both temples. Yi Yang has a discerning eye and can see the crux of this person at a glance. There are 2 auras of different colors in his body. One is the dignified and upright Buddhist aura, and the other is the gray-black smoke that changes shape all the time, roaring hideously from time to time. The latter is far larger than the former, and it has almost suppressed the former to an extremely small extent. Trouble. Really troublesome. However, the chanting of these 3 old monks was not only ineffective, but also contributed to the growth of afflictions. If this goes on, the abbot of Xiangshan Temple will be completely reduced to an ignorant puppet. Yang took a deep breath and shouted, "Don't chant." His voice contained the inner strength of Hun Yuan, and the aura in the hall was instantly dissipated. There was no sound of chanting, and the abbot's face softened slightly and became quiet, but he was still murmuring in his mouth. The 3 old monks were shocked and opened their turbid old eyes. They all saw the anger in their eyes. "Who are you? Why did the elder brother-in-law make this murderous attack?" The little novice opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. "What are you doing?" "They are saving the abbot. Why do you want to hurt people?" The pilgrims also pointed at Yi Yang and roared, "What kind of snake and scorpion are you? Why are you poisoning Abbot Hui Yuan?" Shen Linfeng in the crowd sneered and couldn't help shouting, "This person is extremely vicious. He can attack his classmates ruthlessly, and in the ring, he directly beats his opponent to death. Such a person should not appear in Xiangshan Temple. We will drive him out." For a while, the crowd was surging. Some patrolling monks even ran over with sticks, their faces full of grief and indignation. Lu Xiaowan bit her red lips tightly. Even if others didn't believe Yi Yang, she would always stand by Yi Yang's side. "I'm saving him." Yi Yang sneered. "What nonsense are you talking about? If we hadn't suppressed it with the Diamond Sutra, the abbot would have turned into a demon. You interrupted our chanting, and it was the abbot who harmed senior brother abbot." The 3 old monks shouted angrily. Yi Yang sneered. "I thought Xiangshan Temple was a wise man, so he might have some ability anyway. Now it seems that it really does not live up to its name." "What did you say?" The most majestic monk shouted violently and smashed his stick directly. With a wave of Yi Yang's hand, he blocked the stick and then threw the man out with a flick. The monks fell silent. This is the strongest big brother. There is no single blow in front of this young man. It seems that the catastrophe of my Xiangshan Temple is coming. An old monk suddenly stood upright and sighed. "2 senior brothers, you continue to recite the Buddhist scriptures, and I will stop this thief." His eyes showed generosity. Yi Yang took a deep breath. "Are these bald donkeys dead brains?" He said solemnly, "Hui Yuan is troubles invading the body. You recite the Diamond Sutra. It will only encourage troubles. If I don't interrupt, it will take at most half an hour, and Hui Yuan will completely wipe out his mind." The 3 old monks were stunned. "My Xiangshan Temple has inherited the inheritance of Tongtian Temple for decades, and I have never spread any martial arts. Why did this child know the trouble?" Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense to them and said directly, "The world has all kinds of desires and all kinds of troubles. I will swallow them all in one bite." The three old monks looked in disbelief. 3,000 troubles. This is the preface of the 3,000 Sutras of Suffering. No wonder this child knows trouble. It turned out that he had read the 3,000 Sutras of Suffering. This is the most orthodox martial arts in Tongtian Temple. And since he can see that Senior Abbot is being invaded by vexation, he must be able to heal Senior Abbot. The old monk who said he wanted to stop the thief just now put his hands together and bowed deeply to Yi Yang. "Please forgive me for being abrupt." The other two bowed deeply as well, their faces full of shame. Yi Yang waved his hand and said impatiently, "Bring back, I'll save people." The three old monks nodded immediately and scolded the others for leaving the hall, and then the door of the hall was heavily closed. Outside the hall, everyone was dumbfounded. What is the situation? How did the plot turn so quickly? The senior brother and the monk even got up from the ground, knelt in front of the temple door, recited the Buddhist scriptures, and repented. If he really hit Yi Yang just now, then he is the sinner who caused the death of the abbot. Therefore, he has to repent. With the senior brother as an example, other monks and novices who were angry with Yi Yang also knelt down and repented. "Pilgrims, you look at me, I look at you at a loss." Among the students, Shun Linfeng clenched his fists, his eyes full of unwillingness. Why? Why every time you can turn the corner? Why do you get the attention of these people every time? Lu Xiaowan stared at the gate of the palace, her eyes full of brilliance. She sure was right. Yi Yang, be the dragon among people. In the main hall, Yi Yang sat cross-legged in front of Hui Yuan, the old abbot still muttering indifferently at the moment. Almost in an instant, he felt that the inner strength in his dantian was formed more than 5 times faster. You must know that in the outside world, as long as you walk in the crowd, you can hear casual complaints and troubles, so the speed of internal energy formation has been much faster. Yi Yang took a deep breath, and next, he was going to pull out the troubles. The mortal world, the desires are complicated, and there are many troubles. While reciting the 3,000 Anxiety Sutra, he took out a silver needle and stabbed it at various points on Abbot Huyuan's body. The host uses the silver needle, and the basic royal shot is upgraded to the 100 flowers needle method, and the level is automatically full. Yi Yang let out a sigh of relief. After upgrading this skill, his grasp of silver needle penetration became more stable. Next, in a few minutes, he pierced all the silver needles in his hand into the big acupoint. Reciting the 3,000 Anxiety Sutra traps the afflictions and prevents them from expanding further, while the silver needle further compresses the affliction space and forces them to leave the body. In fact, he can directly use rude means to directly erase the troubles. But since Yi Yang felt that the formation of internal energy was accelerating, he had another guess. What if the troubles were drawn out? Yi Yang took out a piece of nourishing qi jade from the mustard seed treasure on his chest, ready to use it as a carrier. The three old monks opened their eyes. They had absolutely no idea where Yi Yang took out this qi nourishing jade. Dare to ask the donor's qi jade, where did it come from? The most experienced monk asked respectfully. Yi Yang glanced at him and said lightly, "The mustard seed treasure I made myself." Hiss! The three old monks gasped in unison. Mustard treasure? Unexpectedly, people can still see such treasures when they are in their waning years. The eyes of the three looking at Yi Yang suddenly changed. At first, it was just skepticism, but now it is complete trust. This benefactor looks young, but has a mustard seed treasure, and his origin must be extraordinary. He said that if the abbot can be healed, he will surely be healed. You all get out of the way. Yi Yang's face froze. The troubles are about to come out. You can't let it get on other people's bodies, otherwise you will have to do it all over again. The three quickly moved away. A cloud of black smoke rushed out immediately, and he wanted to lean over with his teeth and claws. But the monks recited the Buddhist scriptures all the year round, and their breath was just and mellow. In the end, The black smog can only enter the nourishing Qi jade obediently under Yi Yang's inner strength. Yi Yang felt the speed of inner strength forming slightly, showing a clear color. His guess was right. Wearing this jade, it is like being by Huiyuan's side all the time, and the speed of his inner strength formation has been maintained at more than 5 times. In that period of time, just now, the internal energy of Han Yuan, Yi Yang's inner strength, also changed from the original milky white to a gray color. Black and white mixed into gray, dark, and the principle of yin and yang. The internal energy of Han Yuan suddenly released 20 meters. Outside the hall, all insects, birds, and beasts were silent. Yi Yang officially set foot in the room. The 3 old monks were shocked. Immediately, a look of awe appeared on his face. They recited the Buddhist scriptures day and night, and they also formed some Buddha energy in their bodies, which is roughly the same as the inner energy. Although the Buddha energy is considered to be strong in the same realm, it is completely different from the cloud and mud compared to Yi Yang's internal energy. Where am I? On the futon, Abbot Huiyuan, whose troubles were separated from his body, gradually woke up. Senior brother, you finally recovered. Great. Senior brother, you were invaded by troubles on the stupa that day. The 3 of us were using the Diamond Sutra to suppress troubles for you, and almost made a big mistake. Fortunately, this donor has great powers and has also intensively read 3,000 troubles. Only then can the troubles in your body be completely eliminated. The most experienced old monk said ashamed. Huiyuan's pupils shrank and quickly bowed deeply to Yi Yang. I don't know the name of the donor. I, Huiyuan, will keep this great kindness in my heart. Yi Yang, Sun Yi, thank you very much for your kindness, but I want to confirm that you have really read the 3,000 Sutras of Suffering? Huiyuan said seriously. Then how do you think the troubles in your body are taken out? Yi Yang shook the black Qi jade in his hand. The 4 monks all changed color and quickly stepped back. They are unwilling to bear the appearance of being inhuman and non-ghost after being invaded by troubles. The donor's great kindness can't be repaid. If the donor has any requirements, just mention it. Huiyuan was very respectful. Yi Yang said lightly, there are still a lot of troubles in the stupa, right? I want to enter the stupa. Huiyuan was slightly startled, but showed a look of embarrassment. Master Yi has read the 3,000 Anxiety Sutras, and he will definitely be able to dispel the troubles, but the key to entering the stupa is in the hands of my uncle. He is a very stubborn person. He does not allow anyone to enter the stupa because it is too dangerous. 20 or 30 years ago, several eminent monks from the western regions came from afar. They all wanted to enter the stupa because of their profound Buddhist teachings. Uncle sure couldn't beat them, so he let them in. As a result, they were all invaded by troubles, wiped out their minds, and became walking dead. I was also forced to read ancient books before I wanted to enter the stupa, but before I entered, I was invaded by troubles. The old master will never let the donor in. Huiyuan said helplessly. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I'm different from them, and I have one more condition. All the ancient books of the stupa, I want to read at will. He said lightly. Huiyuan was stunned for a moment. Is that the condition? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master Yi, not only can I meet your condition, but I can also promise you that after the troubles are eliminated, Xiangshan Temple would like to honor you as the honorary abbot. Yi Yang waved his hand. He was not interested in these false names. Take me there. The ancient books of Tongtian Temple are the most authentic. The sandalwood door of the main hall was suddenly pushed open. 4 old monks, surrounded by Yi Yang, came out alone. All 4 of them had undisguised respect on their faces. Abbot, you have finally recovered. The novice and warrior monks burst into tears. Okay, give me peace. Although Huiyuan has just recovered, but after all, the Buddha's strength is relatively high and his body is very tough. Thanks to Shizhu Yi, I can be safe and sound. In the future, when you see Shizhu Yi, you will be like a see me. Master Yi Yang will be the lay abbot of my Xiangshan Temple in the future. The monks shouted in unison, yes. Hiss! The tourists who were watching from the sidelines gasped in air one after another. What's the situation? Once inside, this young man becomes the lay abbot of Xiangshan Temple. This is more bizarre than winning the first prize in the lottery. Lu Xiaowan's eyes lit up again and again. She originally thought Yi Yang was handsome. Now I feel more handsome. Sure enough, capable men are handsome no matter what direction they look from. Grandpa, your eyes are still as vicious as ever. Shen Linfeng clenched his fists tightly. His fingernails were even embedded in the palm of his hand, and blood dripped on the ground, but he still didn't know it. Why? Among all the people present, no one understood the status of a lay abbot in Xiangshan Temple better than him. You know, Xiangshan Temple can receive more than 100,000 incense money every day. Yi Yang has such an identity that he can share hundreds of thousands of incense money every month. In addition, he can enjoy the treatment of eminent monks in any temple. This is also the identity of his father assiduously. Shen Guanqing had been praying for Buddha for many years, and he had donated nearly 5 million Chinese dollars. The abbot of Xiangshan Temple, the immortal old man, was not willing to give out the identity of this lay elder. Shen Linfeng stared at Yi Yang, who was surrounded by the crowd. I don't want to do this. Yi Yang, you forced me. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is that teacher Lu from Hanjiang College? I agree to your terms. Okay, bring me the admission procedures, and let me join the student status of Hanjiang College as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, Shen Linfeng let out a long breath. Glancing at Yi Yang one last time, he turned around and left. Yi Yang, you won't be complacent for too long. Without me, Shanjiang College would have absolutely no chance of winning in the battle of the famous schools. At that time, as long as I say a word on the field, you will be dismissed by the academy. With you without me, with me without you. Yi Yang frowned for no reason. This Shen Linfeng turned his head and left. Is there something bad in mind? Forget it. Such a person has no time to waste time with him. Yi Yang strode towards the stupa at the top of the mountain. The 4 old monks followed closely behind. Tourists and students opened their eyes wide and followed curiously. There is a stupa on the top of Shanshan Mountain. In front of the stupa, there is a stone table and 2 stone benches. A skinny old man is thinking hard against the chessboard. Yi Yang glanced at him and stepped straight into the stupa. Junior, don't go in. The tower is very dangerous. The old man frowned and said sharply, Uncle, sure, this donor Yi has read the 3,000 sutras on suffering and has wiped out the afflictions in my body. Hui Yuan was the abbot of Xiangshan Temple, but in front of the old man, he didn't dare to make trouble, but respectfully said, so I dared to invite him to suppress the troubles in the tower. 3,000 troubles? I don't believe it. The old man sneered. The last person who said this has lost his mind. After I killed him, he was buried in the bamboo forest. Everyone who heard this took a deep breath. Is what this weird old man said true? Did he really kill? Hui Yuan was slightly embarrassed. Uncle Tower Keeper didn't plan to give him face at all. Junior, where did you come from? Go back to where you are. The demons in the stupa are not something you are indeed capable of killing the troubles on Hui Yuan's body, but it's just a small trouble that is very weak. In the tower, all of them are big demons that have nourished them for countless years, big troubles. The old man's eyes still did not lift and sneered. This tone is equivalent to an expulsion order. The faces of the 4 old monks were all ashen. Yi Yang went straight to the old man's side and glanced at the chessboard. Are you going to get out? If you don't get out, I'll do it. The old man became impatient. The host observes the ancient Go endgame. Basic tasting upgrades the branch skill Go Master and automatically reaches the full level. Yi Yang's face moved slightly. This chessboard is not ordinary. Win in the black, he said lightly. The old man sneered. Anyone with a little knowledge of Go can see that it is black in the game. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Yang said again. Worry is black, and the formation is white. All the grapes in the middle plate area of Haizi are empty. Break through again in the upper right corner, and Baizi loses. The formation of the Shalita will be broken in 1 more year at most. The more Yang said, the more ugly the old man's face became. Speaking of the last sentence, the old man's face turned ashen. Can you see the darkness of the chessboard and the formation of the stupa? He immediately stood up and said sharply. Yang said lightly, begging for someone should have a pleasing tone. He was somewhat disgusted by the old tower guard. I'm here to help you dispel the troubles of the stupa. But you speak ill of me many times? Probably too much. The old man suddenly changed his face. Beg? You actually want me to beg you? I have never asked anyone in my life. I don't care who you are, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing me. Yi Yang frowned. This person is Uncle Hui Yuan, but he doesn't have the slightest monk attitude. Call me lousy, act arrogantly. He opened his eyes and looked at the person's body carefully, and sneered, of course I can leave. But can your body, which has been corroded by worries, still last a year? You are dead. The formation of the stupa is broken again, and there is an egg under the nest. The old man opened his eyes wide with disbelief on his face. How do you know? Why, I said, I won't say it again. Yi Yang said impatiently. The old man was taken aback. Could it be that this junior has really read the 3,000 Sutras of Suffering? I am not for my own old life, but for the younger generation of Xiangshan Temple. Enter if you want. Don't blame me if you die. The old man waved his hands irritably. For decades, at least a dozen eminent monks and a dozen Neijing masters have entered the stupa one after another, but in the end it was he who moved their bodies out. He was already desperate. Yi Yang is a junior, and it is impossible to create miracles. The stupa is doomed to collapse. Yi Yang strode into the stupa. Can Lord Yi do it? We won't hurt him, right? The old monk folded his hands together and sighed. Hui Yuan closed her eyes and recited the scriptures. I hope sure Zhu Yi is safe. He saved me and cannot harm him. It really doesn't work. I put on Master's cassock and rush into the stupa. There was a gleam in his eyes. It's useless to put on Miaozhen's cassock. You should die anyway. The old man was still playing chess, and when he heard their conversation, he sneered. That junior must go in vertically and come out horizontally. In the crowd, those who had a good relationship with Yi Yang all frowned and worried about him. Lu Xiaowan frowned even more. She didn't know what the trouble was, but she always felt that it was dangerous this time. Shui Wei let out a long sigh, knowing that she should have held Yi Yang just now. At a critical time like the eve of the famous school battle, Yi Yang must not have an accident, and those who have a grudge with Yi Yang, or who are jealous of him, wish Yi Yang would die in it. Good to die. You deserve it. Lu Quan thought so in his heart. His mouth was grinning to the base of his ears. The secret of the stupa, he heard from his uncle Lu Hong. In an ancient sect, when Tongtian Temple collapsed, the abbot of Xiangshan Temple was only a small warrior monk. He was ordered to leave with ancient books, and inadvertently, he also got those things suppressed by Tongtian Temple. After that, after the death of the abbots of Xiangshan Temple in all dynasties, a relic would be condensed to suppress them. Lu Quan was about to laugh out loud. Even those big figures in ancient times will lose their minds and become puppets in front of this dirty thing. Where you Yi Yang? Destiny is doomed from the beginning. You Yi Yang walk in, it's a dead end. After a while, the spire on the second floor of the stupa suddenly lit up with a faint light, causing everyone to exclaim. That junior actually went to the second floor? The old man frowned. Master Yi is really amazing. It only took 10 minutes to clear up the troubles on the first floor. Senior monk Juekong said with sincere admiration. Humph. It's not a big deal to let Hui Yuan wear a Miaozhen cassock to get rid of the troubles on the first floor. The old man sneered. Hui Yuan, my uncle Fushuan is really desperate for the stupa, which is obviously a good thing, but he said that it is not worth mentioning. Lu Quan sneered. Yes, just like the strange old man said, it is not a skill to get rid of one layer of troubles. Yi Yang, it is destined to not come out. After another 7 minutes, the third floor also lit up, which means that Yi Yang had eliminated the troubles of the second floor and came to the third floor. Fu Xian still dismissed it and continued to study the chessboard, looking for the possibility of 1 in 10,000 repairing the formation. Killing troubles is impossible. Only suppression is the only way. Next, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor, all the way to the seventh floor, which is the highest floor, because the tallest pagoda in Buddhism is the 7-level pagoda. Fu Xian's expression became more and more stiff. The monks, pilgrims, and students onlookers opened their eyes in disbelief. Yi Yang actually walked to the 7th floor? The students exclaimed. Sect Master Yi is too awesome. My generation of monks only have a right to look up. Hui Yuan's face became ashamed. Abbot Yi is invincible. Even the Uncle Fu Xuan can't kill the troubles, but he can kill the 6th floor in a row and reach the 7th floor. Zhu Kong stomped the monk's stick and said excitedly. Fu Xian also stood up trembling at this moment. Did not expect It was really unexpected. So an ordinary junior can actually eliminate the troubles of the 6th floor and go directly to the 7th floor. As long as he goes one step further, he will be able to annihilate all the troubles of the stupa and achieve the ultimate achievement. This kind of achievement in exorcising demons in Buddhism is the world's best achievement in building a 7-level Buddha. Fu Xian suddenly sat down again, slumped. If I had known earlier, if I risked my old life, I would also go in with that junior. On the 7th floor, those who are not pure in mind cannot enter. People with an impure mind will have troubles themselves, and troubles will never be killed. Is it Yi Yang? It's me. It's me who harmed you. I knew I would go in with you. Don't worry, after you die, I will erect a monument for you and engrave your achievements. You are not a junior, but a young man with great courage and wisdom. Fu Xian felt a pity to lose such a young generation with a bright future. And this junior is too arrogant. If he continues to practice the 3,000 sutras of suffering for a few more years, his Buddhist attainments will definitely be above his own. And then suppressing the stupa will be as easy as the palm of your hand. Should I regret the beginning? Should I regret the beginning? Fu Xian cried bitterly. In the crowd of students, Lu Quan sneered. Yi Yang is going to die? It's good to be dead. He's at ease when he's dead. The stronger Yi Yang became, the more flustered he became, for fear that Yi Yang would be unhappy and slap him to death with a slap. Lu Quan even wanted to find a place where no one was there to laugh. Only in this way could he vent his happiness. Then everyone saw that the wooden door of the stupa was pushed open. A young figure stepped out calmly, with a calm expression on his face. Everyone backed away. The people who came out of the stupa were basically people who were invaded by troubles. This Yi Yang will not have been wiped out of his mind. Troubles, annihilate them all. Yi Yang shook the nourishing jade in his hand. The original crystal, clear, nourishing Qi jade has absorbed the troubles of the entire stupa and has completely turned black. It would be an understatement to say that it is a piece of black jade. The place with strong black air seems to be dripping water. If you get closer, you can even hear annoying murmurs. However, these troubles are bound by Yi Yang's formation method in the nourishing Qi jade, and they cannot invade other people's minds with murmurs. Yi Yang's voice fell, and the audience fell silent. Did he do it? He did it. Fu Xian swept the chessboard, and the sunspots were gone. All are white. So dazzling, so delightful. He was so startled that he almost bit his tongue. There were still tears and snot on his cheeks, but there was an uncontrollable ecstasy on his face. Hui Yuan folded her hands together and opened her eyes wide. Buddha is above, my God. Lord Yi actually really wiped out all the troubles of the stupa. The monks of Shangshan Temple were all crying with joy. However, there was a shocking voice in the crowd. Yi Yang, why are you not dead? Everyone looked at the sound, but it was Lu Quan who covered his mouth in horror. I was so impatient just now that I blurted out. The monks of Shangshan Temple, looking at him, immediately changed their eyes. What? How dare you curse our lay abbot to death? How dare you curse the benefactor who saved our Shangshan Temple to death? You're done. Fu Xian was even more angry. He was ashamed of Yi Yang originally, and he had nowhere to vent his worries. Fu Xian took a few steps and came directly to Lu Quan's side and slapped him out. Pat! The two front teeth were directly knocked out. Lu Quan was slapped directly into the eyes of gold stars. Teacher from Shangjing College, listen carefully. I, Shangshan Temple, will not allow this person to enter in the future. Next time I see him, I will kill him directly. Fu Xian said sternly. Shuiwei nodded quickly and asked a few students to move Lu Quan out. Lu Quan's lowered eyes were full of resentment, but he didn't dare to look up, so he had to let others carry it out. Okay, the troubles of the stupa have been dealt with, and I have also read the ancient books of Tongtian Temple in the tower and left. Yi Yang's face didn't change. Lu Quan was just a clown to him. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. It's time to go back and sort out the things I got, and I also have to refine a few treasures for the elderly in the orphanage. Others didn't know why, but several old monks and Fu Xian of Xiangshan Temple gasped. It turned out that he even read the ancient books in the stupa on the way. OMG, Yi Yang spent only half an hour in the stupa to wipe out all troubles. Isn't it effortless? Seeing that, Fu Xuan was overjoyed and couldn't help but quickly said, "Don't, little friend Yi Yang, do you have a teacher? If you don't mind, I can be your teacher. Don't look at me like this. I was a master of entering the transformation realm back then. A first-class master." After he finished speaking, he deliberately tidied up his collar and tried his best to look like a teacher. It's a pity that his robe has several holes, and his beard and hair are messy. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a teacher. Yi Yang glanced at him and said lightly, "I don't like violent people, and your current strength is only the level of a new master." After speaking, he walked straight through the crowd. Uncle Fu Xuan was alone in the wind. "I was a first-class master of Buddhism back then, the master of transformation realm. You actually can't see." Fu Xian let out a long sigh and instructed Hui Yuan, "The stupa has been completely suppressed, and it's time for me to repair my body. This kid doesn't look down on me, and when I recover, I'll let him beg me to be his master." Fu Xian sneered and left. Lu Xiaowan held back her smile. Why did that Uncle Fu Xuan look so arrogant just now? On the other side, Yi Yang went back to the rental house nonstop and started sorting out the income. This time, I have gained a lot in the stupa. The first is the anxiety nourishing jade, which absorbs the essence of nearly 100 troubled demons and fully pushes Yi Yang's internal energy formation speed to 20 times the usual rate. At this rate, it will only take a month at most for his cultivation to grow to the state of trance. However, it is only that the total amount of internal energy has reached the state of ecstasy. To officially enter that state, other conditions are required. The second is the ancient books of Tongtian Temple. After reading the 7-story stupa, only 3 skills have been obtained: King Kong Angry Eyes, Buddha Artifact Forging, and Tongtian Laying Gong. Vajra Angry Eyes Force. The Vajra eyes are angry. The Bodhisattva bows his eyebrows, and the Buddha sighs. Full level effect. The defense effect of King Kong's indestructible body is increased by 50%, and all attacks have Buddha energy, causing great damage to evil spirits and demons. Sky-penetrating thunder, sound technique. The body reaches the sky, attracting thunder to quench the body. Full level effect. It can cause thunder and lightning to bombard the body, absorb all thunder and lightning, and speed up the formation of internal energy after absorbing lightning. The former made Yi Yang not afraid of evil and evil things, while the latter made Yi Yang gain another way to speed up the formation of internal energy. However, such a thing as quenching the body with thunder and lightning is still unattainable for the time being. Yi Yang can only withstand the voltage of the household power supply. Next, Yi Yang used the Buddhist artifact forging technique to refine several body-protecting treasures. The Buddha's breath is upright and mellow, and the treasures for body protection are stronger. The next day, after sending these things to the orphanage, Yi Yang came to Xiangshan Temple again. Yes, the battle between Shangjing College and Hanjiang College. The place is at Xiangshan Temple. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for the college to organize students to come and pray to the Buddha. But this time, as soon as he walked to the foot of Xiangshan Mountain, he saw a large group of students gathered around. Most of them were students of Hanjiang College, loudly clamoring for no one to make alchemy in Beijing and rudely ridicule the students in Beijing. And it was none other than Su Qingyan who was at the forefront of cynicism. "Your Shangjing Academy is too weak, really. it's better to hand over the reputation of the four famous schools directly. For alchemy, we have Brother Danshin, and we have Bosway Zaheo for alchemy, Senior Chin Shuahong for animal breeding, and Senior Jiang Li for martial arts. Oh, tell me, why is Shangjing College fighting our Hanjiang College? A boy with a ponytail laughed arrogantly. All right, Zhang Han, don't go too far. A kind-hearted girl whispered to him. The students of Hanjiang College laughed together. On the other hand, Shangjing College was much more miserable, but there was nothing to say. After all, what he said was the truth. Hanjiang College is indeed full of talents. Let's go. Qing Yin, I can't stand this anger. A girl from Shangjing Academy was so angry that she turned and was about to leave. Su Qing Yin couldn't help but speak out. Why are you leaving? Our academy is no weaker than them. Su Qing Yin turned to face Hanjiang College, raised her chest, and said proudly, "Let me tell you the truth. Yiyang is very powerful. We will win this time at Beijing College." Yiyang? Who is Yiyang? Why have you never heard of it? I remember that the most powerful people in Shangjing College are Wei Yihui and Shen Linfeng, right? Who is Yiyang? Zhang Han was even more disdainful. Little girl, your name is Su Qingyan, right? I also know that you are an alchemy player from Shangjing College, but you are still weak, and your talent is not comparable to Tang Danxin, not to mention stronger than Danxin's younger brother. Lu Changfeng is a senior. As for Yiyang, who hasn't even heard of his name, hurry up and stay in a cool place. What kind of thing is he? The arrogant boy waved his hand and sneered. You. Su Qingyan smiled coldly. She hates others to speak ill of Yiyang. Yang is indeed a bit powerful, but I can't expect him to be alone. Several students around her had seen Yiyang facing the Spirit Beast Mountain Master with a fearless face that day, and they admired a little, but even if Yiyang's realm was high, he was only stronger in martial arts, and one person's strength was not enough after all. There are 4 fields, and 3 people are required in each field. It is too difficult for Shangjing College to gather so many outstanding students. If that Yiyang is really that powerful, I'd be willing to let me run naked. The truly powerful people are in our Hanjiang Academy. Arrogant boys are very contemptuous. You want to run naked? I can satisfy you. A faint voice suddenly came. Yiyang walked through the crowd and came to Su Qingyan's side. Xiao Su is very hardworking and accomplished in alchemy. I won't let you speak ill of her. Su Qingyan blushed when she heard this, and the little deer slammed in her heart. He actually praised me in front of so many people. Too shy. The arrogant boy looked him up and down and said contemptuously, "You are Yiyang in her mouth? Then I just said bad things about her. What can you do to me? My name is Zhang Han, the number 2 contestant in the Hanjiang Academy's martial arts competition. With great internal energy, please enlighten me. Did you not dare to do it when you heard the great achievement of inner strength? Are you trembling with fear? The strongest of you in Beijing is Wei Yihui, who is at the peak of internal strength, right? What about you? Could it be that you are a body refiner? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, Senior Jiang Li is a new master, and he will beat all of you." The arrogant boy sneered at Yiyang unceremoniously. Snapped. Yiyang rounded his arms and slapped him hard. The arrogant boy named Zhang Han was directly swept away by Julie and crashed into the crowd of Hanjiang College, causing exclamations. After getting up, his face was full of horror and humiliation. "My teaching, you can't bear it," Yiyang said coldly. "You, how dare you hit me in front of so many people?" Zhang Han was shocked and angry. "What happened to you? Xiao Su worked so hard in alchemy, and you denied her in one sentence. Are you worthy?" Yiyang sneered. "Damn, let's go together, hammer this bastard to death." Zhang Han was embarrassed and angry, and he didn't plan to have a gentleman duel. He gathered a few Hanjiang students who were also internal strength warriors and was about to besiege him. "What are you doing? Fighting is not allowed within the Shangshan Temple." Outside the crowd, the roar of a monk suddenly came. Zhang Han's eyes lit up. Yes, there are still monks maintaining order. Obviously, this Yiyang beat me first. Lao Tzu is looking for someone from Shangshan Temple to judge. "Master Monk, this person from Shangjing Academy beat me indiscriminately. Such a person has disturbed the Buddhist holy land and should be expelled immediately. Zhang Han immediately said. He even covered his cheeks and looked ashamed and angry. No matter who looked at him, he would think he was a victim. Yeah, this person from Shangjing Academy is too unreasonable. Hit people directly. The students of Hanjiang College were filled with righteous indignation. Don't worry, Shangshan Temple, will definitely handle this matter fairly, and the donor will be fair. The burly and majestic senior monk Juekong squeezed out of the crowd and walked in, muttering words, but when he saw Yi Yang, he was stunned. Zhang Han also thought that Zhu Kong was thinking of a solution that was acceptable to both parties. After all, the two colleges had paid for this prestigious school battle. His face was even more triumphant. It's okay to beat people in public. This isn't the pure land of Buddhism. What should I do if I disturb the Bodhisattva King Kong? And if it is spread out, everyone will definitely say that the Xiangshan Temple is in chaos, and maybe they will not come to worship Buddha and pray in the future. Master Monk, you have to deal with it carefully. Tourists also gathered around and pointed at Yi Yang. Just throw him out, Yi Yang said lightly. Zhu Kong put his hands together and bowed deeply to Yi Yang with a very respectful attitude. Abbot Yi, you are within the scope of Xiangshan Temple, like an abbot visiting in person. What you say is what the abbot said. Q Kong takes command. Someone, throw this person who speaks ill of Yi Abbot's friend to me. As soon as Zhu Kong waved his hand, 7 or 8 warrior monks immediately came, and Zhang Han, who was stunned, ran wildly for more than 100 meters and threw it on the street. All the onlookers opened their eyes wide and looked stunned. Abbot Yi, are you still satisfied? Zhu Kong asked respectfully. Okay. Yi Yang nodded lightly. Then Abbot Yi, let me take you to the rest place of Shangjing College. Zhu Kong wiped his hands and smiled kindly. It is good. Yi Yang pulled Su Qingyin and left the foot of the mountain directly. The group of people who stayed in place have not yet reacted. What happened? Why did the seemingly powerful monk call the student from Shangjing? Yi Fangzong? Zhang Han's frantic voice came from 100 meters away. You let me pass. I'm a contestant in this competition. Damn Yi Yang, I must kill you. Dare to be disrespectful to Abbot Yi. Hit me. Those monks raised their brows. Abbot Yi spared you, but you dare to speak madly. How shameless. If we can't teach you a lesson for Abbot Yi, we will be unhappy. The monks only hit the sore spot, not the key point. Zhang Han's screams sounded like killing a pig. In order to hold this prestigious school competition between Shangjing and the Han River, Xiangshan Temple specially cleared a large square where alchemy, beasts, and other things are readily available. At this moment, the high stands are already filled with big figures from the two academies one after another. The vice presidents of Hanjiang College and Shangjing College, as well as their respective masters of alchemy, and beast breeding. Mo Danqing laughed and chatted with Tang Xueshan. Yang Yin sat aside and did not speak. He faintly felt that today was unusual. Colleagues like Han Jiang are too confident. Not only did they win the ticket, they even started to discuss how to build the signboard of Hanjiang College after winning the honor of the famous school. But that guy Wu Jingyu had a lively conversation with them, as if he was also the vice president of Hanjiang College. It's going to be an alchemy competition right now. Which students do you plan to challenge when you go to Beijing Academy? Dean Su of Hanjiang College laughed. Wu Jingyu pretended to be helpless. Which other students could they be? Shen Linfeng, Su Qingyan, Yi Yang. I know both Shen Linfeng and Su Qingyan. Who is this Yi Yang? Never heard of it? Old Mo's new student, in order to give him a place, even kicked a 4th-year student and forced it in. Wu Jingyu sneered and glanced at Mo Danqing. TSK. Lao Mo actually does such a thing? Dean Su laughed. Hearing this, Mo Danqing's face turned cold. Yang Yin got up and walked away. She can't listen anymore. The dean of his own academy actually spoke to outsiders. There are already 6 alchemy tables on the arena. On the other side, Tang Danxin and the other 3 had already stepped into the ring, but on the Shangjing Academy side, there were only Yi Yang and Su Qingyan. Where's Shen Linfeng? Yang Yin instinctively felt something was wrong. Wu Jingyu patted his head at this time and smiled deliberately. Oh, look at my memory. Shun Linfeng did not come today. He told me last night that he didn't want to come when Yi Yang participated in the competition. And he also said that if Yi Yang continues to participate in the competition, he will transfer to Hanjiang College. Hey, how talented that kid is. To actually miss out because of one Yi Yang, it's really a loss for me to go to Beijing Academy. Wu Jingyu pretended to be lamented. Dean Su also exaggerated. Oh, is there such a thing? I've heard about this kid Shen Linfeng. He went to Tinya Hage to study before, and he has deep attainments in 4 fields. He actually wants to transfer to our Hanjiang College? Hey, Lao Yang, how did you go to Beijing College? You don't even know how to take care of the student's psychological state. I have never heard of Yi Yang. You can't just force Mo Danqing into the competition because of his prestige. What? Because of such a low-level student, it's really not worth it to miss a talented student. Dean Su was lamenting and sad, as if he had lost Shen Linfeng to Hanjiang College. Yang Yin opened his eyes, and Mo Danqing also opened his eyes. Consternation was written on their faces. He immediately reacted. Wu Jingyu didn't tell him on purpose. Wu Jingyu, you're going too far. Yang Yin shouted violently. You can't blame me for that. Who made you favor Yi Yang and ignore Shen Linfeng? Wu Jingyu pretended to be wronged. Yang Yin was shocked and angry. Originally, he just thought that there was only a reasonable competition between Shen Linfeng and Yi Yang, and that Shen Linfeng was a talented kid after all, so he didn't care too much. Now it seems that Shen Linfeng's trick is really vicious. At this critical moment, Yang Yin had to choose one of the two. It's really like what Shen Linfeng said that day. With him without me, with me without him. At this moment, Shen Linfeng was wearing a mask and was in the crowd watching. He stared at Yang Yan's face with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He actually knew Yang Yan's choice, and more importantly, the conditions proposed by Hanjiang College were too good for the Shun family to refuse. But I, Shen Linfeng, not only want to leave, but also ruin the reputation of your Shanjing Academy. At the same time, under the leadership of some people with a heart, the crowd also spread. Shen Linfeng is not coming. I heard that Shanjing College favored Yi Yang and ignored him, so he doesn't plan to participate in the competition. Clam? Abandoning Shen Linfeng for an unknown person? Are the teachers at Shanjing College crazy? Che, don't you know? That Yi Yang is a student of Mo Danqing, a related household. There's a lot of discussion in the audience, and contempt for Yi Yang and sympathy for Shen Linfeng accounted for the vast majority. Many people don't know Yi Yang. Even if they have seen Yi Yang, they only know that his martial arts talent is quite high, and he seems to be a master, but this does not mean that he is also highly accomplished in other fields. But when it comes to Shen Linfeng, almost everyone knows it. The most outstanding eldest son of the Shun family, the inner disciple of Tinya Hage, is now the peak of inner strength, the 4th order animal breeder, the 4th order alchemist, and the 4th order weapon refiner. To sum it up in one word, it is omnipotence. You don't want such a talent. Do you want a relationship household with a serious bias? Are the leaders of your Shanjing College all blind? This is the battle of fate of Shanjing College. You actually favor a related household? It's rotten to the core. Many people have this in their minds. In the stands, Wu Jingyu even cried out, Old Yang, in fact, there is still room for recovery. You expel Yi Yang from school on the spot. I can call Shen Linfeng to see if he can change his mind. Related households, you really can't be partial, right? Mo Danqing next to him was so angry that he smoked. But he knew in his heart that Yi Yang far surpassed Shen Linfeng. Wu Jingyu also knew that Yang Yin could not save Shen Linfeng. But he just wanted to say this to spark public opinion. It is to smear the reputation of Shanjing College. Everyone is watching. For the sake of a relationship, Shanjing College doesn't even want Shen Linfeng, who is almighty in the 4 domains. What's the point of staying in such an academy? At this moment, in the arena, the 3rd player from Hanjiang Academy couldn't help showing sarcasm. You're Yi Yang, right? Mo Danqing's relationship? He sneered. I think, even without senior Liu Changfeng and Tang Danqing, I can beat you all alone, right? Shanjing Academy is really too weak, and it's rotten to the core. In such a competition, all stakeholders can force it in. Tang Danxin's face froze. Shut up. Brother Yang is very accomplished in alchemy. He looked at Yang again, raised his head, and said, Brother Yi, after I went back last time, I read the ancient method of alchemy, and I have mastered it. This time I want to challenge. Your Hanjiang Academy will lose badly this time. Yang put his hands behind his back and said lightly. The tall Lu Chongfeng sneered. Dan Xian, you say he is very powerful? I really can't see how strong he is. You'll find out later. Yi Yang said lightly. The referee, I have one less person. Can I refine a share at the same time? The referee froze for a moment, of course, but I need to refine 2 pills at the same time within the specified time. I understand the rules. Yi Yang said lightly, but I need to choose a pill stove. This one won't work. Okay. The referee nodded. Soon, Yi Yang picked out the pill stove he needed from among the pill stoves under the stage. Lu Chongfeng raised his brows. The pill stove provided to us in the competition is the best. You choose it yourself, but it is self-defeating. Look at the 2 Xingang furnaces you chose. The bottom of the furnace is too thick, the walls of the furnace are too thin, and the capacity is too large. It takes half the time to refine the medicine pill. If you're going to use this method to get yourself down the stairs, I think it's better to just admit defeat now. Lu Chongfeng said disdainfully. Tang Danxin also looked puzzled, not understanding why Yi Yang chose the pill stove. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I don't know if you have heard of the method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities. Lu Chongfeng was stunned for a moment and said without hesitation, Of course I have heard of it, but what does this have to do with the pill furnace? As the most high-end ancient method of removing impurities in the alchemy world, many alchemists know and admire those alchemists who can use the method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities. Ordinary pill furnaces can't withstand the power of the shock furnace. Even if it is a high-quality black iron, it will reach its limit in 6 shocks. But Xiangang is precisely the toughest one. It can withstand 9 shocks. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he put down the pill furnace directly. 9 shocks. Lu Chongfeng squinted his eyes lightly. You mean you want to use the furnace shaking method to remove impurities, and you want to make 9 shocks? That's right, Yi Yang said lightly. Lu Chongfeng was slightly startled and suddenly sneered. 9 shocks. Do you know how many shocks my teacher Tang Xueshan, can do? He sneered. Even my teacher can only make 4 shocks. What are you bragging about here? Tang Danxin also frowned slightly. He had seen Yi Yang's ability to concoct alchemy, but he didn't quite believe that Yi Yang could perform 9 shocks to remove impurities. That's too hard. It is an exaggeration to say that there may not be such a person in the entire alchemy world. Perhaps only those ancient alchemists can do it. Immediately under the arena, some alchemists exclaimed, and at the same time explained their doubts to other audience members. Soon, there was an uproar in the whole square. Among the big players in the alchemy world, the highest is 4 shocks and 5 shocks at most. You are a second-year student of Shangjing College. How can you say that you could be 9 shocks? After all, aren't you just looking for steps for yourself to step down? This Yang is really shameless. In the stands, the deans and bosses of the 2 colleges also frowned. Dean Su laughed. This kid has gone too far. Can he be shocked? Wu Jingyu said coldly. I guess he's dreaming and hasn't woken up yet. The teachers of Hanjiang College laughed out loud. This kid is so overwhelmed. Yang Yin was very anxious. Mr. Mo, can Yang really perform Juchuan? You must tell me the truth. This competition is about the fate of Shangjing Academy. It's impossible to be careless. Mo Danxing also frowned at this moment. Yi Yang has only shown 6 shocks in front of him. Never had Jiuquan remove impurities. And it is impossible to imagine that after Jiuzhen removes impurities, what kind of magical medicine is that? Have you ever seen an elixir without half impurities? Anyway, I have never seen Mo Danxing. He also felt that Yi Yang was talking big and deliberately intimidating his opponent. Let's watch first. Anyway, I have confidence in Yi Yang. Mo Danxing coughed lightly. Tang Xueshan snorted coldly. Don't talk about Jiuzhen. I see, he can't even make 2 pills within the specified time. I recognize this child's talent. It's not as bad as they say. It's okay for him to make 1 pill by himself. But if he has to use his mind to make two pills in the end, I'm afraid that he will lose the whole game. It will backfire. Your alchemy this time. The situation is not optimistic at all. In the ring, Su Qingyan also showed nervousness. Yang, can you win? Yang chuckled. Winning, it couldn't be easier. Xiao Su, you can make your own, just like the usual alchemy class. Su Qingyan nodded and wiped the sweat from her palms. Both sides draw pill recipes. The two sides each took 2 pills. The 4th order Yushui pill, it couldn't be easier. Lu Changfeng glanced at his pill recipe, holding the victory. 5th level training pill. Yang said lightly, "You're really unfortunate if you got to the 5th rank." Lu Changfeng gloated. There was a commotion in the stands. Refining low-level pills is always easier than high-level pills. Su Qingyan's palms were full of sweat. She had only seen the steps in the book and had not refined it herself, so she was even more nervous now. The famous school competition, the alchemy competition, 1 hour, the countdown begins. The referee said loudly. Immediately, both parties began methodically drying, cleaning, and quenching the material. Wow, look at Lu Changfeng. This technique, this movement, this level of proficiency. Sure enough, an elite alchemist, the minimum standard is more than 5,000 furnaces. Tang Danxin is also very powerful. At such a young age, he is so skilled in his techniques, and it will be worth it in the future. But soon, their eyes were all drawn to Yi Yang. It's too arrogant. That's the real cool thing to do. Compared with him, what are the operations of Lu Changfeng and Tang Danxin? Every move of this person is like that of everyone in alchemy. To be more exaggerated, it is a textbook. Lu Changfeng glanced at Yi Yang, his face suddenly solemn. Such a demeanor is very similar to that of the teacher, Tang Xueshan, when he was in high spirits and alchemy. No wonder junior brother Dan Xian regards him as his biggest opponent, and he really has his reasons. However, action is not everything. The final refining medicinal pill is the foundation of winning or losing. Once the final refining fails, no matter how good your operation is, the hype is useless. Lu Changfeng sneered, stopped looking at him, and concentrated on refining his own water-repelling pill. Yi Yang's 2-pronged approach was methodical, which attracted a burst of amazement. The audience exclaimed that this young man is still a bit powerful. Oops. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamation from Su Qingyan, and bursts of crackling sounds came from the pill furnace. Mo Danxing, Yang Yin, Tang Liuxiang. All those whose hearts went to Beijing College were overshadowed. This is the precursor to the friar. Unexpectedly, in the end, the problem was not with Yi Yang, but with Su Qingyan. But this can't blame her, who said that Shangjing College was unlucky and was drawn to the refining of 5th-order medicinal herbs. It's all right. Prepare for the next small competition. Alchemy is only a quarter. It won't determine the overall situation. Yang Yin forced a smile and said reluctantly. Mo Danxing and Tang Liuxiang both sighed and looked sad. Did alchemy Xiaobi lose so easily? Unwilling, so unwilling. On the other hand, the people at Hanjiang College were smiling. Su Qingyan's frying is inevitable, and this is also the lowest level of failure in the alchemy competition. Regardless of the quality of the final concocted medicinal pill, someone can finish concocting pills anyway, but you blow up the furnace halfway. Doesn't this just mean that you have no one in Beijing College? Even the seed players sent out will fry the furnace. It is conceivable that you are so poor in the field of alchemy at Shangjing College. Such a college can't keep people. The corner of Xin Linfeng's mouth raised an arc. Victory came sooner than expected. In the ring, Su Qingyan's face was flustered and helpless. At the critical moment, Yi Yang shouted loudly, "Transfer 5,000 kilograms of force," and slapped the ear of the Dan furnace. Transfer another 6,000 kilograms of force and slap the belly of the pill furnace. Add water. Add the second ingredient. In the panic, Yi Yang's words dominated Su Qingyan's mind. She hurriedly handled the fryer, as Yi Yang said. As a result, everyone can imagine. As the fryer was preheating, the beep-beep-beep sound slowly disappeared. The wobbly pill stove, actually quieted down. This friar turmoil actually vanished in a nothing in Yi Yang's few words. Too strong. How can one person be so strong? Everyone's eyes widened, and everyone was attracted by Yi Yang. Almost no one paid attention to Lu Changfeng and Tang Danxin anymore. They all wanted to see how Yi Yang would save the world. The friar is restrained, but if you add the ingredients twice, the quality of the medicine pill will definitely decline. How should you deal with it? This kind of plot to turn the tide and help the building fall is really eye-catching. Yi Yang, this kid's ability is too great. Tang Liuxiang sighed. Yes, but the quality of Su Qingyin's share will definitely decline, and the outcome is still unpredictable. Mo Danxing sighed. In the ring, Yi Yang said solemnly, Xiao Su, your pill furnace is not good. I can only barely shake 5 times, and the final quality is not high. But in the alchemy competition, it should be enough. The audience was in an uproar. You are too crazy to speak. Barely 5 shocks? Did you know that the alchemy bosses can only be shocked by 4 shocks and 5 shocks? Is the quality not high? After the 5 earthquakes, the impurities will be removed by half, and the price will be 5 times higher. The retail price of a 5th-order medicinal pill is 500,000, 5 times that. That is 2.5 million. Enough for a middle-class family to live happily for more than 10 years. And the alchemy bosses present except Mo Danxing frowned when they heard this. Do you look down on us when you say this? Barely Wuzhen. And he still looks down on the quality of Wuzhen's medicinal herbs. So are you saying that the medicinal pills we usually refine are all garbage, and they're all scum that should be fed to dogs? They were even more displeased with Yi Yang, and some even showed disgust. Anyone can talk big, but it's too much for you to talk big in public places like this. The next moment, everyone was stunned, because they heard 5 dull sounds. Bang, 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 bang. The sound is louder than the sound, and the sound is heavier than the sound, as if it resounded in everyone's heart. If you have a good ear, you may be able to hear the sound of the medicinal pills falling off in the sound. This is the method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities. 5 shakes. Everyone was shocked. Too scary. What kind of monster are you? It was really shocking. The group of bigwigs in the alchemy world who were present could only be shocked. Could it be that you, Yi Yang, are actually a hidden boss? In the stands, Tang Xueshan opened his eyes wide and looked shocked. Old Mo, he is really able to shake 5. Mo Danxing's old face was bright. He smiled. At the beginning, Yi Yang was capable of 6 shocks, so it is 5 shocks. And the 3 alchemy world leaders invited by the 2 academies stood up directly from their eyes to their mouths. They were all unbelievable. Does this child have a mentor? I want to accept him as an apprentice. Don't rob me, I want this child. The 3 alchemy bosses were so red-faced that they almost scuffled together regardless of their images. Mo Danxing coughed lightly and said proudly, Yi Yang is my student. You should go as far as you want. Hey, it's really uncomfortable to let Lao and Mo start first. The 3 lamented in unison. Under the ring, Shun Linfeng clenched his fists tightly. He actually really performed 5 shocks to remove impurities. This guy, Yi Yang said lightly, opened the furnace and released the pill. Su Qingyan nodded quickly. The fragrant aura immediately rippled out, and the fragrance overflowed. 5th-order training pill, Dansheng. Impurities tend to not exist one. The quality of this Lingling pill alone has completely overshadowed the 3 people of Hanjiang College. Even if Lu Changfeng concentrated on his alchemy platform, he was slightly shocked by this spirit training pill. This is an elixir that has used 5 shocks. It was difficult for his mentor Tang Xueshan to do it. As a result, Yi Yang, who he had ridiculed before, did it. His face was red and white. However, this is not the end. Yi Yang's 2 pots of pills will also be completed. In front of everyone's eyes, he slapped the thick and hot Xinjiang furnace at the same time with both hands. Bang, 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 bang. 9 sounds that fit together perfectly resounded throughout the audience. The last sound is even more detached from the original dullness and becomes very clear, and the sound splits the sky. OM dash. As if for a moment, the sky and the earth were clear and the wind and clouds stopped. All the alchemists were stunned, and their jaws were lame. This is the limit of the method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities, Jiuzhen. The voice of Dan Dao. Could this not be the sound of Dan Dao? Our Huagua Dan Dao can finally go one step further. The furnace shock impurity removal method that has never been broken through, and the limit of the furnace shock impurity removal method that countless alchemists have been striving for. Even a master of alchemy can only deduce the furnace shock impurity removal method of Qi Chuan. Today, in the alchemy competition between Shangjing College and Hanjiang College, it was broken in the hands of a second-year student. With the power of one person, he deduced the method of removing impurities from the furnace from the 7th shock to the 9 shocks. Unsurpassed work. This son is the inescapable feat of establishing the world of alchemy. The 3 alchemists went crazy. Mo Danqing, Tang Shuishan, Tang Liuxiang, and other masters of alchemy were all crazy. Completely disregarding the attitude of his boss, he ran down from the stand and came directly to Yi Yang. Open the furnace, quickly open the furnace. Let's see what a perfect medicine pill without impurities looks like. Mo Danqing is the most excited and proud one, because Yi Yang is his student. Yi Yang nodded lightly and lifted the stove cover. Dash. The rich and compelling aura swept the audience in an instant. What a mellow and rich spiritual energy this is. Even if I took a sip, I felt that my whole body was light and airy. My limbs and bones were baptized, and my soul was sublimated. The flowers that have only sprouted in the flower bed are instantly fragrant. The small tree planted by the martial monk master a few days ago has grown into a towering tree in a few breaths. Too strong. So intense that you can't speak. Look at these 2 pills again. OMG. Perfect. The word ingenious is used to describe these 2 medicinal pills. Only a perfect medicinal pill that has no impurities after the 9 shocks can afford this. The 3 alchemists couldn't help holding up the medicinal pills. You glanced at me and saw the shock in their eyes. Son, can you sell me these 2 pills? 2 pills, 20 million, asked the white-haired 8th-order alchemist. Sell it to me. I'll pay double. Another shouted. Fuck. Want to buy 2 perfect elixir for 40 million? Don't even think about it. These are the only 2 unmixed elixir in the alchemy world today. Shouted. Everyone was stunned. Hold the grass. This is still an alchemy competition. The 3 judges of the competition have quarreled in front of so many people. Is there still a little bit of the idle burden of the big guy? On the opposite side, the alchemy of Liu Changfeng and the others had long since failed. With so many people chattering around, excited and howling, can they fail? The 3 stared blankly at Yi Yang, who was surrounded by the big bosses. Jiuzhen removes impurities. 40 million. The perfect medicine. The 3rd contestant of the Hanjiang Academy was even more flushed, wishing to dig a crack in the ground and get in. He actually mocked Yi Yang before. As a result, people slapped their faces on the spot. The perfect elixir that everyone in the alchemy world would be amazed at. Can you refine it? You can't even practice it. How dare you force it in front of Yi Yang? Liu Changfeng's eyes are very complicated. It was impossible to tell whether it was jealousy, envy, or admiration. Tang Danqing's expression completely changed. Unabashed admiration and adoration. Brother Yi Yang, it's amazing. I certainly did not see the wrong person. 9 shocks, it's not so valuable. With so many people crowded around, Yi Yang was very uncomfortable and frowned. The limit of the shock furnace removal method is far from Juchuan. The most seasoned alchemist's eyes were even more profound. This kid is really humble. Such a good boy. Why is he not his apprentice? Child, don't you really plan to recognize me as a mentor? I can give you anything you want. The veteran alchemist said seriously. Please announce the results of the game. Mo Danqing glared at him and shouted. Damn it. How shameless is it to be robbed of Lao Tzu's students? Only then did the referee react, and he said with a wry smile, in the alchemy competition, the quality of the 3 pills from Shangjing College is as follows. 2 are perfect, 1 is semi-perfect. Shangjing College, win with an absolute advantage. The audience was stunned for a moment. and then it was completely boiling. Absolute advantage. Absolute crushing. Yi Yang is strong, invincible. Among the boiling crowd, only Shun Linfeng clenched his fist tightly. Why did things change like this? Why is that damn guy able to perform Jiuquan to remove impurities? This is the limit that even the alchemists can't achieve. That man, why is he? But Shun Linfeng took another deep breath and gradually calmed down. Alchemy is just one thing. In the next training, animal cultivation, and martial arts, I want him, Yi Yang, to lose a crushing defeat. Even if you break the rules, I will see you fail miserably. Yi Yang, maybe you still don't know who the referee of the refining competition is? The three master refiners are all top refiners in Tianyahage, and one of them is the master Zhao Hao, who was taken away by you. Do you think he will watch you win? The fiasco of Shangjing is doomed, and no one can undo it. The turmoil in the arena gradually subsided after a long time. The three alchemy bosses turned their heads 3 times at a time, obsessed with Yi Yang's method of eliminating impurities, and even promised that Yi Yang could change his family and worship them as his teachers anytime he wanted. This alone made Lu Chongfeng's heart explode with envy and envy. He has never enjoyed the feeling of being held in the palm of his hand by the alchemist, for fear of being neglected. The next game, the refining competition, please challenge the contestants. The referee wiped the sweat from his forehead and said loudly. On the side of Hanjiang College, Wei Zihao and the other 2 walked up with gloomy expressions. Wei Zihao's face was the most ugly one. He came to Beijing to see the Shangwan meeting before, intimidated by Yi Yang's identity as a master of internal strength. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang turned out to be his opponent in the artifact refining competition soon after, and he was about to be half weaker due to his congenital situation. For ordinary people, there's actually no difference between an NEI gene martial artist and an NEI gene master. They are all very powerful warriors. But only Wei Zihao knew that when the Neijing master faced the Neijing martial artist, it was a situation of crushing. Yi Yang is a shadow in his heart. In such a shadow, it is impossible to refine a weapon at all. However, on the side of Shangjing College, another change occurred. In addition to Yi Yang, 2 other 4th-grade students directly abstained. Their reasons are the same as Shun Linfeng. Unaccustomed to the college's favoritism towards related households, they strongly demanded that Shun Linfeng return to the game. Otherwise, they would abstain from the protest. In the stands, Yang Yan's chest had already accumulated monstrous anger. Shun Linfeng, you are such a good student. It's a shame I still liked you so much in the first place. Is this how you repay Shangjing Academy? It's okay to give up the game yourself. And he actually coerced others to give up the game. Yang Yan had even imagined what would happen next. Breeding beasts and discussing martial arts. I am afraid that some people will abstain. What's even worse is that they will all abstain under the guise of being unaccustomed to Shangjing College's favoritism towards related households. I originally thought that alchemy had won a crushing victory, which would bring hope. But the refiner will lose in the end. Yang Yin knew that Yi Yang had once refined the 6th-order mustard seed treasure. But Wei Zihao is not a vegetarian. They came from the Han River and Wei family, and the wealthy family has always spared no effort in cultivating talents. From the information he got, Wei Zihao was also a 6th-order item refiner. Not only that, his talent in formation was even more unique. The formation masters from Hanjiang appreciated him very much. Let Yi Yang go up alone. Even if he loses, he can't abstain. Yang Yin waved his hand and slumped in the chair. As a result, Yi Yang was alone in the arena on the side of Shangjing College. Wei Zihao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Lose? Shadow? Fuck it. The 3-on-1 refining tool. If he still can't win, Wei Zihao will find a piece of tofu and kill him. You, Yi Yang, are great at alchemy, and you can eliminate impurities in 9 shocks. How can you do that? Can Jiuquan remove impurities be used in a refiner? Item refining is not the same as alchemy. The most important thing about the refining tool is the attainment in the formation technique. The higher the formation attainments, the more powerful the treasures produced. No one is an almighty genius, And you, Yi Yang, will not be an exception. Although Wei Zihao, can't compare to you in terms of martial arts, my talent in weapon refining and formation is uniquely blessed. Among my peers, no one has ever made me lose in the refining process. Neither can you. In the refining competition, Hanjiang Academy, must win. In the stands, the 3 refining judges have also arrived. Yang Yin frowned. Shangjing College went to invite many master craftsmen from Jiangzhou, but almost all of them prevaricate for other reasons. In the end, only the 3 refining elders from Tianyahage were willing to come over to serve as judges. Of course, these 3 were all invited by Hanjiang College. The 3 referees are Tan Haoping, Wang Mingyang, and Tong Suojia. Wang Yangming is the most just one. He will definitely judge impartially. Tan Haoping is not very clear. As for Tong Suojia, this person is Zhao Hao's master, and he is afraid that he will make things difficult for Yi Yang. Black is said to be white, and white is said to be black as expected. Yi Yang, I've suffered for you. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. I can't afford to lose when I go to Beijing Academy. Yang Yin looked at the solitary figure on the ring with love in his eyes. Yi Yang, while it's still too late to surrender, Wei Zihao sneered in the ring. You can't win this weapon refining competition. How do you know if you don't try? Yi Yang said lightly. Wei Zihao laughed. It seems that you really don't cry without seeing the coffin. Then I'll analyze it for you. 1. You are alone against the 3rd, and time does not allow. In the end, the biggest possibility for you is that the 3 treasures are still in the semi-finished product stage, and you'll be directly sentenced to lose. 2nd, I know that you have refined the 6th order mustard seed treasure. Unfortunately, I have also refined it. Moreover, my accomplishments in the formation method are far beyond your imagination. The university's formation method textbook, it's almost done. Can you? 3rd, let's make it a little harsher. 2 of the 3 referees in the stands will stand on our side of Hanjiang Academy. Now look at that stern old man. That is Zhao Hao's master. I was stunned when I heard that you dared to grab the famous sword of Tianyahage. You are so awesome that even people from Tianyahage dare to provoke you. The elders of Tianyahage are notorious for guarding their shortcomings. Do you think that one will judge fairly and impartially? Think about it again. Do you have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning? The more Wei Zihao spoke, the more proud and excited he became. In his opinion, the refining competition is an absolute victory. If you can still lose, why don't you go home and raise pigs? And what do you do as a refiner? Shame. Yi Yang smiled lightly. In the face of absolute strength, is it useful to be shady? He pretentious. Wei Zihao sneered. The game begins. The referee announced the start. Yi Yang controls 3 furnaces by himself. The refining furnace is much larger than the Dan furnace, and the 6 furnaces occupy almost half of the arena. He still chose Xingang furnace, who said that the shock furnace removal method can't be used in the refining machine. Those who are stubborn are the ignorant. Yi Yang directly threw the 3 materials into the 3 furnaces and directly turned on the firepower to the maximum. The heat wave hits. Is this person crazy? If it goes on like this, the fryer is inevitable. Wang Mingyang frowned. If you're alone against 3 enemies, even if you're not crazy, you're not far from being crazy. He wants to use this method to get himself down the stairs. Tan Haoping smiled lightly. It's cheap for him, so I can't even make fun of him. Tong Suojia, who had been stern, sneered. Wang Mingyang frowned. He advocates fairness, but Yi Yang stole Zhao Hao's famous sword after all. After thinking about it, he still didn't speak. It's not fair if others are not fair. Besides, if this kid has anything to do with him, he has no value. If he loses, as soon as the idea of Wang Mingyang came into being, there was a burst of exclamations from the arena. Everyone immediately followed the reputation. They saw that Yang was standing in front of the 3 Xingang furnaces, raising his palms, as if preparing to shake the furnaces. He intends to apply the alchemy shock furnace removal method to the refining device. Wang Mingyang frowned. Tan Haoping narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Tong Suojia sneered. Oh, it's really imaginative. I heard that this kid is very accomplished in alchemy and can shoot Juchuan. He probably thinks that alchemy is similar to alchemy. So let's compare it by analogy. This is a good thing. He talked and even laughed. Wang Mingyang frowned. He knew why Tong Suaja laughed. It's not that the great master who has never been proficient in refining alchemy wanted to learn by analogy. As a result, when the great master reached the fourth shock, he couldn't withstand the huge anti-shock force of the furnace, and his body was directly shocked into a bloody man. There was no breath on the spot. The stove also burst. After the incident, his apprentice went to check again and found that his 5 internal organs were even shaken into blood. No one dared to do it again after that. Too dangerous. Without a strong and solid body, no one dares to practice again. This is self-defeating. Wang Mingyang sighed while holding his forehead. Wu Jingyu, as an 8th-order artifact refiner, naturally knows this. There was an inexplicable smile on his face. Okay, Yang, you did a great job. This is a good way to die. If you die, Mo Danqing will have no successor. Then I will be very happy. On the arena, Wei Ziheo, who was refining weapons opposite Yang, saw this scene. His expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Go back." He's going to use the shock furnace to remove impurities from the treasure. The furnace is about to explode. Hurry up and escape. The expressions of the 3 of them changed in unison, and regardless of the treasures in the stove, they jumped off the ring. Compare with the game. Obviously, his own life is more important. Dong dong dong. Under the eyes of the public, Yi Yang was expressionless and slammed 3 times on the 3 stoves almost without any interval. This sound is much heavier than Dan furnace. In fact, the first stroke of the alchemy shock furnace requires only about 5,000 kilograms of power, and the stove needs 10,000 kilograms. The anti-shock power is also 10,000 kilograms. Yi Yang could even feel the qi and blood in his body churning. This guy is crazy. Crazy. Wei Ziheo stared at Yi Yang, opened his eyes wide, and muttered to himself, "Hurry up and apply for a suspension of the game. You will die." Su Qingyan shouted with tears streaming down her face in a hurry. "Yi Yang, don't do stupid things. Come down quickly." Tang Liuxiang shouted impatiently. Mo Danqing was more direct, going straight to the referee and asking him to interrupt the game. "Hey, Lao Mo, what are you anxious about? The student's own behavior must be borne by himself. We must not disturb him." Wu Jingyu laughed and held Mo Danqing. "Let me go." Mo Danqing's face was gloomy. "I want to say I'm not loose." Wu Jingyu sneered. He is a master of internal energy, and Mo Danqing is only a small success in internal energy. If he doesn't let go, the latter really can't do anything about him. Yang Yin shouted, "Referee, I applied to Beijing Academy to suspend the game." Dean Su of Hanjiang College immediately stood up. "I disagree with Hanjiang College." "Yes, I don't agree either. He has to be responsible for his actions. The academy can't let him bear the consequences." Tong Suaja stood up straight from the referee's bench and said sharply. Those who were worried about Yi Yang were all anxious, worried about his life, and wanted him to give up the game. Others are either watching from the sidelines or gloating at the misfortune, and even some people want to see Yang tragically die on the spot. In the stands, there was chaos. More than a dozen shouts containing inner strength made the referee stunned. This side requested a suspension, the other side firmly disagreed, and the referee also stood up and disagreed. So do I agree or disagree? At this time, another thud dong dong sounded suddenly, and then it's bang dong dong. Dong dong dong. In the complex eyes of everyone, 3 voices, 3 voices, 3 voices. In the end, each furnace has endured 8 shocks, just 1 step away. But each furnace was also swaying, and there was a dull popping sound inside it, and the lid of the furnace was washed away by the steam. As if the next moment will suddenly explode, the referee swallowed hard, thought again and again, and retreated more than 10 meters. The crowd under the ring retreated in unison, leaving a large open space. Mom, terrible. Why am I coming to the game today? Those 3 furnaces in the ring are like a special time bomb. Many people in the line have held their breath by this time. They originally thought that when there were 3 or 4 earthquakes, the furnace would burst. As a result, Yeong captured the 8th shock abruptly. Of course, after the 8 shocks, the explosion power of the furnace almost tripled. The 3 furnaces now are no less than a small cannonball. He actually really dragged to the 8th shock. Wang Mingyang was a little shocked. Look at him, blood oozing from the pores all over his body. Obviously, he can't bear the force of the shock. Tan Haoping shook his head and sighed. Come on, 9th shake, you'll set a record when you shoot. Yeong, I'm optimistic about you. Tong Suoja laughed. His heart couldn't help but be happy. Blow it up, it's best to blow it up. Dare to take my apprentice's famous sword. This is retribution. In front of everyone's eyes, Yeong took the 9th shock. The anti-shock force of 30,000 kilograms penetrated into the body, and the pores immediately seeped blood. The host suffered from an extremely strong shock and caused bloodshed. Changchun Gong was upgraded to Unbroken Longevity Gong, which automatically reached its full level. Not bad for longevity. Qingdi inherits the exercises to get a glimpse of the way of longevity. Full level effect. 50 years of life extension. Not easy to get sick, and greatly speed up the recovery from trauma. A trace of blood had just oozed out, and it stopped immediately. The body that was slightly damaged by the 30,000 kilograms anti-shock force was quickly repaired. Yeong immediately felt the endless power rippling through his limbs. 9 shocks remove impurities. Perfect treasure. Yeong laughed loudly, bang dong dong 3 times. The stove exploded. Milky white steam filled the air, and the air waves swept away. The furnace fragments were all turned into powder by Yi Yang's internal energy. 3 treasures, exuding perfect treasures, fell in front of him. The spirit test bead on the ring immediately lit up with 6 rainbow-colored marks. Tier 6, perfect treasure. Wang Mingyang stood up first, his breath a little disordered. Mo Danxing, Yang Yin, and others all opened their eyes. OMG, Yeong actually did it. Is he too evil? He actually did what countless alchemy and alchemist double cultivators could not do, and it is Jiuzhen, a perfect treasure without impurities. If this news spreads, countless warriors will be crazy about it. Yeong put his hands on his back, smiled faintly, and his clothes were not broken at all. Reference announced the result of the game. Wait, I have doubts about the result of the competition. Tong Suojia stood up with a gloomy expression. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on him. I suspect that Yi Yang's move is to deliberately scare away the students of Hanjiang College. He maliciously frightened his opponents and forced them to give up the game because his life was in danger. It was extremely immoral. I want a rematch. Tong Suojia's voice contained inner strength and immediately spread to every corner of the square. Many people were stunned for a moment, then whispered. Tong Suojia doesn't say that they haven't reacted yet. It seems that this is really the case. Yeong deliberately made Qilu look like this to scare off the 3 contestants of Hanjiang Academy and force them to give up the competition. This kind of behavior is really bad. Yeong is shameless. The game resumes. Some people with ulterior motives immediately shouted. Yeong is shameless. The game resumes. Wei Zihao also sneered. Originally, his refining tool had reached an important juncture, but because Yi Yang's 3 furnaces looked so terrible, he had to give up halfway. Moreover, he doesn't believe that Yi Yang can still remove impurities 100%. Although what you refined is a perfect 6th-order treasure, it's not that I can't refine it. Give me another chance. Whoever loses who wins. Not sure. Wei Zihao sneered. Yi Yang said lightly, which how do you see this as the 6th order? Wei Zihao sneered disdainfully and was about to point at the measuring Ling Zhu to speak, but suddenly he seemed to remember something, and his face was instantly pale. The player next to him suddenly widened his eyes. Formation. He hasn't inscribed the formation yet. The embryo, without the inscription of the formation, is actually a 6th order. If the formation is inscribed, wouldn't it be possible to achieve? He dared not speak. I said that it was just for myself and for the Han River College. A sixth-order embryo, as long as the formation is also a sixth order and the two are combined into one, it is a seventh-order treasure. In fact, Yi Yang had already won. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can engrave a sixth-order formation. Wei Zihao took a deep breath and sneered. Sixth-order formation? Yi Yang shook his head slightly. Everyone thought that he shook his head to admit that he could not inscribe the sixth-order formation, and Wei Zihao even showed a sarcastic look. The next moment Yi Yang said, Tier 6 is too rubbish and unworthy. I want to engrave rank 9. The audience was stunned. Wei Zihao was startled for a moment. Then he covered his stomach and laughed. Ha ha, Yi Yang, you really can brag. Ninth order? Did you know that there's only one ninth-order formation in the entire Hanzhou? What kind of thing are you? And you are worthy of saying that you can inscribe the ninth-order formation. Wei Zihao's eyes showed disdain. In the stands, Tong Suoja also sneered and sat down directly. In his opinion, Yi Yang has reached a situation where the beasts are still fighting. He said that he could inscribe the ninth-order formation, but he was just lying. In the end, it will only be difficult to ride a tiger. Ninth-order formation? What did Yi Yang think? How could he know the ninth-order formation? Mo Danqing was furious. That Tong Suojia is deliberately making things difficult for Yi Yang. The sixth-order perfect treasure can't win, so what quality can win? Tang Liuxiang said angrily. But many people think that the 3 students of Hanjiang College jumped off the ring because of Yi Yang's furnace. If the furnace didn't look like it was going to explode, they wouldn't give up the game halfway. Yang Yin sighed. We are really at a loss. Let's see how Yi Yang responds. Mo Danqing sighed. Will the miracle happen again? In Yi Yang's view, the sixth-order formation is really too weak. Its protective ability is like paper paste, and it will be broken when poked. Yi Yang felt uneasy when such treasures were handed over to the people in the orphanage. Under everyone's attention, Yi Yang picked up the diamond pen and began to inscribe the ninth-order array. Arrays are actually curves and lines that correspond to the law of spiritual energy fluctuations, and it is because of this that they can exert various powers. The more advanced the formation, the more complicated it is, because it needs to correspond to a large number of aura fluctuation laws. The 3 diamond-suppressing formations depicted by Yi Yang have the functions of protecting the body and suppressing evil spirits, and the lines are as large as 1,302. Every line can't be wrong. Once you make a mistake, you lose the whole game. Therefore, depicting the formation method is also an extremely physically exhausting thing, and ordinary people are simply unable to do it. Even some people who have no talent in martial arts, but are extremely talented in refining weapons, will regret giving up the inscription because their bodies cannot support the inscription formation. But Yi Yang is different. His physical body can withstand a shock force of 30,000 kilograms. Painted from start to finish, he didn't even sweat a drop. Completely at your fingertips. Totally ingenious. After one is carved, the next is carved, and in more than 10 minutes, all 3 treasures are fully carved. The moment the characterization was completed, the spirit test bead on the ring suddenly flashed. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, 3 rainbow marks appeared again. The ninth-order aura. There is no doubt that what Yi Yang refined is the ninth-order spiritual weapon. If these 3 spiritual tools are placed in the black market, coupled with the formation of the King Kong suppression of evils, the masters of Neijing will be able to steal their heads. Without the price of 30 to 40 million, it is impossible to get it. Of course, masters who have reached the realm of ecstasy are no longer bound by money, and are more often exchanged for extremely rare spiritual stones, or even barter. Money is no different from dirt to those at the top of the pyramid. When the 9 rainbow imprints lit up, the audience took a deep breath. Wei Zihao's eyes darkened, his footsteps staggered, and he almost fell. Wu Jingyu, Dean Su, and Tong Suoja even opened their eyes wide and their teeth itched with hatred. But Mo Danqing and other people who were worried about Yi Yang put their hearts back into their stomachs. Not only that, but they were excited. Yi Yang is amazing. He really did. He can actually inscribe the ninth order formation. There is only one ninth order formation master in Hangzhou, and his name is Feng Shan. This formation master is in Hangzhou and can almost be described as status and honor. If 5 people dare to provoke him, everyone must have a good relationship with him. Even if the government department asked him to go to the ruins of Tongtian Temple to investigate the formation, he had to be careful. Now, the second ninth order formation was born. His name is Yi Yang, a terribly young, promising young man. Elder Tong, is there any objection? Hanjiang College, who else wants to come up? Yi Yang put 3 ninth order spiritual weapons in his hands and played with them, sneering. Tong Suojie put his hand on his forehead and remained silent. The other 2 elders of Tianya Hage also had complicated eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. The students of Hanjiang College did not dare to look at Yi Yang and bowed their heads one after another. Damn, there are 3 ninth order spiritual weapons at hand. Who dares to compare with you? The artifact refining competition, Shangjing Academy, a complete victory. Seeing that there was no objection from the referee's bench, the referee announced the result of the game with a trembling voice. There was applause from nowhere. In an instant, there was thunderous applause. In the crowd, Shen Linfeng's fist clenched even tighter. Why? Why is your Yi Yang talent so evil? Why are you all-powerful in alchemy and refining? And you can even engrave the ninth order formation. You are a poor and sour boy from an orphanage. What a virtue! But never mind. There is absolutely no way you can win the next animal breeding competition. You don't know who the referee of the animal breeding competition is, do you? Shui Feng, the first elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. 4th Elder Chu smiled. There is also Mr. Guan Qinghan from Hanjiang College. The elders of Spirit Beast Mountain have long been very critical of you. You Yang are not even a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, yet you actually studied the real secret book of Spirit Beast Mountain. This is a sin. Even if you are valued by Yindu Tang Lingyan Pavilion, even if Zheng Tianxiong has to admit that you are an honorary elder due to pressure, all these things cannot reverse the disgust that the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain have towards you. No elder wants to see a young man who is nothing become an elder of his own sect. You could be an elder, so the name of this elder is too cheap. Yi Yang, you can't pass this level of the animal breeding competition. Among the crowd, Shen Linfeng seemed to have regained his calm aura. Next, the rest time between the 2 games was directly omitted by Hanjiang Academy. Since everyone wants to see the poor dagger, don't hide it. I just want you to have no time off to leave you exhausted and exhausted. What can you do? Soon, the 3 came to the referee's bench. Shui Feng, Chu Yixiao, Guan Qinghan. Master, can you please not target Yi Yang? He is really a gifted child. Shui Wei said earnestly. No, it is impossible for me to allow a young child to become the honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. He is not worthy. Shui Feng is still beautiful in her 40s, but her face is extremely indifferent. He stole the secret manual of my sect and violated the rules of the Spirit Beast Mountain. If it wasn't for the arrival of the Tang Lingyan Pavilion, this son would have been arrested back to the Spirit Beast Mountain to accept the sect rules. The drinker beside him, the old man, Chu smiled and sneered. Shui Wei looked down, but she didn't expect that the master was not on her side. The Spirit Beast ceremony is about to start. Tell Shi Yu Hu, and let him return to Spirit Beast Mountain to participate in the ceremony. Shui Feng glanced at her and said coldly, This is the order of the Mountain Master. Yes. Shui Wei replied in a low voice and walked away quickly. Is this really good? She said that she is also your little daughter. Chu Yixiao couldn't help but said. Shui Feng sneered. The qualifications are too bad. I don't even want to recognize her as a daughter. If it weren't for her, how could such a thing happen in the Spirit Beast ceremony back then? Stop talking nonsense. When the battle between the famous schools is over, we will take this son back to the Spirit Beast Mountain and find an excuse to deprive him of the honorary elder title. Our focus is still on the Spirit Beast ceremony. The generation of geniuses in the sect has withered away, and no one can be alone. If it weren't for this, I would be too lazy to come to Shi Yu Hu. There was an uncomfortable arrogance in Shui Feng's tone. Chu Yi smiled bitterly and stopped talking. In the arena, Chun Shuhong, as the most pioneer of beast breeding in Hanjiang College, the strongest among the three, stepped into the arena. Between his brows, the sullenness is inextricable. Until now, he still can't forget the scene of Piyun Villa. The fourth elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, Chu Yi, smiled, even scolded him in public, and even called that Yang Yi Master Yang. Shame, so shameful. But the tutor Guan Qinghan said personally that Yang Ye's approach was right, and his skills were indeed inferior to. For more than half a month, he worked tirelessly and frantically studied ancient books on animal breeding, just to surpass that Yang Yi. Now, he will prove himself to everyone in front of Chu Yixiao. In contrast, this Yang is nothing. Not to mention that he has been studying ancient books at his desk for half a month. Just his identity as a sixth-order animal breeder can completely crush him. To be honest, when the tutor asked him to come, he was very disdainful. For the sake of a mere alchemy competition, he actually had to postpone his graduation and continue to read the fourth-grade course. However, Hanjiang College promised an ancient book on animal breeding. Chen Shuahong thought about it again and again, but still accepted it. There will be many big figures in the field of animal breeding in the battle of famous schools. In such an arena, it is not impossible to show their abilities. The big deal, just put everyone else in the background. Therefore, Chen Shuahong arrived at the time, and there was no need for him to watch the previous two games. Because of this, he didn't even look at Yang carefully, but directly selected a sixth-order spirit beast cub and began to observe carefully and think about the cultivation route. The other two followed suit and selected spirit beast cubs within their abilities to start breeding. On Yi Yang's side, besides him, the other person is Gu Xiaoxiao, a first-year student. It can also be seen from here that there is a shortage of talents in Shangjing College. Even the first-year students had to play, revealing their talents in advance. The other person did not even bother to say anything about protesting against the Shangjing Academy and exposing favoritism to Yi Yang's related households, and directly announced his abstention. Since everyone has torn their faces, there's no need to say some words and some scenes. In the previous two games, Gu Xiaoxiao saw the end of the whole process, and his attitude towards Yi Yang also changed significantly. For Shen Linfeng is more disgust. He actually gave up the game openly for his own sake. Disgusting. Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at Yi Yang cautiously and said sincerely, "Senior, I have a bad attitude toward you before. I'm sorry." "It's okay." Yi Yang waved his hand. "Then, how should I choose a spirit beast?" she whispered. Yi Yang glanced at the cage. "Take that red-billed pigeon." As soon as he said this, Chen Shuahong and the three were stunned. Chen Shuahong almost didn't laugh out loud. "What? Red-billed pigeon? This thing is put here. In fact, it is used as a reserve food for some carnivorous spirit beasts. You actually want Gu Xiaoxiao to breed red-billed pigeons? This is equivalent to a bullfighting conference. Everyone chooses a strong and vigorous bull, and you like the beef cow who is walking leisurely outside the venue. Elected, isn't it the same as admitting defeat?" In the referee's bench, the three eighth-order animal breeders also frowned. This son is completely talking nonsense. Choosing a red-billed pigeon? Nonsense, Shuefeng said indifferently. Chu Yixiao took a sip of wine and smiled. Guan Qinghan frowned, watching the red-billed pigeon carefully, his eyes twinkling. He instinctively felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell where. Gu Xiaoxiao also tilted her head. "Huh? She hasn't responded yet. Pick a ghost red-billed pigeon. Senior, are you asking me to give up the game?" This red-billed pigeon contains a trace of the bloodline of the eighth-order fierce bird Yin Wang Yuan. That's why its crown is extra large. And at the same time, the red beak is extraordinarily gorgeous, and the temperature on it is even very high. Yi Yang continued, 100 grams of alder root, ground into powder. 15 yinling flowers, dried and ground into powder. 100 grams of snow mountain ice, distilled rootless water. Yi Yang was too lazy to pay attention to the words of others, and directly explained the breeding method of this red-billed pigeon in detail. The more Gu Xiaoxiao listened, the more excited he became. She has high attainments in animal breeding, and when others were still in the dark, she already fully understood Yi Yang's breeding line. Senior Yi Yang is indeed a great talent. It's a pity that he used to worship Shun Lin Feng before. Compared with Senior Yi Yang, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Senior Yi Yang is the most powerful. Gu Xiaoxiao was very excited and immediately started breeding red-billed pigeons. On the referee's bench, Guan Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems really doable. This boy is so talented. Xue Feng and Chu Yi smiled and frowned, still unable to understand Yi Yang's cultivation method. Xue Feng even sneered. It's mystical and nonsense. It's completely messed up. If it really contains Yan Wang Yuan's blood, how can you use rootless water? I thought this sun was a bit level no matter how you said it, but now it looks like it's completely nonsense. The three of Chun Shuahong shook their heads, and they didn't bother to care about Yi Yang's nonsense, and continued to lower their heads to cultivate spirit beasts. Under everyone's attention, Yi Yang did not pick the cub of the spirit beast, but picked up the little black dog who had been following him. When he picked up the little black dog, many people were stunned, and some people barked in disbelief. What? Is he going to use that little black dog as the subject of this animal breeding competition? That dog doesn't seem to have even aura. It's not just an ordinary dog. A young animal breeder wrote. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a fourth-order puppy jewel dog, but why doesn't the spiritual bead show up? Another old man who also had deeper insights into animal breeding pondered. At this time, everyone was shocked. Yes, why doesn't the spirit test ball in the ring show the aura level of the little black dog? I'm afraid this is really an ordinary dog. Could it be that Yi Yang really intends to cultivate an auraless dog? This is too difficult. Xiaohei stood on the cultivation platform and raised his head. It stepped in the ninth-order spirit beast realm a day ago, and it has initially opened its spiritual wisdom. It can naturally distinguish the doubts, disdain, and contempt of these people under the ring. Xiaohei snorted lightly, not bothering to pay attention. When stepping on the ninth-order spirit beast, it awakened a bloodline ability of the jewel dog, concealment. Right now, he is only hiding his aura level, and when he arrives, he can even hide in the shadows and kill people violently. That's the real shadow assassin, the Night King. There was a hint of excitement in Yi Yang's eyes. Next, he will let Xiaohei step into the level of the Yellow Order Spirit Beast. In the future, Xiaohei will have the possibility of infinite growth. Yi Yang didn't waste a bit of time to get a lot of precious materials. Of course, the most important thing is naturally the 7th Order inner alchemy that has been placed in the mustard seed treasure for a long time. Xiaohei is only a 9th Order cub, so the spiritual energy contained in the inner core of this 7th Order adult spiritual beast is definitely enough for him to improve. Next, let's start. Yi Yang smiled faintly, completely ignoring the people around him. Take the stamens, pollen, and petals from the Ying gravebone flower, spare. Squeeze the juice of the bone-eroding roots and filter to take the upper layer of clear solution, 1 liter. Ripe fallen psionic fruit, peel off the aged pulp, take the core, 10. Messages flew through Yi Yang's mind like lightning, and his fingers flew like a fly. On the cultivation platform, every second, a pile of materials would disappear and a pile of new materials would be created. The audience under the ring was stunned. What a magical operation this is. This kind of operation method alone is not comparable to ordinary people. In the past 10 minutes, just now, Yi Yang's workload was almost equal to 10 beast breeders of the same level. This guy is really a monster. Not only the audience, but the bigwigs in the stands were also stunned. This guy really has something. This alone is enough to enter the first-class animal breeding sect as an inner disciple, and even he will be an assistant talent that many animal breeding masters desperately need. Such a person is comparable to the assistant of 10 people who doesn't want it. Xue Feng and Chu Yixiao slightly changed their views on him, but the former is still very indifferent. It's just a little more flexible, but it's a little talent and can't get on the stage. If you put on my Spirit Beast Mountain, it's okay to throw it to Lao Jio as a fire boy. She had no scruples, and her voice was loud, which attracted glares from the teachers of Shanjing College. Chu Yixiao could only smile awkwardly. This senior sister Xue Feng is too domineering and too unsympathetic to others, and often offends people. In the ring, Yi Yang continued. Finally, he poured all the ingredients into a large pot of rootless water, stirred it evenly, and the color gradually changed to a dull color. If you look closely, you can also see the Yin escaping from the water. What is he doing? So a big pot. Do you want to drink it? The old animal breeder pondered. Drink? Just that little dog. Can it drink such a big pot? Old man, you're not kidding me. The young animal breeder next to him sneered. Most of the current animal breeding paths are configured with medicinal pills or food for the spirit beast to swallow. So they subjectively assumed that Yi Yang's big pot was all for the little black dog. In the stands, Guan Qinghan also frowned. Bring it to drink? It's definitely not right. With such a big plate, even a fourth and fifth order spirit beast can't drink it. And this move consumes a lot of materials. It can't be used for drinking. Next, under everyone's attention, Yi Yang patted Xiao Hei's head. The latter licked Yi Yang's fingers, then strode into the big basin. Before his body was completely submerged under the water, he looked around the audience disdainfully. The master gave me the configuration, but the liquid medicine for bathing. A bunch of ignorant idiots. Guan Qinghan slapped the table, feeling a little gaff with excitement. Smart. Absolutely smart. I actually thought of the method of bathing and quenching the body. Hey, we old people, although we have rich experience, are easily bound by our previous way of thinking. Sure enough, the ideas of young people are endless. Xue Feng and Chu Yixiao were also a little lost. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a bath-quenching body. The way of swallowing the quenched body has been proved by countless powers, and it is very feasible. So, it has become the mainstream of the beast breeding avenue. In fact, Ling Beast Mountain has also practiced the path of bathing and quenching the body, but every time it consumes a huge amount of materials and ends without a hitch. In this way, it consumes too much material and the efficiency is too low. Many beast breeding powers have also tried, and without exception, they have failed. The two of them really didn't expect that they would be able to see the way of bathing and quenching the body in a small animal breeding competition. After a while, Xue Feng came back to his senses and snorted coldly. It's too ambitious. It's too ambitious. This road will not work, and even a single student from him will not be able to get through it all. He's lost. Chu Yixiao could only nod her head. Senior sister said that if Yi Yang loses, then he loses, and I, the fourth child, just nod his head. Chu Yixiao still had some regrets in her heart. When I came out this time, I actually planned to talk to that Master Yang, but the latter seemed to be sinking into the sea without any news, so he had to give up. The way of bathing and quenching the body doesn't work, just wash and sleep. Chu Yixiao was suddenly a little sleepy. He sneaked a glance at the people around him, then took out his mobile phone and secretly sent a text message. The remark name of the contact person is Master Yang Yang. Yang Ye's cell phone number was still at the end of the Spirit Beast auction, and he asked Lu Yinshan to come. Master Yang, I'm in Beijing, and I look forward to sitting down with you to exchange animal breeding experience. Chu Yixiao sent dozens of text messages with similar meanings within a few days. But all the same, the stone sinks into the sea, and there is no news. Master Yang, why are you ignoring me? Master Yang, where are you? I miss you so much with a smile. At the beginning of Piyun Villa, Yang Yi really left a deep impression on him, so that when Yang Yi left later, he didn't react much. He felt that Master Yang Yi had completely overwhelmed the people of the same age group. No, not only in the same age group, but at least he felt that he was definitely not comparable to Master Yang Yi or Senior Sister Xue Feng either. In the entire Spirit Beast Mountain, perhaps only the owner of the mountain, Zheng Tianxiong, can compare with Master Yang Yi. It would be great if he could be invited back to the Spirit Beast Mountain to serve as the Elder Kaching. Then he would be able to exchange animal breeding experience often. Oh, what a pity. Chu Yixiao was drowsy, and then a burst of exclamations suddenly erupted from the audience. He was slightly excited and looked at the sound. In the ring, Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the red-beaked pigeon in his arms with an extremely shocked expression. No, this should no longer be called a red-billed pigeon. Have you ever seen a red-billed pigeon that is 3 times larger than its peers, with a red crown bristled on the top of its head, a sharp beak, and a faint fiery breath between its breaths. It should be called Yin Wan Yuan. It's hard to imagine that a red-beaked pigeon, which is regarded as a delicious meat, can grow to this point after stimulating its blood. There is no need for the audience under the stage to guess its aura grade. The spirit test beads have been presented very honestly. 5 Qiyang marks, followed by 3 looming. This is the 8th order spirit beast. Because the cultivation of spirit beasts is different from alchemy and refining, cultivation takes time. The 3 Qiyang marks did not appear, indicating that this Yin Wan Yuan still needs a little time to replenish the spiritual energy and grow into a real 8th order spirit beast. But it already has a disciple of the 8th order spirit beast, so it is a genuine 8th order. No one can refute it. The audience was shocked. Terrible. Really scary. They were shocked by this 8th rank Yin Wan Yuan, and they were also shocked by Yi Yang. To a layman, Yi Yang is simply a monster. Just ordered a red-beaked pigeon, said a few words, and even let that girl cultivate an 8th order spirit beast. But in the eyes of the animal breeder, Yi Yang is like a great animal breeder. Too strong. At a glance, you can see the potential and blood of the spirit beast. And in a few seconds, you can come up with a cultivation route to stimulate the blood. Truly a man of patience. In the stands, Mo Danqing, Yang Yin, and the others wave their fists fiercely, showing an uplifting look. Pretty. Beautiful. On the contrary, Wu Jingyu, Dean Su, and others did not look very good. This is an 8th order spirit beast. It's ridiculous that a first-year student actually cultivated an 8th order spirit beast. Although Chen Shuahong is powerful, he is only a 6th order beast breeder. It is as difficult as going to the sky to cultivate an 8th order spirit beast. But don't panic. Yang will lose the way of bathing and quenching his body. Countless beast breeding powers have long proven that this road is unworkable, and he turned his head and insisted on showing his ability. In this way, Shanjing College has only one 8th order, and the greatest possibility of Hanjiang is 1 6th order and 2 4th orders. The number is dominant. This is also a big victory. We just have to sit here and watch that tough guy lose. Wu Jingyu and President Su looked at each other and smiled. Then the next moment, they heard a small cracking sound. What sound? The sound has not stopped. 1 after 1 is 2, after 2 is 3. This time, everyone in the arena reacted. It's a spirit test bead. The spirit bead is cracked. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the 8 spiritual measuring beads embedded in the 8 positions of the arena suddenly cracked and turned into powder. Deathly silence. What happened? Why does the spirit test bead crack? Immediately afterwards, a strong yin qi boiled from the big basin. The yin qi was so strong that even many monks who maintained order felt uncomfortable. The audience in the ring widened their eyes. OMG, what kind of peerless beast is about to be born? Just the yin qi that escaped out was freezing and biting, and the cold qi was excruciating. The audience closest to the ring took a few steps back. If it goes on like this, my heart is going to have problems. It's better to watch from a distance. On the other side, the spirit beasts in front of Chen Shuahong and the other 3 suddenly became restless. Why be restless? It is not to meet an opponent, nor to meet a good talent, but great fear, great coercion. Soon, the 4th order spirit beast was the first to be unable to bear the fear and stretched his legs out in fright, spewing out a lump of shit. This is not the end, because the other 2 ends are also feces and urine, and the ring is suddenly filled with black smoke. The spirit beasts on the bottom of the water have not yet appeared, and they are already frightened and ugly. Breeding beasts, of course, also failed. Chen Shuahong raised his eyes from the cultivation platform for the first time. Grit your teeth. He wanted to see what kind of monster was in that basin. Why do you frighten your own spirit beasts to urinate? The Yin Wan Yuan in Gu Xiao Xiao's arms was also a little restless, so she had to dig her head into her arms. While comforting Yin Wan Yuan, Gu Xiao Xiao stared at the dark water with wide eyes. What kind of monster did Senior Yi Yang bred that little black dog into? It was the escaping of Yin, the bursting of the spirit test beads, and the whimpering of spirit beasts, the flow of excrement and urine, and even the eighth order Yin Wanyuan was afraid. Could it be the ninth order? Impossible. Gu Xiao didn't dare to think about it. The next moment, everyone heard a deep whimper. It was like a low cry from the nine serenities hell. It was like the whistling of the gloomy wind in the endless abyss. Chilling. All are ready. Next, it must be a domineering roar. Wong. A vigorous black lightning rushed out of the big basin and jumped directly into Yi Yang's arms. Everyone, I got a big hole. What is this? You're the one who wrote the novel. Why is it so domineering and comes with background music? And the little black dog appears in the end. Xiao He licked Yi Yang's cheek, and the color of wisdom in his eyes became stronger. It looked around the audience and let out a bark. Bunch of idiots. Yi Yang smiled lightly. The ninth rank enters the yellow rank. And that's it. At the referee's bench, the three stood up together. Surprised, unbelievable, incredible, envious, jealous, excited. Various complex expressions appeared on the faces of the three of them. Others don't know. They can't see it. Unable to control the yin qi and escaping, it scared the other spirit beasts with feces and urine, and the most important thing is the spirit test bead burst. This is the strong coercion of the superior. It's because the aura grade is too rich to measure. This beast is extraordinary. The spirit test orb exploded. Could it be that this beast is above the ninth rank? Shui Feng asked suspiciously. She seemed to be persuading herself, and at the same time persuading others. Chu Yixiao was short of breath. Guan Qinghan's eyes are relieved. I am afraid that in this world, no matter who knows the value of the ninth order spirit beast, 10 million Chinese coins are not even enough to measure it. Priceless can be used as a metaphor. For animal breeders, the value of spirit beasts above the ninth rank is even more so. This is faith. It is the limit of diligent pursuit. Shui Feng suddenly looked sharp. This son, Yang, used the coercion of high-level spiritual beasts to suppress the spiritual beasts of Hanjiang College and interrupted the cultivation process. This move is extremely shameless. I propose to cancel this son's competition results and deprive him of this ownership of the head spirit beast. As soon as she said these words, the expressions of most people in the stands changed. Some were angry, some were complicated, and some narrowed their eyes and looked at their abacus. The meaning of Shui Feng's words is actually very simple. The spirit beast that took this child, we shall distribute it ourselves. This is a ninth order spirit beast. In the entire Hanzhou, only the owner of the spirit beast mountain, Zheng Tianxiong, has one, and that is the spirit beast of the town of Spirit Beast Mountain. Everyone was well aware of the victory in this game, and naturally dismissed Shui Feng's words. But if you could get a piece of the pie, why not give it a try? I agree with Elder Shui Feng. This son Yang did it deliberately, which is disgusting. I suggest that he be disqualified from the competition. Dean Su said coldly with greedy eyes. I feel very heartbroken. I am the vice president of Shangjin College. It stands to reason that I want to stand on the side of Shangjin College, but Yi Yang's behavior in the competition is really outrageous. If my behavior wins the game, I will definitely be despised by my peers when I go to Beijing College. Wu Jingyu clutched his chest even more at the moment and said very sadly, for the sake of Shangjing Academy's face, even if the game is lost, I think it is acceptable. I also agree with Elder Shui Feng's proposal. Cancel Yi Yang's competition results. He even squeezed a few tears from the corners of his eyes, as if he really felt heartache for Yi Yang's actions. As soon as these people's words came out, there was a sound of approval from Hanjiang College. All of them stood on the stand of righteousness, as if the messengers of justice were about to point at Yi Yang's nose and start cursing. Yang Yin and the others glared at Wu Jingyu. They even saw through the ugly faces of these people, but they were helpless. Heart is even more sad. Even the dean of the Shangjing Academy turned his elbows out, which is really sad. Chun Shuahong, who was standing opposite Yi Yang, suddenly showed a vicious smile. Yi Yang, right? I remember your name. It's amazing to be able to cultivate ninth-order spirit beasts. But this is the end. Your spirit beast will be deprived by those people, and your competition results will be canceled. In the end, it's all empty. It's your fault. You don't have enough strength and status. What qualifications does a second-year student have to own a ninth-order spirit beast? Chen Shuahong smiled coldly. In the crowd, Shun Linfeng's clenched fists also loosened. There were some deviations in the development of things, but in the end it was on the right track. I didn't expect Yi Yang's talent for animal breeding to be so high, but it doesn't matter. These big guys can eat people without spitting bones. Your ninth-order spirit beast made them fancy. Where is there any reason to take it back? Shun Linfeng sneered and looked proud. Chevron underscore left. Yi Yang sneered. Are you finished? His voice contained inner strength, and it spread to every corner of the square in an instant. Everyone's voice fell silent. The smile on Xue Feng's face also faded. Just now, I was a little overwhelmed. But it's nothing. What skills can a mere student have? What did he use to compete with Spirit Beast Mountain? Xue Feng had already checked the matter of Tang Lingyan Pavilion. Yi Yang restored the true martial art Lingyanbu for Lingyan Pavilion. As a reward, Lingyan Pavilion presented a heavy treasure containing the meaning of the master's boxing, although he also verbally promised to treat Yi Yang as a guest of honor. But that's all. You, Yi Yang, have recovered Lingyanbu, and I have also sent an equivalent treasure. Our relationship is broken, and you have no use value to Lingyan Pavilion anymore. These people's desire for profit is much heavier than her Schweffinka. For a worthless person, is it necessary to have a bad relationship with the first sect of Hanzhou, Spirit Beast Mountain? The answer is not necessary. Therefore, Lingyan Pavilion would not vent his anger on Yi Yang, nor would he even send someone to show his face. It was because he had figured this out a long time ago that Xue Feng was going to do something that even Zheng Tianxiong couldn't do this time. Retrieve the authentic ancient books, arrest Yi Yang, deprive him of his honorary elder status, and punish him with the rules of the Spirit Beast Mountain. I am kind to Spirit Beast Mountain. I didn't expect the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain to repay me like this. Yi Yang looked directly at Xue Feng, shook his head, and sneered. Xue Feng heard the words and chuckled. You are kind to my Spirit Beast Mountain? Why didn't I know? Stupid boy, go home and do it in your dreams. There's everything in your dreams. The others smiled, but they didn't expect the Lung Mei elder Xue Feng to be joking. While chatting and laughing, he also looked down on Yi Yang a bit. Is this kid crazy? Are you kind to Spirit Beast Mountain? Everyone has been famous for a long time, and they dare not say that they are kind to Spirit Beast Mountain. Spirit Beast Mountain is the #1 sect in Hanzhou, but what did you do to be kind to Spirit Beast Mountain? You are a mere student. How can you be so kind to Spirit Beast Mountain? Dean Su even sneered. Old Wu, this kid from the Beijing Academy. I'm afraid there is something wrong with his brain. Taken to the hospital after the game. I heard that the Dr. Zhou Zhihao from the People's Hospital is very good at medicine. Don't delay this child's life in the future. Wu Jingyu showed a fatherly smile. I go to Beijing College to pursue the principle that teachers and students are one family. If there is a problem with the spirit of the students, it is of course my duty as a teacher. Dean Su pretended to be surprised. Old Wu, you really treat the students as your own children. I, Lao Su, have been in this position for decades, but I can't do this. I will learn more from you in the future. Haha, I don't dare to pretend. Yang Yin watched the two hold each other with a cold eye, as if watching the wolf and the naughty mix together. What to do next? These people are the 9th order spirit beasts who are determined to take away Yi Yang. Could it be that? Call and ask the principal to come back? Far water cannot save near fire. As for Yi Yang's statement that he was kind to Spirit Beast Mountain, he chose to ignore it. Mo Danqing, Tang Liuxiang, Xue Wei, Su Qingyin, and others showed even more anger. Especially Xue Wei. Her face was both sad and embarrassed. You know, Xue Feng is both her master and her mother. As a result, his mother actually opened her mouth to take away her student's spirit beast. For her, grief is greater than death. She really doesn't want such a selfish, indifferent, and unsympathetic mother. Yang, can you still create miracles? Shui Wei raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Yang like, boy, you said, what kind of favor do you have for my spirit beast mountain? After Chu Yixiao finished speaking, he picked up the wine gourd and took a sip of wine. Yi Yang said lightly, do you still remember the purple-headed and black-backed centipede? That seventh-order spirit beast, I upgraded it. Chu Yi smiled and almost spit out the wine. You fart. That's obviously the grade raised by Master Yang, and Master Yang also cured Zidian's yellowfoot disease, by the way. Master Yang is very kind to my spirit beast mountain. I won't allow you to pretend to be Master Yang, Ye's name, to fool around. Chu Yixiao pointed at Yang Han and said. Shui Feng also nodded slightly. She had heard something about Yang Yi. Lu Yinshan held a spirit beast auction, and Chu Yixiao took Zidian to the town, hoping that some talented people could come up with ways to improve Zidian's potential. Yang Yi is that talented person, and it was the method he proposed that allowed Spirit Beast Mountain to have the first ninth-order spirit beast since the sect was founded. Speaking of which, Shui Feng also had a good impression of this Master Yang Yi, who he had never met before. This is the first ninth-order spirit beast in Spirit Beast Mountain. In this way, Ling Beast Mountain has a lot of confidence in facing Liangzhou and Jiangzhou, two sects of the same vein, so that every time of the Spirit Beast ceremony, you have to watch your peers bring ninth-order spirit beasts. Show off your power in front of yourself. Even after the Spirit Beast Grand Ceremony, the three mountains will fight, and the Spirit Beast Mountain has the power to fight. Everything is because of that Master Yang. He brought hope to the weakest spirit beast mountain among the three mountains. Boy, admit your mistake now. It's still too late. Otherwise, I will take you back to Spirit Beast Mountain in a few days, and you will be charged with one more crime, impersonating Master Yang Yi. Chu Yi laughed coldly. How much he admires Yang Yi. How could he allow an unknown person to pretend to be Master Yang Yi? This is absolutely not allowed. On the other side of the stand, Imo Danxing and the others immediately showed a strange look. Some people who have watched the meeting in the museum also snorted. Yang Yi, isn't that Yi Yang? Wu Jingyu's face suddenly turned cold. What's the situation? As Yang Yi, Yang had a great favor to Spirit Beast Mountain before. This time it's broken. There is a fatal flaw in the originally winning game. Yang raised his eyes and looked at Chu Yi with a smile. Chu Yixiao, open your eyes and take a good look. I am Yang Yi. He stretched out his hand, fine-tuned his facial features, and instantly changed to Yang Ye's appearance, and then quickly changed back. You send me dozens of text messages these days, and I'm too lazy to reply. It now seems that there is no need to respond. The conduct of your spirit beast mountain disgusts me. Yang said coldly. Chu Yi smiled and was shocked. Shui Feng was stunned. On the ring, Chen Shihong, who was standing opposite Yi Yang, opened his eyes wide. His legs suddenly became weak. He lost his balance and collapsed directly to the ground. Things turned around too quickly. It was so close that his mind couldn't accept it. Yi Yang, is that Yang Yi? Let me accept the fact that you might as well kill me with a bolt of lightning. Back then at Piyun Villa, I was humiliated once in front of so many people. Now, in front of so many people, he is full of ugliness. What's the point of my life? Chen Shuahong. His face was blue and white for a while, and he simply jumped off the ring and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Guan Xinghan sighed. This student is very talented, but his personality is too bad. He might not be able to go far in the future of raising beasts. Compared to Chen Shuahong, he was more interested in Yi Yang. This kid, Chu Yi smiled on the referee's bench, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat all of a sudden. Done. Yi Yang is actually Master Yang, and I even said that to him. This is irreversible. Why invite you to share your animal breeding experience with your fellow practitioners? Everyone is the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain. Let's make contributions to Spirit Beast Mountain together. It's all fucked up. Chu Yixiao took a deep breath and rushed directly from the referee's box to the ring. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he bowed deeply to Yi Yang. Master Yang. No, Master Yi, please forgive my recklessness. I was also very annoyed by what happened just now, because I admired you too much. If you had said that you were Master Yang earlier, my spirit beast mountain would definitely honor you as our guest. Chu Yixiao completely lowered her head. He didn't dare to look up for fear of offending Master Yi. There was a fine layer of cold sweat on his chest and back. He is afraid. I'm afraid that Master Ye's heart cannot be restored. Yi Yang raised Zidian by 2 levels and, at the same time, cured its yellow feet. For Spirit Beast Mountain, this is truly a blessing from the world. And Xue Feng and Chu Yixiao, as the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain, actually wanted to take away the spirit beast beside this great benefactor. If it were really spread out, the word of mouth that Spirit Beast Mountain had worked so hard for many years would be ruined. Chu Yixiao's sudden action shocked everyone. You are the 4th elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain, so you are so servile to a student? What did he do to get you to respect him so much? On the referee's bench, Xue Feng was struck by lightning. On her pretty face, her expression stiffened. OMG, why is this happening? She wanted to take away Yi Yang's 9th order spirit beast, just for the sake of the sect's interests. Originally thought that Yi Yang was just a primary school student, and if he took it, he would take it away, no big deal. If she doesn't take it, others will take it. After all, every man is innocent and guilty. But Yi Yang's identity reversed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an unknown student to Master Yang, who was kind to Spirit Beast Mountain. And this grace is an absolute great grace. Xue Feng did not suspect that Yi Yang was posing as Yang Yi. Chu Yixiao's attitude has proved everything. It is impossible for the 4th child to have such respect for a student. There is bitterness in Xue Feng's mouth. I regret not in the past. Xue Feng, now you should know who I am. Then tell me, do I have a big favor for your Spirit Beast Mount? Yi Yang ignored Chu Yixiao, who was bent 90 degrees, but squinted at Xue Feng and said coldly. On the judge's bench, Xue Feng suddenly got up and slowly came to the ring. Then, like Chu Yixiao, he bowed deeply towards Yi Yang. Feng, it's wrong. Master Yi has an inescapable kindness to my Spirit Beast Mountain. After Feng returns to Spirit Beast Mountain, he will plead guilty to the Mountain Master himself, and he will be punished for 10 days by entering the 5 poison pool. I implore Master Yi to forgive Xue Feng's offense. Everything Xue Feng has done has nothing to do with Spirit Beast Mountain. Even if Master Yi is angry, don't have other thoughts about Spirit Beast Mountain. Xue Feng also bowed 90 degrees and admitted her mistake very sincerely. But Yi Yang didn't speak. She could only maintain a 90-degree bow. Her loose Taoist robe was stretched tightly, revealing a graceful waist and hip curve, which was very humiliating. Everyone was shocked. A few minutes ago, the predicament of robbing Yi Yang's spirit beast, brought by Xue Feng, was instantly resolved by him. Not only that, but the 2 elders of Spirit Beast Mountain bowed at a 90-degree angle and bowed to apologize. No one dared to speak. In such a dead silence, everyone was staring at the 3 people in the ring, or in other words, staring at Yi Yang. It's too bullshit. As a student, let the 2 elders of the first sect in Hanzhou bow their heads and admit their mistakes. If you change yourself up, I'm afraid it's already fluttering, right? This Yi Yang is really calm. Don't be surprised. Everyone continued to stare at Yi Yang, wanting to see what he said next. The 2 elders both bowed their heads to you and admitted their mistake. They should accept it when they see it, right? Yi Yang was expressionless. It's only now that I know I'm wrong. It's too late. Go back and tell Zheng Tianxiong and let him come to the door to make amends in person. Get out of here now. Chu Yi smiled and sighed, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. If Yi Yang really sees it, he will take it away, but he will look down on Yi Yang a little. As a master beast breeder who can cultivate 9th order spirit beasts, where would he not be respected? Will you look down on you as a Spirit Beast Mountain? It's like the relationship between talents and enterprises. That kind of top talent doesn't look down on a sect that is limited to Hanzhou, such as Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Yang said this. In his opinion, he has actually given them a step down. Will Zheng Tianxiong come to make amends? Most definitely. Yi Yang can cultivate 9th order spirit beasts. For all animal breeding schools, he is a talent among talents. is an existence that absolutely cannot be evil, even if it cannot be drawn. Chu Yixiao bowed to Yi Yang again and dragged Xue Feng away quickly. He was already thinking about how to convince Zheng Tianxiong to bleed heavily. Yes, to make amends, to impress a top beast master like Yi Yang, it is absolutely impossible not to come up with treasures that are truly sincere. Xue Feng's eyes were complicated, and he didn't even dare to look back at Yi Yang. Until the two left for a long time, everyone present failed to react. Crazy. So amazing. The two elders of Ling Beast Mountain both bowed their heads 90 degrees to you to admit their mistakes. Not only did you, Yi Yang, accept it if you didn't see it right, but even promised that Zheng Tianxiong would come to the door to make amends. But Xue Feng and Chu Yi smiled. They didn't even dare to refute, and if they said they would get out, they would get out. Is this still the elder of the dignified Spirit Beast Mountain? No one will believe it if you say it. A student scolded the elders of the Spirit Beast Mountain in person, and even wanted to make amends in person by the mountain master of the Spirit Beast Mountain, and finally asked the two elders to leave quickly. As a result, people really rolled. Under the ring, blood dripped from Shun Linfeng's tightly clenched fingers, and his knuckles turned white. Why? Why do you, Yi Yang, have such an honor to make the two elders of Ling Beast Mountain bow their heads and admit their mistakes? And more importantly, this beast breeding competition was won by Shangjing Academy. Shun Linfeng's heart was even more stinging. I tried my best to give up the game and then let the referee target you, but all of them failed. Then what's the point of giving up the game in the first place? In the end, isn't it a laughing stock? At this time, a young couple next to him suddenly whispered, "Husband, the referee has left, so can this match go on? Where does it count as the winner?" Hearing this, Shun Linfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, let out a long sigh, and immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Wu Jingyu. In the stands, Wu Jingyu was also a loss. Yi Yang has already shown absolutely overwhelming, terrifying strength. Even if he wanted to do something, he couldn't do it. At this time, the text message sent by Shun Linfeng made his eyes shine. Vicious enough. Shameless enough. Shun Linfeng, I really didn't see you wrong. Ha ha ha. Okay, Mr. Referee, is it time to announce the result of the game? Yang Yin showed a smile of victory. The referee on the edge of the ring nodded and was about to speak. At this time, Wu Jingyu suddenly said, "Announce the result?" What result is announced? The referee has left. I think this game can be canceled. As soon as his words came out, the teachers of Hanjiang College narrowed their eyes, while Yang Yin, Mo Danqing, and others glared at him. Our Shangjing Academy can't take advantage of people's dangers. Even if the results of the animal breeding competition are very good, but there is no final referee, then the competition results will be invalid. Wu Jingyu sighed and said, "I'm the dean of teaching at Shangjing College. I can't sit back and watch Shangjing College do such a thing. President Su, do you think I'm right?" He turned his head and asked. Dean Su was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Yeah, all the judges have left, and there's no one in the finals, so all the grades will be voided." Guan Xinghan stood up abruptly and said sternly, "Am I not the judge of the final judgment? I am a final judge. Yi Yang wins." Dean Su frowned. "Guan Xinghan, you are also an honorary teacher of my Hanjiang College. How can you help outsiders?" Wu Jingyu shook his head. "Old Guan, the other two are gone, so it's not beneficial for you to speak alone. Please also go back. In this game, I won't be able to win at the Beijing Academy." He looked righteous and awe-inspiring, as if he really disdained the victory of this beast breeding competition. In this case, the animal breeding competition is even. Dean Su was about to continue. Wu Jingyu interrupted him immediately. "How can it be considered a tie? Yi Yang's spirit beast released its coercion and directly interrupted the cultivation of your Hanjiang College, which itself is against the rules. I am willing to admit defeat," he said righteously. "What?" Yang Yin was furious. "I absolutely disagree. In this game, Yi Yang clearly won by an overwhelming advantage. Everyone can see it clearly." Wu Jingyu made a distressed statement. "Old Yang, you are dizzy. This is a violation of the rules, and everyone can see it clearly. Once it spreads, My Beijing Academy will definitely be despised by everyone. For the prestige of Shangjing Academy, we cannot win this game. We must give the victory to Brother Academy. Wu Jingyu spoke loudly. Under the ring, there was an echoing voice immediately. President Wu said it well. Yi Yang's indulgence of spirit beasts to release coercion is indeed illegal. Yes, our Shangjing Academy cannot indulge this kind of behavior. Even if we win, we won't be able to win. We are willing to admit defeat. For the reputation of Shangjing Academy, we are willing to admit defeat in this match. Under the lead of these peculiar voices, the audience gradually joined in. All of a sudden, the voice that made Shangjing College admit its defeat became very loud. Yang Yan was so angry that he almost smoked. He hates it. Why could someone like Wu Jingyu become the dean of teaching? Shangjing College was only one step away from victory, but he was abruptly pulled down by this person. Wu Jingyu was proud in his heart, but still pretended to be distressed on the surface. Okay, since it is the general trend, then I will announce that I will go to Beijing Academy to admit defeat in the animal breeding competition. Student Yi Yang, do you agree with my statement? In addition to being proud, Wu Jingyu looked down at Yi Yang. Yi Yang suddenly raised his head and looked directly into his eyes. Wu Jingyu, I can admit defeat, but if I win the next battle, I want you to resign on the spot. Yi Yang said coldly. Wu Jingyu was stunned for a moment, and then he showed ecstasy. On martial arts, do you want to win? Stupid dream. In Hanjiang College, in martial arts competitions, there will only be one person. Jiang Li. To exaggerate a little, this person is a legend in Hanjiang College. 1 year old and one rank, 9 years later, he became a 9th rank martial artist. After 9 years of body training, he has a very deep background. At the age of 10, Inner Strength was born and became an inner strength martial artist. 11-year-old, the beginning of internal energy. 12-year-old, low-level internal energy. 13-year-old, high-level internal energy. 14-year-old, peak internal energy. Next, he clearly could continue to make breakthroughs. But after 3 years of accumulation, he only stepped into the realm of a new master at the age of 17. There are only 4 words to describe his cultivation process. It's a matter of course. It really came naturally, as if the bottlenecks, tribulations, and ups and downs of others did not exist in him at all. The inner strength of others requires constant meditation, practice, and battle to improve. He is different. He drinks water and eats to improve. Jiang Li is 18 years old this year, but he has already fought all the martial arts halls in the entire Hanjiang city and challenged every master of internal strength. Everyone was amazed by his talent. Hanjiang Jiang family, if you have to compare, is actually similar to Shangjing Tang family. They're all branch families of Yindu. The Jiang family in Yindu is an aristocratic family, while the Jiang family in Hanjiang can only be regarded as a famous family, not even a wealthy family. In such a famous family, there is actually a dragon like Jiang Li. The Jiang family of Yindu was overjoyed and sent a lot of cultivation resources and cultivation techniques. I will give you whatever you want. Jiang Li can say that he grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth. If you still want to win in martial arts with such a person, you are afraid that your brain is not flooded. Wu Jingyu sneered. Okay, I promise. If you win in martial arts, Wu Jingyu, will resign on the spot. Yang Yan's expression changed immediately. Yang was still reckless. Jiang Li was too strong. So strong that Yang Yan took the battle of martial arts as a game that he must lose from the very beginning. Although Yang is also a new master, he is still a lot worse than Jiang Li. This game, I am afraid to lose. Not only him, but all those who had heard of Jiang Li's prestige whispered, not holding out any hope for Yi Yang. This little guy is really stupid. He wants to discuss martial arts with Jiang Li because of his own strength, and even said that if he wins, he will ask Lao Wu to resign. Haha. Dean Su laughed softly, his voice full of complacency. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, if you lose the beast breeding competition, it's really irreversible. He continued. Wu Jingyu waved his hand. This is what Shen Linfeng thought. Thanks to him. This kid has brains. I like it. And I will come to Hanjiang College in the future. I will take good care of him. Ha ha. Dean Su nodded and smiled. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Jiang Li is here. He's here. And Senior Jiang Li is here. The crowd separates a road by themselves, and at the end of the road is a well-proportioned young man. His appearance is not handsome, even a little ordinary. He carried a strange-shaped blade on his back, like a sword but not a sword, like a knife but not a knife. There was no one else in his eyes, only Yi Yang in the ring. His mind is direct, and his purpose is direct. The academy asked him to participate in the study of martial arts, and he came to participate in the study of martial arts. The academy lets him win, and he wins. There was nothing in his life other than getting stronger. If I had to use 2 words to describe it, it would be under everyone's attention. Jiang Li stepped onto the ring step by step. You can't beat me. Jiang Li glanced at him and said seriously. Yi Yang chuckled. It's you can't beat me. Then let's begin. Jiang Li nodded, pulled out the blade behind him, and stabbed at the middle door. The blade was slow at first, but it got faster and faster in the future. After rubbing against the air, the surface of the blade could even be seen glowing red. Those who were close to the ring are shocked. In their eyes, whereas that ordinary weapon that is clearly a meteorite that ripped apart the atmosphere, a meteor that streaks across the sky, the monstrous flames seem to smash the world to the ground. What a strong momentum. This is the true secret technique of the Yin, capital Jiang family, shooting stars to catch the moon. I heard that the Jiang family's true secret skills are very strange. They're all just one move, but they all contain extremely strong power, and the warriors of the same realm can't bear it at all. Do you think Yi Yang can stop this sword? I heard that Yi Yang punched Tian Yue to death before. Although Tian Yue is definitely not as good as Jiang Li, Yi Yang might be able to fight with him. Jiang Lidu is not equal to each other. One person suddenly laughed. Aren't they on par with each other? Hee, brother, you overestimate the purpose of that reckless devil field. If it weren't for the troll, bloodthirsty body and the cultivation resources of the Shun family, how could he possibly step into the level of Neijing Master? Someone next to him sneered. Yi Yang wants to break his arm with Jiang Li. It's too difficult. After all, Jiang Li's reputation is too great, and he is known as the most terrifying genius in the Han River for 100 years. Even those of us who went to Beijing know how terrifying this person is. Yi Yang can't compare to him. In fact, it's nothing. People in the audience talk a lot, but they all held a pessimistic attitude towards Yi Yang. In the stands, Mo Danqing, Yang Yin, and Tang Liuxiang all sighed slightly. Su Qingyin's eyes showed a trace of sadness. If she was also a master of internal strength, she would be able to share a little pressure on Yi Yang in the ring. She bit her lip, determined to get stronger. If it really doesn't work, I'll go to the cave in the basement of the orphanage. If I guess correctly, it should also be the remains of an ancient sect. Su Qingyin finally took a deep look at Yi Yang and turned to leave. She has to become stronger and grow into a powerhouse at the same level as Yi Yang. Only in this way can she always be by Yi Yang's side. On the arena, Jiang Li stabbed the sword, and he was already there. Yi Yang's eyes flickered. Under the eyes of wisdom, there is nothing to hide from any move. The host observes the Huang-level secret skills and crippling tricks, comprehends the meteor catching the moon chapter, and automatically reaches the full level. Meteor chasing the moon, chasing the wind by electricity, chasing the moon by a meteor. Full level effect, double the movement speed, and increase the power of dexterous martial arts by 50%. Special effect, after comprehending electric chasing the wind arc and meteor chasing the moon arc at the same time, 9,000 thunders will be activated. Yi Yang's face shows a hint of satisfaction. He waited for so long for the discussion of martial arts, and sure enough, he still waited for a person who had the power to fight. This meteor catching the moon chapter alone is enough to make up for the time lost by participating in the battle of the famous schools this time. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li's blade almost fell on Yi Yang. Just when everyone thought that Yi Yang had given up his resistance, he shot. Grab with the right hand. The last one comes first. Catch the stars and hold the moon. directly snatch the opponent's blade and interrupt their moves. In front of everyone's eyes, Yi Yang just grabbed Jiang Li's blade with one hand. There was a breath of cold air downstairs. Holding the grass, could this be the legendary 100% empty-handed hand? Those who watched the next hall meeting were even more horrified. This person once snatched the sword of Zhao Hao, a disciple of Tianya Hage, at the meeting in the lower hall. Now, he actually wants to take Jiang Li's blade with his bare hands? What kind of martial arts is he practicing? I won't talk about it if you are invincible, but there is still such an ability to pick up a blade with bare hands. The teachers of Shanjin College, I want to learn too. On the ring, Jiang Li's expression changed slightly. He directly stimulated his inner strength. A brilliant star shone out from his dantian position, as if the stars burst. This is the true martial art of the Jiang family in the capital of Yan. Xingqian Jin, Yi Yang's eyes are always running, and he can even see that in the sky, there are invisible stars that are quickly thrown into his body along with the stars. The host observes the high-grade inner strength martial arts, comprehends the constellation concept, and automatically reaches the full level. Constellation thought. Watch the stars in the sky and raise the spirit of the stars. Full level effect. Increases internal energy by 1 during the day and increases by 5 at night. The increased internal energy increases depending on the number of stars visualized. At the moment of comprehending this skill, Yi Yang felt that the internal energy that was originally formed in the body was already extremely fast, and it accelerated again. At the same time, he also vaguely felt that in the distant sky, there seemed to be countless vast and grand consciousnesses waiting for him to communicate. Yi Yang chose the grandest one as the first star to visualize. Ziwei. In an instant, Yi Yang could even feel a purple pouring into his body from the endless vastness. Inner strength, soaring again. It's not far from the realm of ecstasy. Yi Yang clenched his fist suddenly and grinned lightly. It's all slow to say, but it's actually fast. After Yi Yang visualized Ziwei Xing, Jiang Li completely stimulated his star energy and directly sent his sword flying. Yi Yang naturally couldn't take it away. Afterwards, Jiang Li didn't do anything fancy and punched him straight. How to describe the brilliance of this punch? The fist rubbed against the air as if a star was cracking. Those who are close to the arena can even feel a sense of breaking the army. Going forward, looking at death as if returning home. In the stands, a group of people stood up suddenly, their faces full of disbelief. Fist? Yes, this is fist intent, and it is Grandmaster Fist Intent. The Grandmaster of the Jiang family may have had a relationship with Pu Junxing back then. After years of practice, his boxing intention was stained with a bit of Pu Jun. Jiang Li can be said to have a lot of luck. The Jiang family in the capital of Yin sent someone to send a stone tablet containing the mark of the master's fist to let him realize it. The next day, he completely realized the meaning of the master's fist. This is also Jiang Li's move from the bottom of the press box. Yi Yang's eyes gleamed with surprise. The host observes the Grandmaster's fist intent, comprehends the breaking army fist intent, and automatically reaches full level. Breaking the army boxing intent. Keep going forward and see death as home. Full level effect. When using the fist to attack, it will trigger the breaking of the army, causing a great deterrent effect on the enemy, and there is a high probability of instant kill for the enemy with medium damage. Yi Yangling laughed. Good day. He also punched. Different from Po Jun's indomitable momentum, Yi Yang's fist intent is vicious and vicious, as if he's going to punch the enemy from the inside out into flesh. This is destroying the viscera and breaking the internal organs. Everyone in the stands was stunned again. Hold the grass and see one who understands the meaning of Grandmaster's fist, even if you see another one. You young people still let the older generation live. Under the ring, Wei Yihui, Lu Xiaowan, Su Qingyan, and others all showed shock. Especially Wei Yihui. He was a little resentful that Yi Yang took his own prestige, but now he has no such thoughts at all. Yi Yang is really strong, and this glory should belong to him. How can ordinary people comprehend the Grandmaster's boxing meaning? Only a legendary genius like Jiang Li. As a result, Yang also hit the Grandmaster fist intent. This matchup is really exciting. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Even if they don't understand martial arts, they don't understand the meaning of Grandmaster boxing. But they could see the momentum. It is completely beyond the reach of normal humans. Such a matchup is fun. Under the eyes of the public, the two fists suddenly slammed together. Boom! The arena paved with the hardest granite in the face of such a majestic impact force. Can't even resist a little. Just under the power of the two masters of internal energy in the master's fist, it instantly turned into butterfly. Dust filled every area of the ring, making it impossible to see what was inside. Who will win? Everyone's heart was pounded. Originally, Hanjiang College was in a position to win. How strong is Jiangli? Jiangjia, the capital of Yin, defied all opinions and spared no effort to cultivate him. It is no exaggeration for such a legendary genius to blow up his peers in the entire country. To exaggerate a bit, he was born to defeat others. As a result, first was the forced flying sword, and finally took out the Grandmaster's fist at the bottom of the box. This Yang is too scary, isn't it? What kind of monster is he? Even a legendary genius like Jiang Li can't compare to him. In the stands, Dean Su stood up abruptly and paced back and forth. He was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. How can you not hurry? Hanjiang College has forged ahead and worked hard for many years, finally looking forward to such a good era. Hanjiang College is full of talents, but in Shanghai College, talents wither. This is the best time to win the title of a prestigious school. The results of it? Saved by a mere second-year student? No, absolutely not. If this is spread out, wouldn't the face of Hanjiang College be lost? Everyone will say that only one person from Shangjing College has defeated your Hanjiang College, and you have lost all 4 events. It was a complete failure. Ouch! Hanjiang College is really shameful, so shameful. In the future, our children should not be sent to Hanjiang College, but should be sent to Shangjing College to study. Wu Jingyu frowned even more. The means that can be put on the table and the disgraceful means behind the scenes have all been used up. Now he can only hope that Jiang Li is truly worthy of his legendary genius title. Don't lose to Yi Yang. In an instant, the dust dissipated. Everyone's eyes converged towards the arena at the same time. Both figures were standing on the ring. The difference is that Yi Yang's body is completely intact, and even his jacket is not damaged. Jiang Li, on the other hand, was covered in blood, and his clothes were ragged. Everyone looked in disbelief. Jiang Li actually lost. Yi Yang win. I lost. Jiang Li took a deep look at Yi Yang, and his body fell suddenly. When he fell, Dean Su's heart almost jumped out. Although losing is hard to accept, it has become a fact after all, but Jiang Li must not have an accident. If something happens to Jiang Li, the Yin capital Jiang family will definitely not be able to spare him. Seeing Jiang Li fall, Wu Jingyu thought differently from President Su. He rolled his eyes and immediately said sharply, "Yi Yang, why is your mind so vicious? Even if you are opponents, Jiang Li is also a classmate at Brothers College. How could you be so vicious? If things go on like this, who else dares to enter my Shangjing Academy?" Yi Yang's face was expressionless, and he didn't even bother to pay attention to him. So he went straight to Jiang Li's side. Dean Su was about to help Jiang Li up when he immediately said, "Don't touch it. His internal organs are too fragile to be touched." Yang said lightly. Dean Su's legs trembled. Broken internal organs? Is there any help? Of course there is help. I can save his life by giving him a few vitality pills. Next, he only needs to be sent to the hospital for a good recuperation. Yi Yang squatted down, opened Jiang Li's mouth, and was about to feed him a vital pill. He had a slight fondness for this man, and he was saved easily. Dean Su was skeptical, but after all, Yi Yang showed abilities far beyond his age, so he no longer doubted it. However, Wu Jingyu in the stand shouted, "Stop. Are you trying to harm Jiang Li? I don't allow you to feed him medicine pills. Who knows if you have poison in your hands?" Wu Jingyu looked anxious, as if he regarded Jiang Li as his relative. His idea was simple. Even if you can't win, I'll give you a hat. A big hat that poisons opponents. Hearing Wu Jingyu's words, Dean Su hesitated a bit. Yi Yang became impatient, forcibly opened Jiang Li's mouth, and stuffed 2 vital pills. Then he stood up directly, pointed at Wu Jingyu in the stands, and said, "Wu Jingyu, get down." Shocked. "Hold the grass. It's okay for Yi Yang to defeat Jiang Li. But you still have to challenge Wu Jingyu? Aren't you asking for trouble?" Although Jiang Li is a once-in-a-hundred-year-old super genius, after all, he still lacks time to cultivate. He is only a new master. On the other hand, Wu Jingyu has been at the master level for more than 40 years, and his inner strength is very pure. And his inner strength is still very rare. Even someone who is a little higher than him feels very troublesome. When Wu Jingyu heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. "Okay, you want to challenge me? Great courage, foolishness. Humph, I am a master of the Ascension realm, and I'm only a little short of it before I can step into the indoor realm. What are you fighting with me? Talent is not everything. Even if my talent is not comparable to that of a legendary genius like Jiang Li, do you think that Wu Jingyu's 40-year cultivation career is living on a dog? Wu Jingyu, can climb to this position. Is my strength fake? Yi Yang, you are killing yourself." Wu Jingyu laughed and came directly to the ring. At the same time, Dean Su had already left Jiang Li in his arms. "Since there are students who want to challenge me, as the Dean of Teaching, I am of course willing to give some advice. It's just that knives and guns have no eyes. If you accidentally hurt you, don't blame me." Wu Jingyu smiled coldly. When he said the second half of the sentence, ordinary people couldn't hear it, but those who were worried about Yi Yang changed their faces. Wu Jingyu was thinking of abolishing Yi Yang. Yang Yin immediately shouted, "I don't agree with this martial arts argument." "Yi Yang, come down." Mo Danxing even shouted, "Yi Yang, you bastard, get down here." Wu Jingyu sneered, "It's too late." As soon as the words fell, he slammed with a fierce punch. Wu Jingyu is not a new master, but a real powerhouse. His punch didn't even restrain his momentum at all. When he punched out, the ice blue inner strength suddenly exploded. Within 10 meters of his entire body, it was bitingly cold. And within 5 meters, the ice filled the air. People who were worried about Yi Yang couldn't help but feel their hearts. They felt that Yi Yang was arrogant enough to challenge Wu Jingyu, which was wrong. How can a student be a teacher? Moreover, this is not an ordinary teacher, and the position of teaching dean is not something that ordinary people can hold. "Yi Yang, you must be okay." Lu Xiaowan put her hands together. She couldn't do anything but pray. Shun Linfeng in the crowd showed a vicious smile. It's really a twists and turns. The battle for elite schools has actually ended in failure. But it's fine. Yi Yang was so arrogant to challenge Wu Jingyu. Really looking for death. Couldn't he feel Wu Jingyu's malice towards him? "You are a student of Mo Danxing. Your talent is so good. If you don't get rid of you, Wu Jingyu will not be reconciled." "Ha, it's really cool. It's really cool to sit and watch the enemy get abolished." Everyone focused their attention here. "Yi Yang, how will he resist a punch from a strong man in the room? Under my ice energy, your speed will be reduced countless times. I know that your body and martial arts are of very high grade, but that's useless. Bing Jin will slow you down, and you have nowhere to hide." Wu Jingyu showed a cruel smile. His fists were already approaching. "Bing Jin, it sounds a bit powerful, but is it useful?" Yi Yang smiled lightly, and suddenly stimulated his inner strength. The Dark Huan Yuan's inner strength spurted out, and it was released. 30 meters. Huan Yuan's internal energy is like a soaring tsunami, overwhelming the sky and pressing against the ice-blue ice energy. The latter is like a small boat in the turbulent waves, and it will fall over at any time. Wu Jingyu's pupils suddenly tightened. OMG, what did he see? 30 meters of internal energy already has the internal energy attribute, and his inner strength attribute is not the 5 elements, nor is it any of the known ones, but it is surprisingly powerful. No, it's scary. There is no internal energy, and it can overwhelmingly crush other internal energy. What's more, Bing Jin is the most variable internal energy, and it still has a certain advantage over the five elements. Yang, what kind of evil spirit is inside your body? The biting cold air was instantly swallowed up by the internal energy of Han Yuan, and the icy blue aura disappeared. Wu Jingyu's whole body was immersed in Huan Yuan's inner strength, and his fists completely lost the support of inner strength. His eyes were cold. If that's the case, then blow you up with sheer power. Wu Jingyu exerted his strength again halfway through, and the muscles in his right arm bulged and slammed hard. When it hit Yi Yang, there was only 28,000 kilograms of pure power left. Damn it. The body of an ordinary Grandmaster of the Hall of Fame cannot even bear 20,000 kilograms. Yu Yang, how could you have? The next moment, there was a violent shock and pain in his arm, as if it hit the thorny Xingang steel plate. Wu Jingyu gasped in pain. It's my turn. Without waiting for him to retreat, Yang took a step forward, grabbed his arm, and swung his whole body up, just like smashing sandbags, smashed them in the ring. Left boom, right boom. The audience below the stage was stunned. OMG, is this Yi Yang a monster with natural arm strength? Finally, Yi Yang even punched Wu Jingyu's abdomen directly. Puff. People with excellent hearing may be able to hear a sound as if a balloon was deflated. Yang Yan's eyes trembled. Yi Yang's punch just now shattered Wu Jingyu's dantian. All his inner strength began to dissipate. Even if he can practice again, he will never reach the master level again. Wu Jingyu wanted to abolish Yi Yang, but he was abolished by Yi Yang. For some reason, Yang Yin suddenly wanted to shout hello. Okay, Yi Yang, well done. Completed what I always wanted to do, but never dared to do. Until Yi Yang threw the sandbag like Wu Jingyu out, no one in the audience dared to speak. Appalling. It's just appalling. A student actually smashed the dean of the academy. Moreover, he also gave the teaching dean to abolished. You hurt me and slander me several times. This is your end. Yi Yang looked down at Wu Jingyu and said coldly. At this moment, Wu Jingyu still had the slightest bit of jiju in his hand. His hair sprayed with styling water was let loose, and the tears and snot were all mixed together. Embarrassed. What was broken was his dantian, and what was even more broken was his heart. I'm in a dignified state, and I was hammered by a new master? No, Yi Yang is by no means a new master. The inner strength is 30 meters away. If this is a new master, everyone else might as well die. This amount of internal energy can only be achieved by the master of the room. He is an intruder. Yi Yang kicked Wu Jingyu away, who was like a dead dog, and walked straight to another dean of Hanjiang College. According to the rules, your Hanjiang College will give Shangjing College an ancient book, right? He nodded bitterly and said quickly, I will send someone to deliver the ancient books in a few days. It is good. Yi Yang glanced at the referee again. Mr. Referee announced the result. The referee nodded as if he had just woken up from a dream and said loudly, in a martial arts competition, Shangjing Academy wins. For competitions, Shangjing College won all. According to the regulations, Shangjing College can continue to retain the title of a famous school. Yang Yin was the first to applaud, followed by Mo Danxing, Tang Liuxiang. Then, the audience burst into applause. Looking at Yi Yang's eyes, they couldn't help but bring reverence. Strong. Too strong. This person is not human. Is he an alien? It's impossible to measure him with common sense. Who else can do this? Among the crowd, Shun Linfeng's face darkened. Lost again. Lost again. Yang, how can you get so many honors? How did you get this far? Shun Linfeng took a deep breath. I originally thought that after becoming the inner disciple of Tinya Hage, the gap between myself and Yi Yang would shrink. Now it seems that it has increased. Since there is no way to defeat you with absolute strength, then I will use absolute financial strength to overwhelm you. Let's start with the Liu family. Shen Linfeng sneered, took out his mobile phone, and called his father Shen Guanqing. Dad, our Shun Group's alchemy plan can begin. We must let the Liu family be crushed to pieces. Putting down the phone, Shun Linfeng stared at the figure on the ring. and said to himself, Yi Yang, I can tell that Lu Shaoan and Su Qingyan both like you. Don't worry, I will take them away from you with my own hands. I want you to taste pain. The battle for elite schools ended quickly. But in the eyes of those who watched the battle of the elite schools, it was extremely exciting. One person, Yi Yang, is capable of 4 all-around events. He can pull the building down and save the Beijing Academy from fire and water. The audience was still discussing Yi Yang, but he had already returned to the orphanage. At present, his inner strength has reached the peak of the rudimentary realm, and he only needs an opportunity to enter the divine realm. However, as soon as he returned to the orphanage, he felt something was wrong. It's too dark. It was so thick that Xiao He cried out in comfort. Yi Yang thought for a while and immediately reacted. There must be something wrong with the spiritual vein at the bottom of the orphanage. It is impossible for such a large and top-quality spiritual vein to appear in the underground of the orphanage so coincidentally. The biggest possibility is that this spiritual vein is connected to an underground sect ruins, because only those ancient sects like to build mountain gates on top-quality spiritual veins. For Yi Yang, the relics represent ancient books. His eyes lit up, and he immediately walked into the orphanage. The scene changed abruptly. It was gloomy, and the 2 pomegranate trees in the yard had completely changed their appearance. The branches were not covered with pomegranates, but huge human heads. The facial features of the human head are very blurred, and it is difficult to see what it looks like, but there are whispers from time to time. Help me. Why are you killing me? These sound like the dying cry of human beings, making the orphanage look like a ghost. The host is bewildered by the illusion, and the basic will upgrades the branch skill, Illusion Resistance, which automatically reaches the full level. Yi Yang was not fooled by such a fantasy at all, and strode toward the back mountain of the orphanage. The more he walked, the louder the mournful voice. Followed closely, there were even screams, wailing, and screams, almost all the sounds of ghosts crying and wolf howling. Let me think about it. Among the ancient sects, the only ones capable of doing this are the Undying Een Puppet sect and the Burning Heartbone Refining sect. Which sect are you a surviving corpse? Yi Yang stopped and smiled lightly. The sound stopped suddenly. Deadly die. On the 2 pomegranate trees at the door, countless heads immediately turned into the appearance of the old dean, Aunt Zhao, Grandpa Li, and others. He flew towards Yi Yang with a ferocious face, as if he was going to eat him in one bite. Yi Yang ignored these heads, but turned to look at a deep hole. At the same time, a shadowy figure came out of the hole. It was Su Qingyan. It's just that at this moment, her 7 orifices are emitting black gas, and her every move is extremely rigid. It's not bad to know that I am not dead Een Puppet sect, but it's useless. You're going to die soon. Ha 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 ha. God really help me. Look at this perfect spiritual root qualification. This handsome appearance is simply the perfect carrier for this seat. Yi Yang's face turned cold. I don't care what you are, leave Xiao Su's body. Is this woman your sweetheart? Her aptitude is average, so of course I want to leave her body, but in exchange I want to occupy your body. Yi Yang was about to speak when suddenly he felt the troubles in his chest throbbing. It was as if he was very eager for the black energy in Su Qingyan's body and wanted to devour it. He looked slightly moved, nodded, and said, Okay, as long as you leave Xiao Su's body, I will give my body to you. Ha 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 ha. No matter how many years have passed, human beings are still so naive. A jet of black energy rushed out of Su Qingyan's body and turned into a green face and fangs, and was about to rush into Yi Yang's body. Su Qingyan's expression suddenly became clear, and she immediately called out, Yi Yang, don't. Su Qingyan hates herself now. Why venture into the underground? If you don't go underground, you won't be possessed by this black qi, and you won't hurt Yi Yang. Now that it's all over, if Yi Yang is really occupied by this black energy, she really doesn't know what to do. Su Qingyan could only shout, Yi Yang, hurry up, don't let the black qi touch your body. The person with the Ministry of Government is coming soon. We just need to delay. The black air flew rapidly, passing a short distance, as if it was about to invade Yi Yang's body in the next moment. Hearing Su Qingyin's words, he burst into laughter. It's too late. This body, this seed is going to be fixed. This is simply a gift from God to me. This perfect aptitude, as well as these 5 spiritual roots, if placed hundreds of years ago, this is the true disciple that the major sects are vying for. Haha, it's mine now. I didn't expect this seed to get such a perfect body just after waking up. God help me. He laughed loudly, as if he regarded Yi Yang as a perfect handicraft. Yi Yang smiled softly at Su Qingyin. Don't worry, not only will he not be able to swallow my soul, but I will also swallow his. Black Qi was stunned for a moment, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. He laughed loudly. This is the funniest joke I've heard in my life. Just you? One who doesn't even have true anger. Ordinary people, how dare you be so arrogant and promise to swallow my soul? Let me tell you, it's not just you. I won't leave any of the people in the yard. Hundreds of years. I haven't tasted a soul for hundreds of years. Heike only felt that his life had reached its peak, and he was only a little short before he could touch Yi Yang's body, and then successfully occupy Yi Yang's mind and eat his soul. He had even thought about his next plan. Kill the quartet, devour the soul, kill the quartet again, and devour the soul. What a neat plan. The Black Qi was even a little pleasant, and by the way, he used his ability to inspect Yi Yang's body. To confirm again, well, this is indeed immortal. But wait, what is this strange black aura on his chest? Black Qi was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to feel a big crisis, big fear, and quickly retreated. If the Black Qi had a substance, his state at the moment would be like a cat's fur. Yi Yang sneered at the corner of his mouth. I only reacted now? It's too late. He tore off the trouble, nourishing jade hanging around his neck, and crushed it into pieces. The next moment, a Black Qi of trouble that was 100 times richer than this Black Qi surged out. Just like a hungry wolf and a hungry tiger who has been imprisoned for 100 years without knowing the taste of meat, the Black Qi of trouble unfolds directly into a huge tentacle, which instantly wraps the Black Qi inside. The Black Qi was terrified, and the last word that came out was evil. Then, he was completely swallowed and assimilated by the troubles. After swallowing, the troubles also burped in a very humane way. Yi Yang could feel that the size of his troubles had more than doubled in an instant. The murmur appeared again, making me irritated. The huge black air of trouble in the air is about to move. Yi Yang's eyes turned cold. He knew that this trouble wanted to escape. Do you still want to listen to the 3,000 sutras of anxiety? Yi Yang said coldly. Anxiety Black Qi has no independent will, only a chaotic consciousness. After Yi Yang said the 5 words of the 3,000 Anxiety Sutra, the Anxiety Black Qi couldn't help shaking, then gathered into a ball very obediently and returned to Yi Yang's hand, another big one, in a circle of nourishing Qi jade. Xiaosu, are you all right? Yi Yang put away the troubles and nourishing Qi jade, walked to Su Qingyin's side, and said with concern. Su Qingyin looked at him with a horrified expression. Yi Yang, what did you do? Why did you solve that ghost so easily? Yi Yang smiled and said, fighting poison with poison, you will know later. But you want to tell me, is there a sect relic in the underground of the welfare home? Su Qingyin nodded bitterly. I should have told you earlier. Next, she told Yi Yang everything in detail. Yi Yang nodded. Fortunately, the people in the orphanage were protected by spiritual weapons, so they survived. He instructed Su Qingyin not to let anyone in, and then he would enter the ruins of the immortal Yin puppet sect alone. Su Qingyin was immediately anxious. Don't go in. It's very dangerous down there. Yi Yang chuckled. For me, this is a big chance. After he finished speaking, he strode into the darkness, followed by Xiao He, who followed suit. After Yi Yang entered, the convoy of the Ministry of Government came rushing in. Yes, when Su Qingyin was still sane, she had called the Ministry of Government for help. As the city owner, Li Xuanjin rushed in first. Child, are you all right? He said quickly when he saw Su Qingyin's lost face. Su Qingyin said quickly, City Lord Li, I'm fine, but Yi Yang. Li Xuanjin opened his eyes wide, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. What happened to Master Yi? Su Qingyin almost cried. Yi Yang went to the underground ruins alone. The more Su Qingyin thought about it, the more wrong it became. People with government departments were very cautious about the ruins. The previous Tongtian temple ruins were slowly explored over a period of 10 years. As a result, Yi Yang was going to enter alone. Isn't this courting death? Li Sun groaned inwardly. Broken. He had long known that Yi Yang loved ancient books very much. This time, I am afraid that Yi Yang can't wait to enter the ruins for the sake of ancient books. Li Xuanjin carefully observed the architectural style of the rock wall at the entrance of the cave, and his heart thumped again. Done. If you guess correctly, this is either the Burning Heartbone Refinement sect or the Undying Puppet sect. If the former is better, the latter is really exhausting some cruel and evil words that can't be described. Although the ruins of Tongtian Temple are very difficult to explore, the formations set up by others will not kill people. But these two evil sects are terrifying sects that cannibalize people and use living people as materials. I don't know how many puppet zombies are buried in this ruins. In the land of China, such relics of the evil way have been born several times before, and each time it has brought huge losses. Li Xuanjin took a deep breath, and while instructing the cadres of the government to completely block off the vicinity of the orphanage, he discussed countermeasures with others. The terror in the depths of the ruins was something that even the peak of his rudimentary realm would not dare to go into to find out. Before a countermeasure has been developed, we can only hope that Yi Yangfu will die. My master Yi, you must not die below. Li Xuanjin let out a long sigh. At the same time, the Shun family villa. Linfeng, I received news that Yi Yang, the arrogant boy, entered the underground ruins of the Shernan Welfare Institute by himself, and the government sent people over. Even Li Xuanjin didn't dare to go down, he would surely die. Shen Guanqing holding a cigar, he smiled faintly. Shen Linfeng also chuckled and shook his head. Yi Yang is indeed very powerful, but he has a fatal flaw. Too greedy. He's not greedy for money. He's not. And he doesn't care about power. But he likes ancient books very much, and the older he is, the more he likes it. If I guess correctly, he must have decided to explore alone for the ancient books in the ruins. Such a person will die on his own greed sooner or later. Shen Linfeng sneered. I still have a little regret. If he dies, wouldn't he not be able to see this big play we played? Shen Guanqing laughed. Linfeng, I'm still in a dream. How did you decipher the formula of Vitality Pill? With a son like you, I, Shen Guanqing, would wake up laughing from a dream. The efficacy of this medicinal pill is simply too heaven-defying. Once we open up sales, the entire medicinal pill industry in Shangjing will only take 1 day at most, and it will be completely monopolized by my Shan group. Shen Linfeng chuckled. Dad, no matter how I say it, I'm still a fifth-order alchemist, and there is a master in Tanya Hage to help me. It's not easy to crack the formula of this third-order vitality pill. Rename this vitality pill Muscle Activation Pill. My Shun Group's alchemy plan is about to begin. Shen Guanqing laughed. At the same time, the Shernan Welfare Institute. Uncle, look at this stone tablet. Li Lingyu pointed to a stone tablet buried near the entrance of the cave and said to Li Xuanjin, many officials from the Ministry of Government gathered here. The location of this stele is very good. No one else found it. Only Li Lingyu found it. Hidden bone, Hall. Li Xuanjin struggled to distinguish 3 words, and then was startled. These ancient sects are all surprisingly large, so in addition to the main sect, there will be branch halls. The Ossuary Hall is the most cruel and evil branch of the Immortal Puppet sect. The function of this branch is to separate the biological bones and make them into bone instruments and bone armor. Also, they prefer to use living people to separate bones. Simply utterly humane evil. Yi Yang entered the most terrifying ossuary hall of the Immortal Puppet sect. It is a good description to describe the fierceness and auspiciousness. It is the most appropriate metaphor. This, could it be the map of the ossuary hall? Li Lingyu glanced curiously again, and suddenly pointed to a light spot that lit up. Li Xuanjin followed the prestige and saw a spot of light as expected. And that spot of light is still moving. Li Xuanjin was stunned for a moment, and then he showed ecstasy. If I'm not mistaken, this light spot represents Master Yi, who is still alive. And he has entered the second floor of the Ossuary Hall. The second half of the sentence came out, and Li Xuanjin himself was stunned. Actually entered the second floor? Another branch of the Undying Yin puppet sect, the Gorfiend Hall, once appeared in the suburbs of Yindu City. In the then Yindu City, Lord once led a government cadre to investigate. 9 out of 10. In the end, the city lord of Yindu escaped with only the two of them, and they both died of anger within an hour. The city lord of Yindu only entered the second floor. He described most of the situation in the Gorfiend Hall and soon died. After confirmation by members of the highest organization of the Ministry of Government and the members of the 12 genera, the city lord of Yindu has been corroded by extremely violent rot, an extreme rot that can even corrode the masters of the gods. Since then, Li Xuanjin has stayed away from such relics of the evil way. He didn't want to die at the hands of something so obscure. Chevron_left. However, seniors like Yindu City Lord who are in state of ecstasy have stopped at the second floor of the Gorfiend Hall. You, Yang, have entered the Ossuary Hall, which is more cruel and evil than the Gorfiend Hall, but you still reach the second floor. Yang, what kind of fairy are you? I really don't understand you more and more. Li Xuanjin looked at the spot of light and sighed, but he just sighed and opened his eyes again, because the light spot representing Yang flashed and entered the next floor. The third floor of the Ossuary Hall. Some officials from the Ministry of Government took a deep breath. City Lord Li, you used to say that Master Yi is powerful, but I don't quite believe it, but now I believe it. Who else would dare to explore the ruins of the evil sect alone and go directly to the third floor? The young man with a ponytail couldn't help but praise Road. Yes, I unilaterally announced that Master Yi will be my idol in the future. No refutation. Another girl cried excitedly with a blushing face. You have never entered the Ossuary Hall, and you don't know the situation below. Maybe there's no danger of far down there. At this moment, an uneasy voice suddenly sounded. Everyone frowned. The owner of this voice is none other than Li Xuanjin's nephew, Li Tianzi. In fact, Li Tianzi came to Beijing to find Li Xuanjin. It was Li Xuanli, Li Xuanjin's brother, who forced him to come. Li Xuanli let Li Tianzi enter the government department in Shangjing, and after some training, he completely washed away his playful habits. After Li Xuanjin broke his leg and healed him before, Li Tianzi was really obedient for a while, but he didn't expect to return to his nature now. Tianzi, what did you say? Li Xuanjin raised a dangerous look in his eyes. Li Tianzi bit the bullet and said, It was originally, I'm just explaining one of my guesses. None of you have ever entered the ruins of the Ossuary Hall, and the ruins of the ancient sects are not necessarily dangerous. The sixth grandfather of our Li family has entered a ruin that is full of treasures. Otherwise, there will be no place for me. The Li family. Li Xuanjin shouted, Shut up. Li Tianzi quickly shut up and said nothing. What he said just now has involved some secrets of the rise of the Li family in Yindu. But there may be treasures everywhere, and Yi Yang went down alone. If he swallowed the treasures by himself and told us that there was nothing in it, wouldn't it be a loss for us to have the Ministry of Government? This is the relic of the Undying Yin puppet sect. This sect is definitely the first-class sect of the year. The treasures in it are invaluable. We can't count on one's self-moral restraint. Li Tianzi looked at the gazes of the people around him and couldn't help but say again. As soon as his words came out, the expressions of many people changed. On the land of China, the Ministry of Government must be involved in the exploration of any relics. The treasures inside also need to be shared by the Ministry of Government. Because the Ministry of Government has been guarding China for a long time, without the support of these treasures, the Ministry of Government would have long lost the ability to guard China. Powerful treasures, of course, will be handed over layer by layer and delivered to the hands of the 12 genus members located in Yindu. Ordinary treasures will also be handed over to the city lords with outstanding military exploits. Ordinary treasures will be rewarded to government officials according to their merits. If Yi Yang swallowed those treasures alone, that is to say, all the treasures that the government officials could have obtained would be gone. At this moment, many people's minds are activated. No matter what they said before, whether they worship Master Yi or regard Master Yi as their idol, it must be based on the condition that Yi Yang will not infringe on their vested interests. Once Yi Yang violates their interests, he doesn't care who you are. It's like a few decades ago, some people may have admired those business trendsetters and business leaders and would love to be like them. But if these people get paid for themselves, then they will definitely be and change your mind first. This is the weakness of human nature. Li Tianzi's words just hit on the weakness of these people. All of a sudden, many operators were whispering. The name used is not the beloved Master Yi, but the word Yi Yang. Su Qingyan, who was sitting next to the orphanage taking care of other people in the orphanage, heard these words and couldn't help but glared at Li Tianzi, the initiator. She couldn't imagine how such a scum could enter the Ministry of Political Affairs and become an operator. Li Xuanjin frowned imperceptibly. As the city lord, he naturally sees much longer. For a character like Yi Yang, he generally dislikes things. Treasures will definitely be cheaper for these people in the end. To a certain extent, the Ministry of Political Affairs actually got Yi Yang's light. After all, the remains of the undying Yin Puppet Zone Ossuary Hall are located under the grounds of the Shernan Welfare Institute. According to the regulations issued by the Ministry of Political Affairs, the private property of Master Neijing cannot be violated. He couldn't help shouting, "Shut up for me. Master Yi is not as unbearable as you say. If I can get the treasure this time, Master Yi deliberately left it to us. You have to thank him in the future. Now, let me do whatever I have to do. Don't poking people in the spine in private." A look of anger rose on Li Xuanjin's face. "Look, Master Yi has reached the 4th floor," Li Lingyu suddenly exclaimed. Li Xuanjin turned around and saw in disbelief that Yi Yang actually entered the 4th floor. Could it be that there are treasures everywhere in this ruins, and there is no danger? Otherwise, Yi Yang would not be able to be so fast. Even he could not help but raise a trace of greed. Li Xuanjin shook his head sharply, throwing these distracting thoughts out. Yi Yang is a person that must be made friends. It is best not to have any emotions other than kindness towards him. "What is this red dot?" Li Lingyu suddenly asked again. Li Xuanjin stared at a huge red dot directly behind the spot of light, thinking for a long time and still not clear. He photographed it and sent it to Li Qiye, the most knowledgeable member of the Li family in Yindu. After Li Xuanjin briefly explained the situation before and after, Li Qiye on the other side of the video suddenly showed an extremely solemn expression. Looking for the truth, if I guess correctly, that red light spot should be a kind of giant bone puppet in the ossuary. And, according to the size of this light spot, the strength of this giant bone puppet should have reached the pinnacle of ecstasy without any accident. The little friend Yi Yang you mentioned should have the strength of the hall, right? Then the final result is obvious: 10 deaths and no life. Until Li Qiye closed the video, Li Xuanjin still did not respond. Yi Yang, 10 dead without life? Even though he had seen the miracles created by Yi Yang several times, Li Xuanjin still couldn't believe that he could escape from the divine realm. Is divine realm strength very high? Yes, very high. In the vast country of China, Master Neijing does not say much, but there are at least 10 in each city. But above the trance state, the entire Chinese nation should not exceed 20 at most, because it is too difficult to step into the realm of ecstasy from entering the room. Li Xuanjin is now at the pinnacle of the realm of entering the room, but even if he has stayed in this realm for 5 years, he has no plans to enter the realm of demigods. The biggest difference between entering a room and being in a state of perfection is that the former can only release the internal energy, while the latter can already simulate the internal energy into other things to attack. The gap between them cannot be measured. Yi Yang is only the strength of the dignified realm and wants to compete with the giant bone puppet in the ecstasy realm. Difficult to reach the sky. Instead of hoping that Yi Yang can defeat the giant bone puppet, it is better to think about it. If the giant bone puppet rushes to the ground, how to kill it quickly to prevent it from being a disaster and ruining the surrounding residents. At this moment, Li Lingyu suddenly saw that the two light spots suddenly overlapped. It's up! It's up! Yi Yang is sure to die. Li Tianzi laughed out loud, without any scruples at all. He had already heard all the conversations between Li Qiye and Li Xuanjun. Who is Li Qiye? He is the most knowledgeable old man in the Li family in Yindu. He is a character who has entered the ruins many times, and he also has high attainments in ancient prose. He said that Yi Yang had no life after 10 deaths, that is 10 deaths and no life. In this way, Li Tianzi no longer has to be afraid of Yi Yang all day long. Afraid of a dying person? Oh, then I might as well die. Li Xuanjun gave him a sideways glance. His teeth itched with hatred, but this was his own nephew, and hitting him face to face made him lose his prestige. Yes, City Lord Li, let's think carefully about how to deal with the giant bone puppet. Once this monster escapes to the ground, we will definitely be unable to resist it. The ponytail young man said earnestly. Then tell me, what are your thoughts? Li Xuanjun looked irritable. My subordinates have a suggestion. We can completely seal the entrance of the cave and use the pure astral metal scent by Yindu. It will also have great restraint on sinister creatures, such as the giant bone puppet. When the young man with Horsetail spoke, very seriously, then we will go to Yindu to invite the senior who is in the divine realm and kill him. When Su Qingyan outside the crowd heard this, she almost jumped up. What? Yi Yang is still down there. You actually want to seal the hole? Do you want him to die down there? Are you still not human? Li Xuanjun stopped talking. If you look at it from the perspective of taking the overall situation into consideration, what Ma Wei Youth just said is obviously the perfect way to do it at the moment. Only, Yi Yang must be sacrificed. Before he could speak, Li Tianzi was the first to shout, I agree with his opinion. We can't ignore the lives of the surrounding residents because of Yi Yang's life. Once the monster in the realm of the gods escapes, this peace will be ruined. At that time, I'm afraid you can't afford it, uncle. The last sentence of Li Xuanjun's scalp felt numb. If this matter is not dealt with, he will definitely be removed first. Seeing his hesitant expression, Li Tianzi was instantly overjoyed, and he followed the stick and said, Uncle, don't hesitate. Just seal the opening of the hole. If you waste time, the monster will rush to the ground. Who's going to seal up the hole? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded at the entrance of the cave. The moment the voice sounded, Li Tianzi, who was full of joy, only felt like he was falling into an ice cave. The voice was all too familiar. In my dream, I wish I could tear the owner of the voice to pieces 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Not Yi Yang. Could it be someone else? Everyone turned their heads and looked at the entrance of the cave. Yi Yang walked out of the ruins without rushing. He was completely unharmed, not even his jacket. Behind him, the little black dog followed. At this moment, the little black dog's belly was bulging, and he even burped a few cute burps after walking a few steps. But no one dared to laugh, because the evil spirit emanating from Yi Yang's body was too heavy, so heavy that you can't breathe. The ponytail youth opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. He couldn't believe that in the face of the divine realm, he was able to come out without any damage. Li Xuanjun was also dumbfounded. Unexpected. I really can't think of it. Yi Yang, are you really an immortal reincarnated? Even Li Qiye of my Li family asserted that you are dead and alive, but you still created a miracle. Moreover, after coming out, there was no damage. Not even the clothes were damaged. What happened to you in the ruins? Who was going to seal the hole? Seeing that no one was talking, Yi Yang took a step and shouted coldly. Taking this step, it was like an immemorial beast rushing towards him, and the chill in his bones caused the temperature of the air to drop a lot. The ponytail youth standing directly in front of him staggered in fright and almost fell to the ground. Li Tianzi stood up straight, looked directly at Yi Yang, and said coldly, Yi Yang, don't think we don't know. You must have swallowed all the treasures in the ruins. Hurry up and hand them over, otherwise you will be sanctioned by the Ministry of Government. Yi Yang sneered and didn't even look at him, but turned to Li Xuanjun. City Lord Li, it was the right leg that was interrupted last time. Let's replace it with the left leg this time. Besides Li Tianzi, this one let's go too. Yi Yang's voice was undeniably strong. Li Xuanjin sighed lightly. Tianze, do not blame me. Blame it on you for provoking someone you shouldn't. In the future, I hope you can have a longer memory. Even if the other party seems to be in trouble, don't be so proud. Because you never know whether the other party will pull out cards that you can't accept in a desperate situation. Li Tianzi's pupils suddenly enlarged, reflecting Li Xuanjin's figure walking towards him step by step. Uncle, no, stop breaking my legs. I was wrong. Li Tianzi was so frightened that he knelt down and pulled Li Xuanjin's trousers to tears. The corners of Li Xuanjin's mouth twitched, the golden energy in his hand suddenly flashed, and then he smashed it hard. What? In a Shernin Welfare Institute, there was a scream like a pig. The ponytail youth, no exception, also had a broken leg. This is the price of nonsense. Yi Yang squinted at the rest of the government officials, until they all cowered and lowered their heads one by one, and then withdrew their gazes with satisfaction. Li Xuanjin saw everything in his eyes and could only sigh. Look at Yi Yang. When it comes to her real age, she is younger than you. As a result, you can't lift your head up in front of others. Next, Yi Yang took out the mustard seed treasure and shook it directly. A large number of devices emitting precious light fell off. Saber, long knife, small shield, bronze mirror, blood slot thorn, execution axe. All of them are spiritual weapons above the 6th order. Everyone, take a breath. Master Yi, Yida is awesome. Which sect did you rob, or which aristocratic family? With so many spiritual weapons above the 6th rank, I'm afraid they can blind people. Even Li Tianzi and the young man with horsetail were attracted by Baoguang and temporarily stopped howling. What does the 6th order spiritual tool mean? It is a more powerful combat power, and it is the status of a superior person. To put it more simply, this is 10 million Chinese coins. Even Li Xuanjin, who was used to seeing treasures, was startled by Yi Yang's sudden generosity. What he saw in Li's house in Yindu were only one piece of spiritual tools. How could they use heaps as a unit of measurement like here? Yi Yang looked around at everyone and sneered. Originally, I planned to give these spiritual tools to the Ministry of Government. Now, I don't give any more. He said coldly, Xiao Su, put all these things away. Yi Yang took out a quaint bracelet and released his inner strength, and all the magic weapons on the ground that dazzled his eyes and radiated precious light were all taken in. Li Xuanjin was shocked again. Mustard treasure. This is a mustard treasure. Su Qingyin came over and placed the bracelet in her arms in a precious way, feeling sweeter than eating honey. Then Yi Yang took out another spiritual tool and stuffed it into the hand of the little girl Li Lingyu next to her. I gave it to you. Keep it. The little girl Li Lingyu was stunned, and it took a while for her to react, and she quickly said, Thank you, Master Yi. This little girl was the only one standing by his side, and she didn't forget to say a word for him. Immediately, many people looked at her and became jealous and envious. City Lord Li, I know that there are the rules of the Ministry of Government. This spiritual tool belongs to the Ministry of Government. Yi Yang kicked the last remaining piece of Baoguang's weakest spiritual weapon and said coldly. Li Xuanjin smiled bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. What can he say? Is it too greedy to scold Yi Yang in person? According to regulations, if you encounter such a relic and the Ministry of Government does not provide the necessary help, the owner of the relic only needs to provide 5% of the profit to the Ministry of Government. Yi Yang took out 2 spiritual tools, which was considered a phase for the Ministry of Government. Li Tianzi clenched his fists secretly, but he didn't dare to say a word. He didn't even dare to look at Yi Yang, for fear that Yi Yang would get angry again and let Li Xuanjin break his other leg. City Lord Li, the ruins are completely safe. Please go back. Yi Yang unceremoniously ordered the expulsion. Li Xuanjin let out a long sigh, clasped his fists, and led the crowd away. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask Yi Yang how he defeated the giant bone puppet in the ecstasy realm. But there is no doubt that Yi Yang is even more inscrutable in his mind. Even though Yi Yang's superficial strength is still high, in Li Xuanjin's view, this son has already stood on the same position as himself. Yi Yang watched them go away with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Those cadres with the government are just jumping clowns, not worth mentioning. The most important thing is that he has obtained great benefits in the ruins. Are the ruins dangerous? Indeed, as Li Xuanjin and the others said, it is very dangerous, because it is filled with a large number of monsters such as evil spirits, and zombies. But that's for the average master. Is Yi Yang an ordinary person? No. The troublesome black qi in the trouble-nourishing jade is very eager for these and evil things. Therefore, from the moment he stepped into the ruins, Yi Yang directly crushed the qi-nourishing jade again, letting the black qi of troubles continue to devour. Chevron_left. Anxiety and black energy is indeed worthy of the nickname of his own demon. After all, this is the super evil demon that Xiangshan Temple and even Tongtian Temple are suppressing. How can these ordinary evil spirits be resisted? In the face of the black air of worry, these evil demons are just like meat on a chopping board. Yi Yang came to the 5th underground floor almost without hindrance. Along the way, he did see a lot of ancient books, but the grades were not too high, until you reached the 5th floor. The giant bone puppet of the ecstasy is indeed very strong. In addition, the rotten poison, strong poison, and kudu all over his body are simply not something that ordinary masters can resist. Even if the master of the ecstasy comes, there's a high chance of tragically dying on the spot. But Yi Yang is different. His true strength is at the peak of the entry realm. Moreover, Yi Yang is completely resistant to this series of mainstream toxins. Not only that, the huge variety of toxins on the giant bone puppet also helped Yi Yang open up a new skill. All poisons do not invade the body, full level effect. Completely immune to all kinds of toxins. With this skill, it can be said that except for those rare toxins, Yi Yang can live in toxins almost every day, just like those super poisonous lords and 5 poisonous saints in ancient times, who lived by drinking poisons. Once encountering a more powerful toxin, Yi Yang can last for a long time with his strong body. This time is enough to systematically analyze this strange poison and activate the corresponding strange poison resistance skills. In addition, Yi Yang's inner strength contains Buddha's strength, and he has great restraint against evil spirits, and there is still black anger around him. This giant bone puppet in the divine realm can be said to die without dignity. In the end, all its bones were completely gnawed by Xiao He. If this little black dog of the yellow rank can completely digest the energy of the giant bone puppet, it might be able to go further. Yi Yang was also on the 5th floor and found what he wanted. Ancient books. Immortal Hidden Bone Method Full Level Effect greatly improve the physical resistance, the toughness of the bones, and strengthen the bones by taking the bone meal of powerful creatures. This skill made Yi Yang very satisfied, because his body has already reached a bottleneck. Now this undead hidden bone method has opened up a new world for him. Bone quenching. Bone is the support of the body. The stronger the bones, the stronger the body will naturally be. Next, Yi Yang could ask the Lu family to help purchase the bone meal of powerful spirit beasts. With the energy of the Lu family, it would be easy to find these things. This undead Asuera technique should also be the highest martial art of the Asuera Hall. Originally, Yi Yang also discovered a new corridor leading to other ruins, but he was afraid that Su Qingyan would also chase after him in a hurry, so he simply returned to the ground. In the following time, Yi Yang spent time arranging various formations around the ruins to ensure that the people in the orphanage would not stray into it. In addition, he also perfected the medicine field and planted many rare medicinal herbs, some of which he even discovered inside the ruins. After doing this, Yi Yang took out his mobile phone and was about to call Zhang Jishir. As a result, when the phone rang, it was Zhang Jishir himself who called. Yi Yang grinned and answered the phone immediately, but Zhang Jishir heard a frantic voice. Master Yi, Shun's group has developed muscle-activating blood pill, which has already captured a large part of the market for alchemy in Shanghai. Our Lu family sent someone to see it. The muscle-activating blood pill is almost the same as the vitality pill you refined. We suspect that the Shun family stole your vitality. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. Oh, muscle-growing and blood-activating pills? In fact, he didn't pay much attention to the medicinal pill he created. After all, as long as he is there, there will be more self-created pill recipes in the future. So a mere vitality pill, he doesn't value it very much. But how dare your Shun family use my medicinal pill to make money for themselves? This is very bad. Please come to Piyun Villa and have a talk. Mr. Liu originally planned to sign a contract with you for the sales of the Shang pill, but being disturbed by the Shun family was a lot of cold. Zhang Jisher's voice was a little trembling. Can he not tremble? In order to pave the way for Vitality Pill, the Liu family first spent a lot of money to promote the peculiar effects of Vitality Pill, and then directly bought the Golden Road in the center of the city, intending to use it as a sales shop for Vitality Pill. As a result, the Shun family launched this muscle-building and blood-activating pill, which directly took away more than half of the potential customers. Just imagine, everyone already has that muscle-building and blood-activating pill. Will they still come to buy your Vitality Pill? If this matter can't be handled properly, the Liu family will lose at least half of the medicine market. Yang nodded, and soon Zhang Jisher drove over in person and took him to Piyun Villa. Soon, Yang came to the hall of Piyun Villa. In the center of the hall stood the skeleton of a giant tiger. It was fierce and mighty. It was the golden-eyed tiger that harmed Nanping Mountain. There was a circle of people on the long table in the hall. Liu Yinshan, Liu Hongji, Liu Hongyuan, and even Liu Shaoan are here. The faces of the four were solemn. Master Yi, you are finally here. I can't wait any longer. Seeing Yi Yang appear, Liu Yinshan hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his hand, enthusiastically offering him to the main seat. Dad, is this the Master Yi you call him? Liu Hongji asked suspiciously. Brother, be respectful to Master Yi. Liu Honyuan said solemnly. Liu Yinshan's face also turned cold, and he reprimanded softly. Hongji, you just came back from studying abroad, and you don't know Master Yi's reputation. I don't blame you, but you have to respect Master Yi as much as me, understand? Liu Hongji had no choice but to nod, but he still had a bit of disdain for Yi Yang in his heart. At the beginning, for the development of the Liu family in various fields, the Liu family blossomed in many ways. Liu Shaoan studied animal breeding hard, and will inherit the work in the field of animal breeding in the future. Although Liu Hongyuan is condescending, he has a wide range of contacts and can invite all kinds of talents for the Liu family. Liu Hongji quit his job and went overseas to study alchemy in other countries. If the Liu family was not in crisis, he would not have rushed back. Unlike China, foreign alchemy can be said to cover thousands. Liu Hongji joined an alchemy master and studied hard for 10 years. It can save the Liu family from fire and water. Rather than handing over the fate of the family to an irrelevant person, it is better to let him, Liu Hongji, do it himself. Master Yi, the Shun family's taking this step is obviously the result of long-term savings. I got the news that it was Shun Linfeng and his master at Tinya Hage who cracked your Vitality Pill formula and modified it on this basis to form the current muscle-activating blood pill. Liu Yinshan frowned. Is it Tinya Hage again? Sooner or later, I will kill their gate. Yi Yang couldn't help frowning when he heard the name. In the previous artifact refining competition, the first sect in Jiangzhou sent an elder to deliberately hinder his competition. Now, Tinya Hage is involved in stealing the Vitality Pill formula. This sect really doesn't know how to live or die. Do you have to be my enemy, Yi Yang? Liu Hongji next to him snorted coldly when he heard Yi Yang's words. Kill the gate of Tinya High Pavilion? What a big joke. Do you know how much energy Tinya Hage has? That is the largest sect in Jiangzhou. You must know that Jiangzhou is much richer than Hanzhou. It is also the largest sect at the state level. The Spirit Beast Mountain has never raised its head in front of Tinya Hage. Moreover, Spirit Beast Mountain made a fortune by doing Spirit Beast business, and business people, of course, must pay attention to harmony and make money. But Tinya Hage is not. This sect originally made a fortune by killing people. Even in today's civilized society, Tinya Hage is still fierce. Moreover, Tinya High Pavilion is also the most powerful one in the hearts of young people in several nearby states. Why? just because Tianya Hage's internal strength is awesome. Sword strength. Just listen to the name, it's amazing. Moreover, the sword strength of Tianya Hage is almost invincible among the same rank. And as long as you become an inner disciple of Tianya Hage, you can practice sword strength, and the threshold is very low. Therefore, young people are flocking to Tianya Hage. Not to mention, there are a lot of guest officials and elders in Tianya Hage. Those are all very capable beings. You are a mere young man who actually promised to hit the Tianya Hage mountain gate. Dare to ask, are you tired of living? Lu Hongji was calm on the surface, but his evaluation of Yi Yang dropped a bit in his heart. This man is too arrogant. The plan for now is to launch a pill that is far more powerful than the muscle-building and blood-activating pill to win back potential customers. Zhang Jisher said beside him. Lu Yinshan nodded. He rubbed his palms and laughed like an old fox. Master Yi, I wonder if your improved animal blood pill and universal antidote pill can be sold by my Lu family agent? Of course, the profit will not be lost to you, and 50% of it will be yours. How about it? Lu Laohu completely restrained his former irritable personality and laughed. Yang glanced at him with a half-smile. This old guy Lu Yunshan is shrewd, and he actually thought of the animal blood pill and the omnipotent antidote pill. But it's okay if someone with ulterior motives cracks his pill recipe one day later, that's blood loss. Instead, it is better to authorize the Lujia agent to sell as early as possible. Do not, Yang said lightly. Lu Yinshan groaned his heart when he said this. Not only have these 2 medicinal pills been handed over to your agent, but I will also upgrade the vitality pill. Since you want to suppress the Shun family, then you will fight to the death and let the Shun family be completely destroyed. Hearing this, Lu Yinshan felt a chill in his heart. Yang smiled faintly. Of course he has the guts. The original vitality pill was just a temporary idea to save Lu Xiaowan. In a hurry, the quality is not high, and the pill recipe is not the best solution. But now he has enough time to improve vitality pill. This medicinal pill has great potential, and Yang is very confident that he can directly raise it to the 6th rank. Lu Hongji finally couldn't take it anymore. Master Yi, I really want to know how you want to upgrade the vitality pill. I've never heard of it. Pills can be upgraded. In his words, there was a hint of sarcasm in Rua's words. It's like this. Might as well let me make some alchemy products. Maybe I can compare it to the muscle-building and blood-activating pills. He felt that Yi Yang was talking big and bragging. Lu Yinshan frowned, pointing out that Lu Hongji was about to scold. Yi Yang waved his hand. If I guess correctly, you should have studied alchemy. I'm curious about alchemy. Why don't Mr. Hongji make some alchemy products on the spot? Lu Hongji smiled proudly. Of course you can, but what if my alchemy products surpass Master Ye's vitality pill? Yi Yang laughed. Lu Yinshan frowned even more. Is my son stupid in alchemy? Why do you think that any bullshit alchemy product can surpass Master Ye's vitality pill? Haven't you seen the magic of vitality pill? Your daughter, Lu Xiaowan, has her right leg reshaped by vitality pill. What kind of alchemy product in the western regions can surpass such a medicinal pill? Yi Yang said with a light smile. If your alchemy products can really surpass vitality pill, then I, Yi Yang, will not take a penny for the agency sales of the improved beast blood pill and the universal detox pill. With a fluttering sentence, the 4 of them were stunned. Not a penny. As expected of Master Yi, his words are full of air. Lu Yinshan is a businessman with a keen sense of smell. He can see the great value of the improved animal blood pill and the universal detoxification pill at a glance. As long as it is put into production and started to sell, 50% of the dividends can make Yi Yang become the top super rich in Shanghai in one day. But Yi Yang said no. This is the real view of money is dumb. But after Yi Yang said this, Lu Yinshan somewhat hoped that Lu Hongji's alchemy products could surpass the vitality pill. Because once they win, that's 100% of the Lu Group's profit. Of course, even if he wins, Lu Yinshan won't do too much, and he will still give Yi Yang 1 or 2%. Then I'll start. Lu Hongji's face rose with a hint of pride. For the family's plan to become a wealthy family, he wandered abroad for nearly 10 years, and went to the famous alchemist in the Western regions. He studied alchemy hard and finally succeeded. Now that the family is in dire straits, isn't it time to give it a go? He took out his alchemy equipment and at the same time took out the corresponding metal and began to alchemy in an orderly manner. I have to say that this person is indeed very skilled in alchemy. The host observes alchemy production, activates basic alchemy, and automatically reaches full level. The host observes the alchemy production, and the basic alchemy is upgraded to advanced alchemy, and the level is automatically full. Two voices sounded slowly in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Sure enough, it was in line with his idea. The alchemy of the Western regions is obviously a powerful force that keeps pace with alchemy and alchemy. It's always good to learn one more skill. Seeing Lu Hongji's next move, Yi Yang couldn't help frowning. He put too much mercury, and this amount is enough to volatilize mercury vapor. Although the human body has strengthened a lot after the recovery of the spiritual energy, it will still cause some damage. Also, the excess mercury would react with the material he was putting in next, causing an explosion. Yi Yang said immediately, "Stop, if you add more mercury, it will explode." Lu Hongji couldn't help but pouted. "Yi Yang, I only respect you a little because of Dad's face. I hope you don't go too far. You don't understand alchemy at all, so don't give orders here." As he spoke, he continued to add mercury. Yi Yang's eyes jumped, and he grabbed Lu Yinshan and the three of them and threw them out. At the same time, he let Xiao He throw Lu Hongji down. The next moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, and the alchemy platform was in a mess. The three of Lu Yinshan were dumbfounded. Lu Hongji was stunned. Why is it happening like that? This is obviously alchemy that I have been studying with my teacher for nearly 10 years. How could something go wrong at this time? Yi Yang took a few sniffs and said lightly, "The aura of the Western regions in China is not the same, so it will affect the alchemy. You still need to be more familiar with this. In fact, alchemy is also linked to aura. Any change in aura may lead to the failure of alchemy." Lu Hongji was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have heard these words from his teacher. However, the spiritual energy of the Western regions was relatively stable, so he didn't care much. If you think about it this way, it is understandable. No wonder the first alchemy failed just after returning to China. In the final analysis, I am still unfamiliar with the local aura. Master Yi, I was wrong. Lu Hongji is not a fool. Although he does not know where Yi Yang came from to have such a profound understanding of alchemy, this does not prevent him from admiring Yi Yang. There was a reason why his father respected Yi Yang so much. Okay, then I'll upgrade and improve the vitality pill. Yi Yang waved his hand, indicating that the matter was over. The upgrade and improvement of vitality pill is very simple. It only took 10 minutes for Yi Yang's improved vitality pill to come out perfectly. Even if they just smelled the aroma of the medicinal herb, the four of them could feel the muscles of their limbs twitching. Lu Yinshan felt the strongest. It's like being back in my boyhood. Every inch of my body is full of vigor, as if every moment is growing. He couldn't wait to take out the spirit test bead. 6 scarlet-like imprints suddenly appeared. 6th order medicinal pill. At that moment, Lu Yinshan only felt as if he was completely captured by happiness. OMG, he was actually able to get the agent sales right of 6th order medicinal pills. God is really helping the Lu family to rise. Yi Yang knew the effect of this medicine pill without saying it. It has all the effects that vitality pill has. In addition, I am afraid there is the effect of prolonging life. You guessed it right, one pill can prolong your life by about a year. Of course, taking too much will not be effective. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Lu Hongji next to him almost lost his tongue. 1-year extension. OMG, my teacher in the Western regions. What he has been striving for so many years. Isn't it to make such a treasure? Now Lu Hongji himself actually witnessed the birth of such divine objects. Yes, this is definitely a fetish. Once it is sold, it will definitely shock the entire Shangjing circle. Do not. Perhaps not only the elite circle in Shangjing, but also the elite circle in the entire country will be excited about it. Because before this medicine pill, There are almost no longevity medicine pills that could be sold in large quantities. Even if there is, the side effects are also very large, either injuring the kidneys or causing physical weakness. Only this medicine pill has no side effects at all. In front of this medicine pill, what kind of muscle-boosting and blood-activating pill was completely exploded into slag? Master Yi, please, name the medicine pill. Lu Yinshan said respectfully. It's called Good Fortune Vitality Pill. Yang thought for a while and smiled. Okay, Good Fortune Vitality Pill. My Lu family's plan to rise to the top of a wealthy family is about to begin. Lu Yinshan laughed loudly, and at the same time gave orders in an orderly manner. Old Zhang, the shops in our prime location can be opened. Pull out the banner and make sure to write down the characteristics of the Good Fortune Vitality Pill. I have to completely knock down the Shun family's muscle-building and blood-activating pills. At this moment, the golden area of Shangjing, Ginza Square, is already crowded with people. There is even a long queue like greedy snakes, and they all came for the Shun family's muscle-building and blood-activating pills. As soon as this muscle-building and blood-activating pill appeared, it almost detonated the entire Shangjing. Because this elixir is too awesome and too versatile. Men eat lively and alive. Women eat beauty and beauty. If you eat it when you're injured, it will stop bleeding immediately and build muscle. If you eat it at ordinary times, it will strengthen your body. This kind of medicine pill is not popular. What other medicine pill will be popular? The first batch of free users greatly opened up the market for Shengji Huoshuadan, and many customers came here. In addition, its price is just the kind of second-order pills that are higher, and it is worthy of its efficacy. Even if many families temporarily give up other expenditures, they have to bite their teeth to buy one. After all, this thing can usually consolidate its roots and cultivate its vitality, and it can quickly stop bleeding and regenerate muscles at critical moments. It's an absolute must-have. It is an exaggeration to say that when an ordinary family buys one, the child immediately exceeds the peers. A warrior buys one, and when facing an enemy, the winning rate rises a lot. In Shangjing, they even began to be grateful to the refiners of the muscle-producing and activating blood pill. Some old people, after taking Shengji Huoshuadan, completely improved the symptoms of muscle atrophy and sent penance directly. This has invisibly contributed to the sales of Shengji Huoshuadan. 1,000 copies, 3,000 copies, 10,000 copies. In addition to buying for yourself, you also need to buy it for your friends, colleagues, and bosses. It can be said that the Shun family made a lot of money. Many people even respect and even admire Shen Linfeng, because Shen Linfeng is awesome. Shouldn't he be admired for actually being able to refine this kind of elixir that benefits all people? On the other hand, the Lujia shop opposite the Shun shop had a bleak flow of people. Some people even came over to ask about the medicine pills they sold, shook their heads, and went over to the Shuns to line up. There's no way. The Lujia store can't even hang the vitality pill for sale, because once it came out, the Shen family would immediately publish the news, saying that the Lu family's vitality pill was created by stealing his Shun family's vitality pill. At that time, not only will they not be able to make money, but their reputation will also be ruined. Manager Wang of the Lujia shop frowned and almost didn't cry. At this time, Yi Yang and others came to Ginza Square. Manager Wang hurriedly came out to greet him. Lu Yinshan waved his hand and asked Zhang Jishir to go over immediately to explain the situation. With the alchemy recipe provided by Yi Yang, several alchemists supported by the Lu family shop can immediately start refining. At the same time, a very eye-catching banner was hung up in the Lujia store. Good Fortune Vitality Pill, a better pill than muscle-activating blood pill. That's right, it's a competition that directly pierces the skin. The people lining up on the opposite side saw that it was not bad. It was a better medicinal pill than the muscle-producing and activating blood pill, so I would like to come and have a look. But it was only a few people at the end of the team who had this idea. Most of the people are still queuing up, and they are not willing to give up the soon-to-be-gotten muscle-producing and activating blood pill and try the illusory creation and vitality pill. Shin Lin Feng on the second floor of the Shun family shop, of course, had a panoramic view of everything. He couldn't help sneering. The Liu family really used every means in order to snatch potential customers. I'm still afraid that they won't use the means, since they are out of their own power and want to wrestle with us. Naturally, Shin Lin Feng, can't lose old Liu's face. Go on, muscle-activating blood pill, 10% off the audience. After the news came out of the Shun family store, the number of people in line increased by 50% again. 10% off. Even if it is 10% off, it can save more than 2,000 yuan. Some not-so-wealthy families are so grateful to Shin Lin Feng. Nice guy. This is an extremely good guy. You look at other rich people, all of them are so rich and unkind, but only the Shin Lin Feng son of the Shun group, who is so enthusiastic about the ancient ways, can offer such a convenient price to the people. For a while, the news of the Xinjia pharmacy's price reduction and sales spread all over Shangjing. Even some tourists who come to Beijing to play are involuntarily attracted, and they want to bring back a few bottles of muscle-producing and activating blood pills for their family members. At first, the few people who planned to come to the Lujia pharmacy to take a look were still hesitating. Seeing this, the manager in charge of the Shun family pharmacy picked up the horn and said loudly, "Customers and friends, because the sales volume is so good, the stock of Shengji Huoxu Dan is about to run out, but we will try our best to deliver it to everyone." These people immediately became anxious when they heard it. "Hold the grass, the sales are so good, is about to sell out." They immediately gave up the idea of going to the Lujia pharmacy and returned to the long queue. Manager Wang, the person in charge of the Lujia pharmacy, immediately lowered his face. A few people finally came, and they were so disturbed by the other side that they would rather go to a long queue than stay at the Liu family side. Liu Yinshan also frowned. "It's really fragrant, and I'm afraid of the deep alley. These customers are opinionated and would rather stand in line than come try." When everyone was frowning, they all looked at Yi Yang, hoping that the omnipotent Master Yi would come up with a solution. Yi Yang smiled lightly, changed the banner. Moments later, new banners were hung. Sixth order Good Fortune Vitality Pill. Take it for 10,000 yuan. Purchase a Good Fortune Vitality Pill and randomly come with 2 improved animal blood pills or an all-purpose detoxification pill. After hearing this, Liu Yinshan frowned even more. "Master Yi, do you really want to do this? Wouldn't you mind losing so many pills?" "Yes, according to Yi Yang's method, there will definitely be huge losses in the early stage." Yi Yang waved his hand. "The part of the loss will be deducted from the profit I deserve. I don't care about this little money. On the contrary, I think your Liu family's alchemist needs to be prepared." Yi Yang smiled lightly, because those who were at the end of the line had already rushed over when they saw the slogan on the Lujia pharmacy side. 10,000 yuan. You can take away 1 sixth-order pill, 2 improved first-order pills, or 1 second-order pill. In the world, is there anything more affordable than this? If I don't buy it, I'm a fucking idiot. Lujia pharmacy will not kill itself and smash its own signboard. In an instant, dozens of customers appeared in front of the Lujia pharmacy. The Lujia pharmacy sold these medicinal pills at a loss and immediately received their unanimous praise. Lujia pharmacy is selling at a loss. Sisters, come. Wow, this Good Fortune Vitality pill is really wonderful. I want to buy one. Sorry, ma'am. Only 1 serving per person per day. Manager Wang laughed. Soon, the flow of people in the Lujia pharmacy increased and gradually began to compete with the Shun family. Seeing this, Shin Lin Feng couldn't help frowning. "It's really better than the muscle-activating blood pill? Go to a few people and do something. Dare to open under my nose. I don't know how many ways to make you fail." Immediately after Shin Lin Feng's order, several employees disguised as passers-by and infiltrated the ranks of the Lujia pharmacy. Yi Yang, who had been following the movements of the Shun family pharmacy, couldn't help but smile lightly. Sure enough, Shin Lin Feng couldn't bear his temper and planned to come over to do something. "Elder Liu, it's about to sound the horn of a counterattack." Yi Yang laughed. Liu Yinshan was still confused. The next moment, a customer who had purchased the universal antidote pill fell directly to the ground. He was twitching and foaming at the mouth, as if he had been poisoned. A few friends around him immediately shouted, "The Liu family is really doing anything to make money. What kind of shit is this all-purpose antidote? Why is it poisoned after eating it?" As soon as there was a commotion here, the surrounding customers immediately stepped back several steps. No one knew if the person who looked poisoned was contagious. But in this way, the people who want to come over to buy medicine pills are immediately blocked. The sales of Lujia Pharmacy have stagnated directly. Shun Linfeng on the second floor of the Shun family pharmacy saw this scene and couldn't help but sneer. "Umph, old man Liu, fight with me. You're still too tender." In business, sometimes you have to do whatever you can. Even if it's a little dark, what's the point? As long as it can weaken the enemy, even the most brutal means can be used. With the arrogance of the winner, Shun Linfeng shook his head gently and stopped paying attention to the situation of the Lujia pharmacy. There's a problem with the quality of the medicine pill, which is a big thing. If this matter cannot be handled properly, the number of people who go to buy medicine pills will plummet. Even if it is finished, the sales of Lujia Pharmacy will be stagnant for a long time. And at this time, other people have already bought the Shun family's medicinal pills. Why would they spend more money on your Liu family's medicine? The defeat of the Liu family is only a matter of time. The ending of the week does not need to be read anymore. In front of the Lujia Pharmacy, it was not too big a deal to watch the excitement, and more people gathered. Of course, seeing that someone was poisoned by medicine pills, they would never buy the medicine pills from the Liu family. And the more they get together, the more people who want to buy can't squeeze in. Liu Yinshan was furious. Impossible! The formula provided by Master Yi and the medicinal pills refined by the Liu family alchemist could not be wrong. The biggest possibility is that the Shun family is stumbling. Liu Yinshan was really furious. With his temperament, he really wanted to jump over to the Shun family pharmacy and slap that bastard Shun Linfeng to death. But he can't. In this way, the Liu family is over. What should I do? At this imminent moment, Liu Yinshan really realized that he was really helpless. Liu family poison pill seeks money and kills. Get out of Beijing. Liu family, get out of the alchemy world. Get out of Shangjing. Under the impetus of some conscientious people, the words of letting the Liu family get out of Beijing are even more clamorous. Daya Liu family has really reached the situation of street rats. If things go on like this, the people who come here will only see the scene that the Shun family allows them to see. They would subconsciously think that the Liu family made poison pills to make money and kill them. The reputation of the Liu family, I'm afraid it will really be ruined. At this time, Yang stepped forward, pointed to the man who was twitching on the ground and foaming at the mouth, and asked loudly, "Tell me, did the Shun family send you here? Have you been poisoned? Did you deliberately frame the Lujia Pharmacy?" None of the onlookers saw that a black qi came from the nourishing qi jade on Yi Yang's chest to the soles of his feet, and then quietly entered the body of the man on the ground. The friend of the man on the ground immediately sneered. "Are you the alchemist of the Liu family?" "Ha, I have a problem with my alchemy, and I still want to push the pot on the opposite Shun's head. It's really shameless. Look at the Shun family's pharmacy. They would rather not make profits and build a good reputation. As a result, your Liu family will do anything for money, and you can even do things like refining poison pills. If this goes on, who would dare to buy medicinal pills at the Lujia Pharmacy?" The man also put on an extremely heartbroken look. "My friend is already weak, and I originally planned to buy your medicine pill, just in case. As a result, is this how you treat your customers? My friend is still the annual member of your Liu family. Look, there is still an annual card here." After he finished speaking, he deliberately took out a golden VIP annual card. Naturally, Shun Linfeng was well prepared to target the Liu family. He had many such annual cards. The people around looked at it, and they confirmed the speculation that the Liu family was trying to make money and kill them. He is a member of your Liu family's annual card, and you don't want to put thousands of annual cards. Why should you frame your Liu family? There must be something wrong with the Liu family. In the future, don't come to Liu's house to buy medicine pills. Many are poised to leave. The man couldn't help but let out a sneer. Yang looked at him and smiled softly It's useless for you to talk. It's up to your poisoned friend. He's poisoned. How can he speak? Before the man's voice fell, the friend who was foaming at the mouth and twitching on the ground suddenly sat up. The muscles no longer twitch, and the white foam no longer vomits, which is more normal than normal. He held his head and sighed. Why doesn't Boss Shin give me a raise? I have worked in the Shun family pharmacy for 3 years, but I am still a counter clerk. Hey, the family is urging money again. After this time, Boss Shun should give me a few months' salary in advance. It's humiliating for me to play a poisoned person and twitch all over. His voice was murmured, but Yeong deliberately passed on a hint of Huan Yuan's inner strength and increased its volume more than 10 times, and the people around him could hear it clearly. Yeong smiled lightly. It was really handy to use the black energy of worry. Not only that, but even the people lining up at the Shun family pharmacy could hear it clearly. Many people immediately opened their eyes. And these few people who were actually employees of the Shun family pharmacy immediately changed their expressions. It's over. Is this little brother crazy? How can you shake this kind of thing out? I didn't expect that the Shun family pharmacy would do such a thing. It's really dark. Fortunately, I didn't go there to buy medicine pills. An aunt suddenly said angrily, in order to fight against competitors, they're really unscrupulous. Such a drugstore must not be much better. A middle-aged office worker also sneered. Compared with the Shun family, the Liu family is much better. Let's take advantage of the fact that we have just opened to buy more medicinal pills. A girl rushed to the counter and shouted, "Get it to me quickly. Get one." The fat on Manager Wang's face shook, and he hurriedly served one. Damn, how can this girl be so scary like a Tyrannosaurus? With some people taking the lead, coupled with word of mouth, the flow of people in the Lujiao pharmacy has soared dozens of times. All of a sudden, the situation reversed. The Long Dragons who were queuing at the Shun family's pharmacy all rushed to the Liu family's side. So much so that when Shin Lin Feng walked downstairs, he saw that there were only a few moments in front of the counter, and his jaw was almost crippled. How so? Shin Lin Feng roared frantically, smashing all over the place. But he knew that everything was irreversible. The employee didn't know what the devil was, and actually shook everything out. This time, the reputation of the Shun family pharmacy will drop to the bottom in an instant. Unless great concessions are made, no one will come to buy medicine pills. But if it can't be sold, the more than 10,000 copies of the muscle-building and blood-activating pills in the warehouse will only gradually lose their aura, and their value will decrease day by day. The last thing Shin Lin Feng can do is to lower the price of the muscle-producing and activating blood pill once again to a price that everyone can buy at an extremely low price. His heart is bleeding. But anyway, it can stop losses in time. But will Yi Yang let him stop his losses? Will not. If you want to suppress it, you have to suppress it to the death. Just when Shin Lin Feng was going to grit his teeth and announce the news of the 50% discount, Yi Yang brought the Liu family over. Their actions also attracted the attention of many passers-by in Ginza Square. What is the Lujia pharmacy going to do? Are you doing something? I don't know, but it doesn't prevent me from eating melons on the spot, walking around and taking a look. Seeing Yi Yang, Shin Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Yi Yang, what are you doing here? Do you want to see how I look like a cocoon? Yi Yang smiled mockingly. A little guy like you, are you qualified? Shin Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, and his heart was about to explode. It has always been his part to humiliate others. How has he been so humiliated by others? What a shame. What a shame. Everyone, I'm here just to announce one thing. The muscle-building and blood-activating pills sold by the Shun family were made by completely copying my Vitality pills. I have the self-created formula of Vitality Dan here, which is also a document issued by the Ministry of Government. Yi Yang showed the certificate in his hand. This is the document specially issued by the Ministry of Government after Mo Danxing went to Yindu to attend the paper conference. This thing is equivalent to a patent certificate. This document proves that the formula of Vitality pill belongs to Yi Yang. Any act of selling Vitality pills or improving Vitality pills as an agent requires Yi Yang's approval. Shin Lin Feng sneered. What does this have to do with the muscle-building and blood-activating pills I sell? My formula is different from yours. Yang, if you're here to show off your patent certificate, I can ask you to get out of the way and don't block me from doing business. Since Shen Linfeng dared to completely copy the formula of Vitality Pill, he has his own confidence. After a lot of experiments, he specially added 2 non-attribute herbs to the muscle-producing and activating blood dan and replaced one of the herbs. In this way, the effect is greatly enhanced, and the cost, of course, also increases a lot. Yang took a step forward and smiled lightly. A wisp of black air came to the soles of his feet along his fingertips, along the ground, and silently invaded Shen Linfeng's body. Oh, then can I ask you to tell me, under what circumstances did you come up with the formula of this muscle-building and blood-activating pill? A flash of inspiration? Or did you see the ancient books of the predecessors for reference? Yang smiled lightly. Shen Linfeng sneered. He had long guessed that Yang would ask such a question, and his speech had already been prepared. But when he was about to answer with the prepared words, his mind suddenly became dizzy, and his mind seemed to be stripped out. Then he saw that he actually squatted down with his head in his arms, mumbling words. Yang is so hateful. How can I defeat him? This idiot doesn't value Vitality Pill at all. My Shen family has decided on this. But how should I change its formula so that it can't be seen that its prototype is Vitality Pill? Damn employee, my brain is flooded. Why should I shake things out? Damn Yang, why have I tampered with the formula of Vitality Pill? But I still can't compare to you. Shen Linfeng, as if he had lost his soul, sat on the ground crying bitterly, and sometimes beat his chest and feet as if all the negative emotions had gathered. His voice was not loud, but Yi Yang repeated his old tricks and used a little internal energy to directly amplify his voice. The onlookers suddenly opened their eyes wide. The employees of the Shen family pharmacy also opened their eyes one by one, screaming in their hearts. What's wrong with this lately? Why is there a problem with a colleague and even the boss? Could this be the legendary loss of souls? Have you all heard? It was Shen Linfeng who maliciously grabbed my Vitality Pill formula and modified it to configure the muscle-activating blood pill. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Government Affairs, he did this without my consent, and, as a party, I have the right to file a lawsuit against him. Moreover, the minimum compensation amount is 5 million yuan, and it will be doubled according to the amount sold. I hope you don't buy the Shen's Pharmacy's muscle-activating blood pill. I made the Vitality Pill, and the Lujia Pharmacy's Lucky Life Pill is an upgraded version of the Vitality Pill, and the current price is still very low. Welcome, everyone. Go buy it. Yang smiled lightly. As soon as he said these words, coupled with the genuine patent documents of the Ministry of Government in his hand, even Shen Linfeng knelt on the ground and confessed his guilt as if he had lost his soul, and everyone understood the truth of the matter. Shen Linfeng is shameless. Really shameless. He actually grabbed Yi Yang's Vitality Pill formula, and in order not to be discovered, he even modified several of the ingredients, increasing the cost and increasing the sales price. When the Lujia Pharmacy was planning to sell the Good Fortune Vitality Pill, Shen Linfeng actually dispatched employees to pretend to be customers in an attempt to forge the poison pill, completely ruining the reputation of the Lu family. This guy is so vicious. Such a person is so damn good. The old man who presented the pennant, without saying a word, rushed up and tore off the pennant, and threw on the ground and stomped hard. I really misunderstood your Shen family pharmacy. They are really shameless and rotten to the core. The old man walked away angrily. It's shameless, and I was actually deceived by them. I bought a muscle-building and blood-activating pill here. No, I wanted the Lu family to buy a better one. A white-collar lady said angrily. Fortunately, I didn't get in line just now. I didn't expect the Shen family pharmacy to be so shameless. Let's walk around and go to the Lu family pharmacy opposite. A young man pulled his girlfriend and turned away. Shen's pharmacy is really self-inflicted, and so is Shen Linfeng. It's rotten to the core. Everyone, don't buy medicine pills at the Shen's pharmacy. More and more people turn away. At the very least, there were at least a few or a dozen people in front of the counter of the Shen family pharmacy. After this incident, there is no one at all. Not only that, but the news also spread wildly on the internet. The reputation of his store has been ruined to such a degree that no one will buy medicine pills again. Yi Yang smiled lightly and took the 4 Liu family back to the Liu family pharmacy. The matter of suppressing the Shun family is a great victory. With the momentum of complete victory, Liu Yinshan was unable to recover from the ecstasy until he returned to the Liu Jiao pharmacy. An inexhaustible blush appeared on Liu Xiaowan's face, as if she was drunk and could not recover for a long time. Too strong. So amazing. Not only did he instantly reverse the situation that Shun Linfeng had maliciously framed, but he also took the Shun family's army backhandedly. Although I don't know why the employee of the Shun family pharmacy and Shun Linfeng suddenly knelt down and repented. But as long as they are defeated, that is a great thing. The way Liu Hongji looked at Yi Yang gradually changed. No wonder his daughter secretly promised him. No wonder the second brother respects him. No wonder his father admires him very much. Who can not respect and admire such Master Yi? Liu Hongji even put away the thought of being the best in the world in alchemy. Although the alchemy of the Western regions is strong, it actually has its limitations compared to the alchemy of the motherland. In the future, if he takes over Liu Yunshan's seat and wants to lead the Liu family to rise, he must not be paranoid about alchemy, but must combine alchemy to integrate the East and the West. Yi Yang is the direction he will study alchemy in the future. The wrinkles on Liu Yunshan's old face unfolded, and he was filled with emotion. In this battle between the Liu family and the Shun family, the Liu family won too easy, too simple. It was so easy that Liu Yunshan didn't even feel that he did his best, and the Shun family was defeated. But this feeling, cool, comfortable. The opponents worked hard, racked their brains, and tried out all kinds of poisonous schemes, but in the end they failed to damage themselves one bit. On his side, he just made a small trick, and the opponent was completely defeated. Comfortable. Wonderful. Of course, Liu Yinshan did not forget that Yi Yang brought all this. Because of the existence of Yi Yang, Liu Jiao Pharmacy can do this. The Shun family has experienced this failure, and it will definitely hurt their vitality. In the next competition for medicinal pills, the Liu family has a huge advantage. And this advantage was brought by Yi Yang by himself. Master Yi, my old Liu will never let down the huge advantages you brought. Next, I will suppress the Shun family step by step. If this matter works well, I dare to guarantee that it will only take a year at most. Liu Yinshan beat his chest like a drum, and his old face was flushed. Yi Yang frowned. 1 year? Liu Yinshan thought he was too long, so he gritted his teeth and said, then, 9 months, it can't be any shorter. Shun Guanxing is also an old fox, and there are probably some rescue measures. Yi Yang shook his head. Didn't I say so? If you want to suppress, you have to suppress to death. 1 step, no trouble. Today, the Shun family will be completely bankrupt. His tone was extremely flat, and his expression when he sentenced a famous family to death was as calm as if he were eating and drinking. Liu Yinshan couldn't even believe his ears. Are you crazy? Want to bankrupt the Shun family one day? Master Yi is too whimsical, right? Liu Hongji and Liu Honyuan next to them also frowned. They also felt that Master Yi was a little too arrogant. After all, the Shun family is a prestigious family, and they control a great deal of financial power. They put a lot of energy and money into the Shun family pharmacy, but they encountered Waterloo. But this does not mean that the Shun family is on the verge of bankruptcy. At most, it is a serious injury. Only Liu Xiaowan had bright eyes. In her eyes, Yi Yang has become synonymous with omnipotence. She will unswervingly believe what Yi Yang says. Master Yi, how are you going to make the Shun family go bankrupt? Even a thin and dead camel is bigger than a horse. Instead of this, it is better to take it step by step, fight steadily, step by step. Liu Yinshan said cautiously. Liu Hongji, Liu Honyuan also carefully persuaded Yi Yang to give up this idea. Liu Xiaowan laughed while watching. Grandpa is usually a fiery temper, and he will scold people when he is upset. As a result, in front of Yi Yang, he was very careful for fear of making Yang angry. Haha, it was really interesting. Yi Yang raised the documents from the Ministry of Government in Yang's hand. Infringing on my interests, of course they will spit it all out. In addition to the matter of framing the Lujia pharmacy, if they don't spend 10 to 20 million yuan, this matter can't be solved. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I said that if the Shun family is to be completely bankrupt today, then he must be bankrupted today. I've already made the phone call just now. City Lord Li has already sent someone to take over this matter. We'll just wait. After Lu Yinshan heard this, his whole body was shaking with excitement. Yep, I have been in business for many years, but I forgot that there is an external force like the Ministry of Government. But it's not his fault. There is almost no precedent for this kind of grabbing formula before, and it was modified as his own. And the position of the Ministry of Government is extremely detached, and he basically does not participate in the competition between forces, so he did not think of the Ministry of Government to solve the problem in the first time. Soon, the convoy of the Ministry of Government arrived. Because the matter involved Master Yi Yangye, Li Xuanjin thought about it, but he came by himself. By the way, he also brought Li Lingyu, the little girl who was gifted by Yi Yang with a spiritual tool. After all, the last time I went back to the underground ruins of Shernan Welfare Institute, I had a little trouble with Master Yi. I brought Li Lingyu, whom Master Yi had a good impression of, and then solved it myself, which might ease the relationship between the two parties. When Lu Yinshan saw Li Xuanjin, he hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. Because no matter from the perspective of strength or status, Li Xuanjin belonged to the superior. The latter took a few steps forward and directly helped Lu Yinshan up. Since Mr. Lu is Master Ye's friend, then he is my Li Xuanjin's friend. There is no need to salute. Everyone should be friends. Li Xuanjin laughed loudly and shook hands directly. Lu Yinshan was taken aback. Li Xuanjin before was not like this. People from the Li family in Yindu, even if they look humble, polite, and approachable, are arrogant and indifferent in their bones. Now, because of Yi Yang, is Li Xuanjin so close to him? If it wasn't in front of Li Xuanjin, Lu Yinshan even wanted to find a place to shout. Hold the grass. So comfortable. The greatest chance of Lao Tzu's life is to meet Master Yi. If there is no Master Yi, how can the current situation of the Lu family be so good? Li Xuanjin said hello to Yi Yang and directly led the crowd to the Shun family pharmacy. The little girl Li Lingyu took a deep breath, held the huge government decree, and said with inner strength, Shun Linfeng grabbed Yi Yang's formula for vitality pill, deliberately modified it, and used muscle-activating blood pill to change it. Name, while illegally grabbing money. Shun Linfeng's behavior violated Article Number 102 and is now sentenced to a fine. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a cold and old voice. Li Xuanjin, I'll protect the Shun family. You can go back. Immediately afterwards, Shun Guanqing and Shun Linfeng came out together. Between the two of them stood a tall, slender-looking old man. Yi Yang frowned. Who is this person? When did he appear? And why should he protect the Shun family? However, Li Xuanjin showed an extremely shocked expression. Little girl Li Lingyu didn't understand what was going on, so Li Xuanjin told her to put away the decree and then strode to the old man. He bowed deeply and respectfully said, Senior Feng, why are you here? Lu Yinshan was stunned for a moment. Then his face changed wildly. The surname is Feng. Moreover, Li Xuanjin can meet with this attitude, which shows that the identity of the other party is very high. Even if Lu Yinshan was a fool, he immediately reacted. Fengshan River. The old man in front of him is definitely the Ninth Order Formation Master of the Han River. Fengshan. God, why would he try to protect the Shun family? Hasn't this old senior always been detached from the world and not involved in these little things? Li Xuanjin took a few steps forward and said puzzledly, Senior Feng, why did you come forward to protect the Shun family? Please give me an explanation. Feng Shanha couldn't help but avoid his sight. He knew that this matter was actually the Shun family's fault, but he had to come forward. Because he is rich in mountains and rivers, he owes the Shun family a favor. At that time, I was only a third-order array mage. Shin Guanqing's father had a kindness for me. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would never have the chance to show my talents in my life. I gave the Shun family a promise back then. If the Shun family is in trouble, I will definitely help you no matter what happens to the mountains and rivers. I hope that City Lord Li can let the Shun family go this time for the sake of my old bones. And for the loss of the Liu family, the old man is willing to compensate with a ninth order spiritual weapon. In the end, Feng Shanha even gave up his stern look and bowed slightly to Li Xuanjun. His bow is very heavy, because Fengshan River is almost the entire Hangzhou, the first person in the field of formation. The huge Hangzhou includes more than a dozen large cities, including Shangjing and Hanjiang, as well as countless small cities and towns, raising nearly 500 million people. And among these 500 million people, in the past 100 years, there has only been one ninth order formation master, one Fengshan. His right to speak is so great that no one dares to refute it. Not to mention Li Xuanjun, the Lord of Shangjing. Even if he is the Lord of Hangzhou, I am afraid that he will only comply with Fengshan's wishes and temporarily let go of the punishment to the Shin family. You know, selling a favor to Fengshan at this time is a millionfold return. Li Xuanjun was silent. Reason told him to sell Feng Shanha a favor. But in this way, Yi Yang was offended. Yi Yang is like a rising superstar, absolutely and absolutely can't be offended. Li Xuanjun was a little bit overwhelmed. If I knew earlier, I shouldn't show up this time. On the other side, Liu Yinshan fell into ecstasy. The ninth order magic weapon, and it is a ninth order spiritual tool made by Feng Shanha himself. This thing can definitely become the inheritance treasure of the Liu family. To exaggerate it, it is a rare treasure that can be passed down for 100 years. In his heart, a voice kept shouting, "Promise him, promise him." But Liu Yinshan resisted this move. He wants to see what Yang does. He had already understood that if the Liu family wanted to rise and prosper, they had to follow Yi Yang's lead. The four Liu family watched, but Yang took a step forward and said lightly, "Oh, a ninth order spiritual weapon, a ninth order array mage, is it very powerful? I don't want this ninth order spiritual weapon, and I don't need the favor of you, the ninth order array mage. I want the Shun family to go bankrupt today." Yi Yang's voice, in this early autumn day, revealed a biting coldness.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.